What? Hello and welcome to FR, where Heck just called my logo very phallic. Well, this is the warning.
I gotta switch it. Welcome to Effort. Quick, say something.
Hi, I'm here too.
There we go. Yeah, I had to check that it's working. Hold on, let me adjust your audio because you're too quiet. Say something again.
Oh wow, I wonder if the time that we spent together should be adjusting our volumes for stream.
No, that's what the stream is for,
Yeah.
idiot. The time we spent together is just for us. It's our friendship.
Just for us, for fart.
Yeah, for fart, you know. My
Today,
heart will fart.
we're spiteful little hoes again, and wait, what time is it? We're spiteful individuals, and we're doing another prompt tray info.
Yeah, it's funny how everybody's gonna ruminate over my identity when I'm just right here out in the open. You know.
Well, I haven't advertised in the server yet.
No, it's probably for the best.
I know.
That way they won't be able to tell whose dick they're really sucking, you know.
But then
right now they're sucking your dick, and it's like, well, we can't have that, you know what I mean? It's like, I gotta at least correct it. That's what this whole comic is for that I'm making. It's anti-Marsh dick suck. It's like, you should be sucking somebody else's dick, but it's not revealed who. It's me, obviously, but I'm covering the face. It's funny because there's no point to keep the face covered, because even if it was uncovered, they wouldn't know who it is, right? It's like people wanting to know who superheroes are, you know? What if it's just Jim from accounting? You won't know, you know. It take off the mask and it's like, oh look, it's Schmoopy. It's like, I don't know Schmoopy.
Schmoopy like, McBoopy.
Cool. Yeah, it's like, why did you want to know so bad who it is if you weren't going to recognize them in the first place, you idiot? All right, I'm gonna turn your stream off. I don't know if that's what's causing me to lag or not on my own program.
Yeah, having multiple things running causes you know, your engine to go brrr.
Yeah, useless ass computer. I hate it. Marsh, destroy it. hand me the gun. But yeah, what did you want to talk about? Oh wait, I have to open the chat in case some dumbass follows me. What button do I press?
You could use it. You said you were gonna use a phone companion for it, you know.
Yeah, but it turns out I can just have the overlay on my screen at all time.
Yeah, you can, but also it's irritating.
Look. It's Moon. Moon is here already. She
says,
heck.
Moon.
She says, heck, I have diarrhea.
What do you think about that, huh? You can't ignore your fans like this.
Yeah. How's the audio, Moon? I know she likes to turn it on, say a few words, and then disappear, so I might have already missed the window where she's here. But I hope your diarrhea is okay.
I hope your diarrhea succeeds in making you miserable. Is that what you just said?
She said you're very soft, so I'm just gonna turn your audio up a little bit more on my end. All right, what do you want to discuss this week? You little cunt.
Let's see. Wait a second. What time is it? Oh, 2 minutes before you can say that.
God damn it.
Oh, it's 2 minutes before you can say that too.
Christ. Oh, what can I say? Great hoogly boog.
Oh, did you? Okay, so I was right. You can names also get you demonetized, and I think
Names.
during trendy news stuff,
Keanu Reeves.
names also get you demonetized, like for drama stuff.
Right.
So yeah, it's funny because because we're screwed. That's why.
Right. Yeah. We can restart on your end if you care to.
No,
It
no,
doesn't matter.
it's just well, it doesn't matter now. This is all practice. You're
Right,
right.
right,
So, but
right.
it's like we're screwed is what it is.
Yeah, I get you. I get you. That's just a way of life. We were always screwed.
We knew it to be true in our hearts. We were screwed.
Yeah, and yet our hearts will fart off.
That's the moral of the story.
But yeah, please tell me. Oh god, these earphones are so annoying. They have these rubberized tips, and because I've got oily ass insides of the ear, yeah, gross. I know. They
You
they keep slipping out.
you're saying ooh gross to the person who can't even put in earbuds correctly because they have like eczema and leaking and they've had it for
Oh
like the
right,
past 8 months.
I forgot who I was talking to.
Yeah,
The queen of
yeah,
gross.
you could never shame yourself in front of me. It would be impossible.
That one time where I was covered in pus and itching and dying on the inside, and it was so gross. Yeah, I do know. uh, Man, what's
This
that
is a
stuff going
safe
on?
place.
Do you know what that stuff is that's going on with Dave Chappelle? Because I don't.
I don't even know who that is.
He's some comedian. Like I've been getting a lot more things of his recommended. I
Oh,
suppose because he has some deal going on with Netflix or something. Because Netflix, didn't they recently release like an email or something that's like, if you're offended by Dave Chappelle, resign or something.
well, there's
It's like
also
this.
how our YouTubes are connected. Like I was getting a lot of things that Zura was also getting, and we were like, sussy wussy.
It's the shashi-washi or what?
What?
What? Yeah, there was something, I don't know why. I guess maybe you'll get some Dave Chappelle stuff in the near future, but I've been getting like some clips of his. I'm presuming because he's in the news right now. I've never heard of him before. From what I can understand, is he's a black comedian who makes jokes, and I guess some of them are risque to some people. I don't really get that impression very much. He's not any worse than any other black comedian, I'd say, and I emphasize the black comedian part because what I'm what I'm assuming is people are offended by him using the N word a lot. I'm not sure, because why would they be offended if Kevin Hart does the same and he's on Netflix? I don't know what it is about him that people don't like. Maybe he's a terrible person. Who knows? I don't know him. Maybe
Maybe
he
he's
maybe
a
he
terrible
beats baby
person.
walruses.
Maybe he has a
you
collection
know
of tusks in his
yeah,
garage.
maybe on the weekend he goes and murders infants. I don't know the guy. I wouldn't know this, but
Oh yeah,
from
now we can curse.
from his
Motherfucking infants
fucking
in the
stand up,
garage.
he's got 14 babies locked up in his room.
Eats
Like
them
I
for
don't I don't
breakfast.
see. I wouldn't know if he does, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the point is that people don't like him, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it's like this quick. I think what he says is funny. I mean, it might be a little bit risque, but he doesn't seem like he would be very disrespecting genuinely. Like he did this joke. One of the YouTube clips I saw was like a joke on trans people
Mm-hmm.
or about trans
Oh,
people.
that's probably
You
what it
know,
is.
that's probably what it is, right? Because he was
That's it.
like,
That's it though.
uh, he's like, oh, not to say that trans women aren't women, but and then he's paused and everybody was laughing. He's like, that pussy has to be like beyond pussy or like infinite pussy or something, which is obviously like a mac on the fact that McDonald's calls vegan burgers like beyond burgers or something,
Uh-huh.
right? I thought it was funny. I don't really think I don't get the impression that he genuinely dislikes trans people at all. He's
Yeah.
just poking a little fun at it. I mean, who knows? If I was a secure person, not even gonna say if I was trans, but if I was just a secure person, I think you got to be able to laugh about yourself a little bit,
Yeah.
like that. It's just like, haha. And if you don't like it that much, I mean, I would see if the guy is actually a trans hater. I mean, look at J.K. Rowling. She seems to be more in that direction of like, trans people aren't really people. I have 4 slaves, and they're all like that or something or whatever she tweets. But this guy just, who knows? Like I said, I don't know. I could be saying just a bunch of garbage. Like, who knows if this is the issue? Maybe he does beat baby walruses. you know in which case I would be against that, because why would you do that, Mr. Chappelle? Why would you beat baby walruses? But I guess people are laughing at Netflix telling people to resign, because I assume this man is very popular and he would earn Netflix a lot of money. Therefore Netflix is like, we're gonna do this. If you don't like it, resign. you know which is pretty funny. Yeah. What's your 2 cents on the issue, or $50? Who knows how much you have to say?
There's that joke that people aren't actually the ones complaining aren't the ones that the genre pertains to. Like, let's say people are
Yeah,
trying to protect some odd minority, and they're like, "No, I think this is funny. We're changing Lucky Charms because Irish people are offended. That will offend Irish people." And they're like, "No, we don't give a
right.
damn."
No, that's our entire tourism industry. What are you doing?
Yeah, but so in this case, hypothetically, in this situation where no one did any research and you decided to bring this up as a conversational topic,
Yeah, well, I thought it was funny.
and
Well, who
also
needs
the most
research?
hot topic imaginable,
Right,
where
right, right.
it's about the trans joke, which I could probably think it would be.
I assume it's about that, right? I would guess that it is about that he makes similar jokes to that. I would imagine would
This
be the issue.
this would be one of the rare occasions where it's actually the community getting upset.
Well, I guess I bring it up without any research because I heard that trans joke and I thought that would be an interesting topic as an aside. So this is more of a like it's sort of like a leading thing into, we talked about this a million times, but people's reactions to jokes, right?
Oh, I guess that is a good topic.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But yeah, you were saying I interrupted you and you're in the middle of something.
It's in the middle of makeup thing is what I was in the middle of doing.
Okay, never mind.
I guess I could go into oh yeah, this is one of those rare opportunities where it could possibly be the actual group.
Community at
Yeah.
hand.
But also, almost every community, be it massive injury or, terminal illness, at a certain point, people kind of acceptance, people kind of like, are self-aware and they start joking around because
Yeah.
of gallows humor.
It's like my friend who got hit by a truck. He makes and laughs. Well, he doesn't make them very much. Maybe we're just bullies. But he does laugh
Maybe
at our jokes about him getting hit by a truck. Perhaps we are really the mean ones. He did ask us to stop making jokes like that, huh? Hold on a second.
Okay, that's different. You cretins.
uh, yeah, maybe that's a little different.
Yeah, when
That's
people ask you to stop.
All right, let's talk about the Chappelle possibility though. I mean, it's the same thing with Speedy Gonzalez, right? Then wasn't there like a huge thing? It's like Speedy Gonzalez is offensive, blah blah blah. We gotta cancel Speedy Gonzalez because it's offensive to Mexicans, and the Mexicans were like, "What the fuck are you doing to our beloved cartoon?"
Yeah, because they mistook it for offensive when it was actually almost representation in a way. Because even if it's
Yeah.
incorrect and stuff, it's still like someone saw something, liked it, and isn't treating it poorly. Like they're almost celebrating it. They're celebrating Speedy.
Yeah. What it is for sure is this it's weird because in an attempt to make things more equal, they're making I can see the logic, right? Which is the whole like I see no race, I see no color logic, because it's like, oh, what's better than discriminating? It's obviously looking at everybody the same way, and people, that makes sense in the sense of like we should treat everybody as equals, but they take it too far. They, as in like the people who adhere to like who complain about this stuff, and they make it into like there shouldn't be any culture or race differences. Anything that celebrates culture or race is now racist. It's like Speedy Gonzalez is a stereotypical Mexican depiction, but that doesn't mean that it was made maliciously or that people don't like it, or that it is offensive in any way. It's just one representation, and a lot of that stuff can age poorly. Like,
Oh yeah.
people with depicting like black people with big red lips and dancing around a tribal fire, like that sort of stuff does seem a little racist, but like something like Speedy Gonzalez, like, just because it is representing Mexican culture does not equal it being racist. It's two different things. You got to be able to draw the line. And despite that, in like, I don't know, is wearing a Mexican costume racist? Did you see that clip that somebody posted? Was it on Toasty? The one I'm talking
Well,
about?
I don't know if I really need to. There's a lot of like a weird pseudo culture things where
Yeah.
you know it's sketchy to wear depending on who you're around.
Yeah, 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 yeah. That's true. Well, the point was it was just some guy in an American university in a Mexican costume, and he
Yeah.
was going around asking like, "Is what I'm doing offensive?" And then everybody was like, "Yeah, it's so offensive." And it raises an interesting question: Is like, is it offensive? Do you care? Should you be offended if you're not Mexican? It's like, oh, it's depicting stereotypical Mexicans. It's like, yeah, but who are you to be offended, right? It's like, shouldn't the Mexicans be offended, if at all? Who
Well, I
cares?
guess if we look at this really overarching, it could also just be
Yeah,
an effect of the correction, because there was a time where there was improper caricatures and there were improper appropriation of culture, and it was like a
right.
misguided kind
People
of like
coming
a
out in those stripper Asian costumes and going, "Oh, Miss Honey."
well, that
Yeah,
could
that one.
be also in the category of humor, which is an entirely new one. But there was a
Yeah,
time where culture had to be a whole, not maybe not a whole culture, but a whole like group of people had to be reprimanded for being uneducated, and they probably instilled that to whoever, themselves and their children and whoever could listen. And now we have this very sensitive generation who's aware of what happened in the past and is, sticking to that to such a degree that it's another extreme. And then,
yeah.
the generation that's going to come after this has seen the effects of that, and then it's going to either go all the way to the extreme again, or kind of neutralize now that they can identify what's actually happening.
I hope for the invention of a new word. You know what I mean? It's
Oh yeah,
like,
yeah.
because when the word gaslighting, it wasn't invented in our time. It was invented like 50 odd years ago or some crap, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when it started coming into pop culture, I feel like it helped solve a lot of issues, because suddenly this thing that you didn't know how to point out, because like it was so difficult a few years ago to point out gaslighting, even though a lot of people, I experienced it. I'm sure you experienced it. um because it's so natural to do, even to people who don't mean to do it actively, right? But like the word gaslighting just helps fix a lot of things, because it helps point out to people exactly what their behavior is, and it helps you kind of separate yourself from people who treat you badly, because of like and then you don't know how, because gaslighting is the whole point of gaslighting is making you think that you're the issue. You know, which is a very difficult thing to point out if in the first place you think like you're the issue because somebody's making you feel that way, you know. And then how would you even describe that to your friend? It's like you would never describe how that person made you feel. You would describe the issue you're talking about. It's like, oh, I did this, and then they responded like this, you know, and not like, oh, I did this, and then they immediately said like, oh, they denied anything happened, blah blah blah. Like, there's no unifying term. But then as soon as gaslighting popped up, it's like, oh, now we can recognize this. Now we can combat it a little bit. So who knows? Maybe one day there'll be a word that is adopted by pop culture that perfectly summarizes like, hey, you know, this is just a funny haha and not actually racist. You know, or something like that, you know, like
Well,
you're being overly
it's
sensitive.
just a joke. Didn't end well.
Yeah.
We have that, and that's not doing so hot, I gotta
It's
say.
because people take that too far as well. You remember the one of my favorite videos on YouTube has been deleted. So I should download one of the re-uploads before it gets deleted again. But it's because it's a piece of history that needs to be preserved. It's the guy who pranked his friend into thinking that they had both been kidnapped and he had been shot in front of them. Do you remember that one?
No, I don't, because you know pranks went too far. That's actual trauma. You know who else does that? V for Vendetta. That's a movie.
That's the one that went too far. That's the one where everybody started making jokes like, you know, it's just a prank. That's where it originated, because that was the, if you want to pinpoint in YouTube history or in the history of comedy where a prank went too far, that's it. And it's so glorious because it's like watching a movie, you know. It's
It
like
is
the
a
emotions,
movie.
the emotions are so raw. You know, the guy
Because
really does think that the guy really does think that they're being kidnapped. I'm like, oh god, and his reactions are so like, you know, if it's fake, that's fine because that would mean this guy wasn't traumatized for life. But if it's not, it's like, oh boy, that's like perfect reference for an actor right there. You know, it's like this is what we're trying to capture, you know, in this scene. Because oh my god, do you? Let me describe it to you.
Okay.
All right, so it starts. It's like it's one of those like fuck boys on YouTube, right? Like one of those like Ed, not Ed Sheeran. Ed Sheeran's so goddamn ugly. No offense to you, Ed. I'm sure you do good music and stuff, but
You're gonna have a great YouTube career.
I mean, like, what's that guy's name? Was it Ed Sheeran who was pretty? Who's the guy who licked that girl's feet? Like he's famous because of his music, but also because he's together with some girl, and then he posted a picture of him on Instagram licking her feet. And
Gosh, who
I don't know what
knows? And
I
who
don't know what he
gives the
did, but
damn?
well, the point is that it was one of those looking boys, you know, like one of those fuck boys. You know how they look, right?
That's any.
And and he was hanging out with his friend and they were pretending like they were driving somewhere, and he was like, oh, let me take a shortcut or something, blah blah blah, through an alley, whatever excuse he gave, right? And then when they were going through the alley, he was like, oh, the car's slowing down, that's so weird. And you know how they like to add captions? I'm pretty sure he added a caption like, lol, I'm taking the foot off the pedal or something, you know. And his friend's like, huh, that's so strange, let's go out and like check the car engine, right? Uh, he has his friend go check the car engine, and he's like standing behind him, and then he has some guy in a mask walk up and put a bag over his head and literally drags him away. Well, at that point, you know, I feel like the prank has already gone too far. It's kind of like it's
Yeah.
fine if you reveal it, you know, later. And it's like, haha, welcome to your bachelor party. You know, like, people do that. That's fine. But this guy was like tied to a chair and stuff like that, you know. And like
Yeah.
the guy who was pulling the prank was pretending like he was being dragged away. Then the camera cuts, which is the scariest part to me, because it implies an unseen amount of violence to get this guy into like a restrained position, you know, before they can continue. and it pans to like they're on a rooftop. All right, they're on
Yep.
a rooftop, which is it's just like this guy pulled out all this. That's what I mean. It's so scenic. This guy is on a rooftop. He has two people in masks standing there. He's tied to a chair himself, and his friend who he's pranking is tied to a chair next to him, and there's a camera set up, you know.
Uh-huh.
And you know, they pull off both of their like what are they called, like face hoods, those things.
Yep.
And then the guy, he is in distress. He's crying and he's like screaming his friend's name, you know. And then I forget how the video goes. Either they pretend to fake interrogate him, you know, or like something, or they do something, or they don't do anything. I wouldn't know. But it basically ends with the guy, the fake kidnapper, pointing a gun at his friend, you know, and
Uh-huh.
and literally the guy, oh my god, I still feel bad thinking about it, but he's screaming stuff like he's everything I
Yeah.
have, you know, and I'm like, man, this guy really loves his friend for now. You
Yeah, yeah. For now.
know? For now, you know, he's like, he's everything I have. No, don't do this, you know.
But
And
I
then they
will
just
replace him later because he is a dickhole.
yeah, and then they shoot the guy, right? They shoot him with the fake gun, and he limps down in his chair, and the guy just turns his head and he's like screaming, he's like, no, no. You know?
Yeah.
And it's like I can't do it justice because it's just raw emotion, you know, and he's like he's screaming and stuff. And then that's when the guy decides to be like, oh, don't worry, I'm not dead. And he unties himself and he goes. And the guy he doesn't even respond to the guy touching him at first and like shaking him. He's just shaking, you know? He's
Yep.
like trying to shake
Trauma.
off his attack. Yeah, it's like completely traumatized. And then he's like, don't worry, I'm okay. And he's so confused. He's like, what the fuck? um,
Yeah, imagine that guy's gonna be in a life or death situation later. It's like, nah, this is a prank.
yeah, this is I would not be friends with that guy anymore.
Are
He
they
tried
still
to
friends?
I wouldn't know because like I don't know the YouTubers. I don't know the drama. I think it's one of those situations where he tried his best to bury it. So and I don't think anybody who makes videos on the topic really cares if they're friends or not. They just make it on the sense that like, oh, look at how fucked up this is, you know?
I want to
Uh,
know if they're still friends.
I would be curious too. But as far as I am aware, uh, they this is like years ago. As far as I'm aware, they still stayed. They were still friends for a duration afterwards. As far as I'm aware,
It could be
because I remember.
friends like the couple was together in Black Mirror in the first episode. That could be
Yeah,
that.
it's possible because I remember he tried to make. He definitely realized how much he fucked up after he uploaded the video.
Yeah.
uh and he tried to make it up being like, oh my god, look, he's pranking me back. And I think they just buried him in sand or something at the beach. It's like, haha, we're even now, right? It's like, no. you, you traumatized him forever. He buried you in sand.
It was
Like
symbolic. He's going to bury
the
you one day.
the actions are not equal. And it was so clearly staged. It was definitely one of those like behind the scenes things where he's like, please prank me back so that we can pretend like everything's fine, you know.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, that's if I ran an acting school, I would play that clip. I'd be like, you see this is despair. This you try and reenact even a fraction of this and you'll get any job in Hollywood you want.
Oh, okay, so playing video games doesn't traumatize people, but the people that made Mortal Kombat actually studied gruesome dismemberment and they are
Right.
legitimately
I heard
traumatized.
this.
So
Yeah.
so it's almost got this ring feeling to it, right? Where there's tertiary media that doesn't do anything to your psyche, probably because of disassociation. But the closer you get to the real thing, the more likely you're gonna be traumatized.
Yeah. It's true for sure. I think it's funny because it is so ridiculous that it is funny, you know?
No!
Because
No!
I think to me it's funny because of how ridiculous it is to me and the distance, like you said, right?
Right.
If this happened to anybody close to me, or if this happened to me, I don't think I would have this nonchalant attitude,
Right, right.
but in isolation, it is quite funny because it's like, how can you how can you fuck up this hard, right? It's like you would like this is you would have to plan this. You would have to hire either actors or convince your friends to pretend to be kidnappers. You would have to invite your friends, stage the kidnapping, then be willing to enact violence on your close friend, on your best friend, because this guy was wailing,
Uh-huh,
uh,
right, right.
to the extent where you can tie them to a chair. To be honest, he didn't seem like, no offense if this is to the guy, because like I'm sure it's like a traumatizing experience, but he did not put up a good fight being dragged away. He There's a reason he got kidnapped.
Uh-huh.
He did not defend himself. He just took it, and maybe he defended himself off screen, but in the process of being dragged away, he was surprisingly docile, is what I would say. You
The
know,
shock settles in, maybe.
yeah, he was just like no, and he was flailing his arms about. I'm like, punch him, my friend. You kick his ass. If you're being kidnapped, this would be it. This would be the end of you because you're not fighting back. It's
Hmm.
like I would not want him to be in my corner if we were in a fight. If there was a zombie apocalypse, I think I would be with the guy who staged the kidnapping because he seems far more willing
Yeah, he
to
won't betray you later,
to
no.
commit crime. Well, if he does betray me, I can shoot him. Zombie apocalypse rules always have a second gun that you don't tell your friend about.
Uh-huh, yeah.
You know. But yeah. What is it? Do you think in zombie apocalypses that makes people betray each other? Do you think that's a media stereotype, or do you think in real life that would be the case as
That's
well?
totally the case in real life. You only have to look as far as any established or unestablished, area where
Right.
there's constant backstabbing. There's like your own skin matters because there's
Yeah,
no
yeah,
comfort.
yeah.
The pyramid that you showed me before of needs is jumbled up, and there's no foundation. Yeah, of course people do that. People already do that. So of course, if all hell breaks loose, it's gonna happen. Like when things shut down, the whole power grid shut down, when there was a tons of riots, that was
Right.
people just waiting to unleash their inner tyrant.
Right, right, right. I can definitely see that. Um, it's just strange to me because you would think, in theory, you would think that because a zombie apocalypse has such a clear enemy that people would join together because the opponent is so obvious. You know what I mean? It's like, who's the enemy? It's zombies. It's like we band together against the zombies. Uh, do you understand what I mean? Like, in theory, I would suppose that people would come together because they have a common enemy, and that things like race or sexuality matter less when it's like it's either this gay dude that you hate or a horde of like flesh-eating, man-eating like ghosts of your friends and families. you know it's
Well,
like
I
you
do
have to
have a
survive. The gay dude has a big camper van full of dildos, and
yeah,
he's
yeah.
he's driving to Mexico, the last safe haven, like in the world. It's like you can put aside your differences and go with them, or you can perish. You know,
Well,
do
I
you know
think
what I
I do
mean?
have an explanation for that. It's that gradient where on one extreme end, it's basically the kaboom attacks that happened before in my area, and then
Yeah,
everyone got quote unquote unified for a little bit.
yeah,
Um, yeah, that's because there's enough people left alive that there's a herd mentality where you can
right,
unify. But if you're, only a handful of people, you can barely even function. Let's say a whole group of people are joined forces against, the game industry and they want to like be this big indie team, and then they're still gonna, have a lot of tribulations. They're gonna hate Timmy from accounting and Sharon from development. It's
Right, right. That is true. But would you hate them to the extent where you kill them? That's the question,
well,
right?
there
It's like,
was
do
a
you hate?
kid who dismembered his friend because he stole his Xbox, and that wasn't
Well,
even
yeah,
here.
but
So
that's extreme cases, you know? That's like 1 in 1 billion
and a
or less, you know?
zombie apocalypse is very extreme.
See, if surprisingly, I feel like if I were in a zombie apocalypse, I think I would that my second choice besides Switzerland would be to be in America, I think. Because out
Well,
of all
because
the countries in the
guns.
world, not just because guns, I feel like because out of all the countries in the world, the only people who seriously prep for the apocalypse to the degree that people do is in America. And you know me, I love EDC channels. I love tactical channels. I love dumb survival crap, you know. And
Yeah.
it's always the Americans that have the best stuff. I look at something, I'm like, this is so cool. I want to own a version of whatever I'm looking at. And where is it? It's somewhere Dallas, Texas. It's somewhere like Connecticut. It's somewhere like Los Angeles. I'm like, I can't buy this because the shipping cost would be $500 trillion in addition to this thing, which is already like crazy. Like, hey, you want a titanium pry bar? That'll be $800, you know, because we're using titanium and it's high quality stuff. I'm like, I love that, but also it's so expensive. And then plus the 50,000 for the fucking shipping costs all way halfway across the world. You know, it's like there's no way I can afford this. But hey, you know, if I was in America, I wouldn't need to consider shipping costs. I'd just be like, I'd knock on the closest door. I'd be like, help. I'd, I'd be like,
You
they're
want to
like,
show
say no
off your
more.
truck, right? Here's your opportunity.
Yeah, exactly. They just like people speak a lot about Southern manners, and I feel like they would come out the most in the apocalypse. You know, I feel like when the freaking apocalypse comes, like Johnny over here, he can believe in Jesus as much as he wants. I don't care as long as he's got a big truck with a full of guns. You know, it's like I will accept you for who you are, Johnny, and you're gonna have to accept me because otherwise we'll die here together. You know, so you don't care about me and I don't care about you. Just give me the gun and I'll shoot from the rear. You know. And I feel like America would be a good place to be. You know, it's like,
Hi, Budgie.
hey budgie, it's like, hey, I've already prepped this. You know, it's
It's
like,
like,
don't
hey, you want to
worry.
join?
Yeah, it's like I've got a spare anti-zombie kit right here. Rubber gloves, shoulder pads, anything, ankle protection for where zombies can bite. What else do I have? Right, here's my 12 gauge. You know, it's like it's an armored place to be, you know? It's an armored place to be. I don't think there's much to worry, you know? The the gun is the gun's there. You know, local supermarket, you know, it's like who's gonna run out, the zombies or me? I feel like there's more bullets than humans. You know, so I feel like if I was a good shot, you know, I mean, realistically, how many people do I have to shoot if you believe
How many
pop
people do I
culture?
have to
You
shoot?
know,
There's
it's like
only
you
how
would
many million?
it's like you would want to avoid shooting for the most part to not make any noise, right? So
You have summoned me.
no, hey budgie, what are you doing? We're streaming.
Hi,
God damn, I
Budgie.
don't have
What's...
a I don't have
Oh,
I don't have
goodbye.
a icon for you.
Look, she's
Ah,
gone.
budgie. But she left. Is it because she didn't realize we were streaming?
Maybe.
No.
Well, no, she was in chat. She says hello, welcome to
Oh,
F1.
sorry, but I didn't mean to kick you out. I was just gonna say I don't have an icon for you.
She's laughing.
Yeah.
Cackling.
Oh, well. Let me check. I'm noticing maybe it's because I have 50 tabs open again, and
Yeah,
I'm
you're
streaming at the
wondering
same
why
time.
your computer is logging down when you have
I like
1,000
having
tabs,
tabs
two different
open.
streaming things happening, and Discord and Streamlabs.
I like having tabs open.
Yep. And I like my
Yeah.
computer running.
Yeah, well, you know, to each their own.
Yeah. Obviously.
But yeah, I mean, what about you? If there was an apocalypse, which country, which country, cunt,
Yeah.
country
Yeah.
would you like to be?
Well, I know this place better than any other place. Yes, so I'm already just kind of, pigeonholed into one answer because I wouldn't be able to even begin functioning in the other ones. I wouldn't know how anything worked. And all
Gotcha.
survival is like remembering wisps of functional society and taking apart the cogs and being like, ah, I can use this, I guess.
Right. I wonder if being in a zombie apocalypse would help your skin issues.
I don't think so. It would
Well,
just
I
cause
mean,
more stress, and then the stress would give me more hives, and so I'd be
but
shooting zombies and itchy at the same time.
right, okay, I got you. Well, I thought it might be one of those situations where it's like you're so under adrenaline the entire time your body's just like, yep, I have destroyed any skin issues that you had, you know. Perhaps it doesn't work that way. Who's to say? Maybe we should incite a zombie apocalypse to see
Just to
if
test.
yeah, to see if your
Oh,
skin improves.
Pudgy made a poll. Just a poll just for us. Which country to go to during an apocalypse? Wow, they have polls now. See,
I can't see.
one day YouTube is gonna emulate Twitch one day.
One day, yeah. All they really need, I feel, is a web page where you can see who is streaming at what time. That's what Twitch has, right? That's how people get discovered. I don't see a feature like that on YouTube where it
Yeah,
just says like who's live right
which
now.
is hilarious because YouTube has one of the most impressive algorithms so far, and all of a sudden they don't have any sort of UI or algorithm for the streaming. I bet it's in
It's
the works
strange.
because, otherwise there wouldn't be, of course
I
they know that the algorithm is
yeah.
missing, and it's probably another matter of like there's problems and it's in production and blah blah
I
blah.
think I I feel like maybe it's being held up by some legal stuff, possibly.
Oh, red tape as
You know,
always.
yeah, because that's usually where most of the delays happen. It's mostly like, oh hey, I gotta like I gotta get permission from this guy first before we can do this program, and then I gotta do this from this person before I can do that program, and then if we're gonna do this, we need permission from this person. You know what I mean?
Yep. Sure do. Everything is held behind red tape. Constant red tape. Uh-oh.
Sorry, people keep knocking and coming in, and I told them this time that if they want to come in to knock, so it saved me twice already because two people have been knocking and coming in. But
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
they're just asking me what I wanna eat tonight, and I said Jory's mom,
Yep.
and they said okay, I guess you got it all sorted then. I said yeah, I do. They said yep, and I said yep, and then I texted your mother, and your mother was on board. Anyway. uh,
Yeah, I hate to
and
break it to you like that on stream, but look, they asked me
yeah.
what I wanted for dinner and I couldn't lie.
I mean, if I well, how would you react if like one of your
But
um
tonight,
what Budgie, is that Budgie?
That was Budgie.
Budgie. That was like your voice suddenly deepened, Jory. Budgie,
I
what
will
would you
kill
do
you.
if somebody married your mother?
I will kill you.
Why me? I didn't say I was gonna
Specifically you.
hurt her.
For no reason. It was just the
Yeah.
time.
What if somebody was going to marry your mother? Would you be upset?
Oh yeah. Not just kidding. uh, uh, how much money we talking about here?
What do you mean money? This is just a new stepdad. That's nothing to do with
This
money.
is called emotional compensation. Now, cough
Yeah.
up, pops.
Don't you want your mother to be happy? What the fuck?
No, I want
How
money.
much money? Yeah, how much money is he gonna give us?
Right, okay. What if it's one of your childhood friends, but they have a good job?
But how much money?
I don't know. What's a lot to you? Let's say they make 100,000 a year. That's good money, right?
Ooh, sure, why not? Have
Yeah,
fun.
okay, there you go. What if they made 50,000 a year?
Man, that's not that great
Yeah.
anymore.
Hmm.
Anymore. That's unfortunate.
Yeah. What about
50,000 a
you?
year, it means only $4,000 per month. Like, what kind of money is that? That's not good anymore.
Yeah, okay. Sure. I get that. What
I
about
can
you,
earn
Jory? How much money did your parents' new spouse have to make for you to accept them?
Um,
Or is it not hinged on money?
they'd have
Are
to
you a more
be very uncaring about what I do in my life.
right? So you don't want somebody who's like going to. Well, I mean, you're an adult. Why would they, right? That would be strange at this age.
Well, it is
Oh,
strange. It's always strange when people care too much about what
Does it still happen? Does it happen to
those people
you?
exist. Like, it's not
Yeah.
even a matter of whether or not I have one currently in my life. That's a thing. There's tons
Right.
of people who will contest to that.
Okay, well, let's say that's a given. Would you still want a money requirement, or do you not care?
I wouldn't care. I don't like accepting any sort of that
All right,
but what
okay.
because it
if
always
his
it always
sponsors are
leads
her, though?
to either drama or it's like a trap where sure it's free now, but then other things will happen and then no one will realize what the transaction was and then it'll be on your head. So what's the point of
Right.
taking any sort of handout when it's not even a handout anymore? It's just a trap.
He
Okay.
sponsors your art career.
Technically, yes. Technically, it's great to have a boost, but also I don't want to deal with it.
I get it. It's you're worried about it biting you in the butt afterwards. It's like I gave you this money,
Money.
now come help me move my pickup truck across 14 states.
Or like, you stole that money. It's like, no, you gave it to me, you old fart.
Yeah. Well, then
Oh my
just
god.
let's say
Oh
I
yeah,
marry
put
your
it in
mother.
writing and have documentation. And oh no, you
Yeah.
put this into your not retirement, your will. This is in your spouse's will. No, it's not. Fuck you. Yeah, it's fuck it. I don't even want to deal with it. No, nothing.
Okay, fine. I guess I won't sponsor you when I marry your mother. Goddamn picky. Yeah. I'll just slip you $100 bills underneath your door from time to time. How about you, Budgie? What if do you have somebody like that in your life?
No. But
No.
if I will marry your father,
The
but
father?
that your father,
My father?
so I
How do
can
you know
kill
my
you.
father?
Why wouldn't I know your father?
This
I'm a
is
bird. I'm
awkward
everywhere.
time to tell him that you've been in
Uh-huh. This is the part where I find out Budgie is going to be my new mom. Oh boy. All right.
You better hope that it didn't happen. Else, you're gonna do 10 math questions, very difficult math questions a day before
Oh,
you get breakfast.
I can't imagine it. Yeah, it's like suddenly my art life is null and void, and I become a mathematician. But yeah, Budgie, which country would you like to be in a zombie apocalypse?
I would like to be in Africa
Africa. Why Africa?
Interesting. Oh, that's where the chocolate
because
is.
Oh, are you talking about black people?
I was talking about Coco.
Oh.
I think I
Right,
might
right.
slowly head out. This is
Yeah.
not good. I want to be there.
Yeah, see,
No,
look,
this is not.
you see what I have to deal with every week? We're never gonna have a monetized video ever.
Well, it's fine. It's
I'm scared out.
whatever. I'll make up the payment.
What? Like getting cancelled?
No, like the money we would have gotten if we weren't canceled.
Bro, how much you earning, man?
I don't know, $0, but that's
No,
how much
I
we're
don't
earning
know,
right
zero.
now. See what I mean? Look at this. Like, not to complain, but I'm going to. Look at this. I've been streaming for like almost an hour on Twitch. Nobody comes looks at this trash. It's like streaming is such a difficult job. Man,
Yeah,
I
it
commend
takes
people who do
time
this.
to do it. And you've just
Yeah.
been doing it for like a handful of times, and you're like,
I disgust them.
"Ah!"
Where's my instant success marsh? I won't stand for this. Right, sure, whatever. You know, it is just bothersome because it's such a physical task. You know,
Yeah.
it's like I'm telling all my best stories, but there's nobody to listen to them.
Well,
Know what I
you
mean?
and you put so much. I don't know. It's like when someone makes something, they just put so much internal stuff onto it. Like there was this experiment that Waffle's explaining to me where
If I punch you
they're
in the
like
face, will it hurt?
where
Yeah.
you're supposed to explain what your opinion on something, and then
Yeah.
they're like, here, look at all these papers that disprove your initial thought, and it's
Right.
very cut and dry in terms of stuff like I don't know, a time statistic on a road, and the
Right.
difference
Right.
between people accepting the truth and not was a difference, or not a whole like 100% difference, but like a very marginally noticeable difference of if they wrote out their answer or not. So if they put
Yeah.
effort into
Seriously.
writing out their explanation and they put work into it, they're more likely to fight for it. And that reminds me of
Right.
you. You put any effort into anything, and any amount of like displeasure is just radiating out.
I suppose it's funny. It's a funny thought experiment because it does make sense. It's like I've put more attachment into it, just like these people have put more attachment into their whatevers, you know, their
Yeah.
thingies. Well, I totally understand though, because it's like I've put the pen to paper, I've gone through the effort, and now you mean to tell me I'm wrong? I'm wrong? How dare you? You know? Maybe it's because they feel like their time was wasted more, you know? Uh, who's to say?
Who's
Who's to
to
say
say?
why? It might just be stupid monkey brain being like, I effort, where
I
reward?
assumed it was monkey brain. I effort.
Where
I did thing.
it
I
scared the shit out of me. Hold on a second. Oh, Budgie followed me. Budgie, I hate this follow sound. I
I
have to
hate
change
this.
it because it's so loud and nobody ever follows me. So every time it pops up, it's like that standard.
You were
That
just
standard sound.
beginning.
Oh
You
my
loud
god.
monkey.
It freaks me the hell out because when it pops up, it's like ding ding ding. I'm like, ah. You know, I forget I'm streaming up until the point where somebody does that, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. You were complaining to no followers. Yeah, now I'm complaining to you, Budgie, which is one follower. Today. Yeah, that's neat.
I'm helping. I am.
Thanks, Budgie. Thanks for helping feed the like gremlin anger.
Yeah, he says he'll be happy with
I'm
just people to
helping.
talk to, but then he won't be happy with that either.
No, I won't ever be happy. It's a trap. Send no reply. You know. If you tell me that you're gonna follow, I won't be happy, and if you don't follow me, I also won't be happy. It's just hard for
You
me
will never
to
be
be an
satisfied.
entertainer. Sorry, Budgie?
You will never be satisfied.
Yeah, I
You
will
greedy
never be
little fag.
satisfied. I guess
You
it's because
greedy.
I have the difficulty with privacy, I suppose. You know, even now I'm streaming by myself, but people will still come in the door. And here I am at my parents' place in Switzerland. Can you imagine this like in Ireland? It's impossible because it's a completely different feeling, you know, because roommates are constantly moving around in the background. I don't even have my own like room to set up a desk in, so it's so easy to just how do you say? It's so easy to not be in the mood for streaming. You know what I mean?
I mean, I would say I know what you mean if I didn't. This is like the repeat of, oh, I'll be so much more ready to do art once I'm free of classes.
I suppose that's true. It's just who knows? I mean, it took me a few years to get art proper and done, and to the point where I can just do it more casually now. So who knows how long it'll take for streaming.
The follow suit.
Yeah, who cares if it does? I mean, then I'll just not stream for a while. The only person who suffers is me, so I don't really mind. You know, it's self-contained. It's
Right.
different with F art because you're here. I'm like, if I don't show up for stream, Borscht Entire is gonna wake up for nothing, which will be a really funny prank one day. But
Yeah.
for now, it's kind of like
Build it up first.
Yeah, gotta make sure that everybody's in on the joke before I pull it.
Don't
yeah.
worry.
And then
I'll
kill
be going to Switzerland.
someone and then put it on the internet.
Oh, can't wait to kidnap you and make you think that I'm going
Yeah,
to shoot
yeah.
you or shoot me. I bet you wouldn't even care. It's like, no,
I'll-
it's heck. Go ahead.
I'll tell you I like a book again. Make a whole character Bible and then destroy the character right in front of you. All over again.
I'll make a whole ass encyclopedia on the story that I'm planning. Make it seem like I'm right about to do it. Make it seem like our best collab ever, and then right before I do it, I destroy everything and replace every character with Ryu, one of our Discord people.
All Ryu. 100% Ryu. It's Mob Psycho, except as it's ticking up, it's counting the amount of Ryus.
It is purely a power fantasy, and every scene that was previously cool for the both of us now only serves to hype up Ryu. Yeah.
You know what I like about your stream? I could see your latest follower. And then one of it is in Chinese and it says chicken breast meat says thank you. What's up with that?
Oh, that's what it means? I saw it and I was like, I have no idea what that is or what it means. I assumed it was just a bot. Which it could either be a bot or it could just be a funny Chinese person. Chicken rice, thank you, please.
It's chicken breast. What?
Chicken
what?
breast, sorry.
What do you do, huh? Nice, suspicious. Do you eat chicken? Huh?
I just do art, but I labeled my stream because you can do stream. What's it? The tags? What are they called?
Yeah.
Porsche?
They're like category tags, but yeah, Asian is a good one.
Yeah, one of them is Asian
because
I'm
that people look at that.
I'm half Taiwanese. Not that anybody cares. Maybe it's because my title is too obscure. You know, my what did I call it? My heart may fart on.
Oh, I can't wait for people to think I'm what's the term? Pinoy baiting.
Pinoy baiting.
Yeah, that's apparently a thing where you have like the semblance of like the culture anywhere that people think you're just trying to bait, the people from there. It's like
right. Let me do that right now as soon as I figure out how do I what button. I don't stream enough for this. What button make stream? Borscht.
What are you trying to do? What are you trying to do?
I'm trying to change edit the title midstream.
Well, I think Streamlabs has an option for
it. I found it. All right. My heart will fart on. All right. Let me write Pinoy. What else can I write? Taiwan.
I would also like to point out one thing. You have one person who is addicted to toothpaste in your stream.
I wonder who you're talking about. That's really sus. Why would you say that, Budgie? Why would you say that?
It's some guy called what's it like? My God, I know who you mean. Some guy has the name Toothpaste Addict or something.
Oh, thank goodness, it's not me.
Right. Here we go.
That's what Budgie. That's what BB says because I like mint.
Oh.
Mint is like mint. You do.
Let me put in Pinoy baiting as well.
I heard eating too much toothpaste is not good for you. Though I can understand why you want to swallow it if you have a mint. I quite like mint too, but yeah.
There you go. I updated my title to include Taiwan, Singapore, and Pinoy. And I also wrote in Pinoy baiting so everybody knows what I'm doing.
Oh, okay. I'll just go leap off the cliff now, save myself the
trouble.
No,
it's fine. I mean, look, we represent the three best Asian countries. Singapore for its economic growth, Philippines for its hot bitches, and then Taiwan for me.
Come on, you could say more about Taiwan. And I can't believe you claim to be Taiwanese when you can't read the simple Chinese characters
That's
on the.
fine. Nobody needs to know that. I'll just
I'm
Google
I'm
Translate it if anybody ever asks me to read it
I'm
on
doubting
stream.
your identity now. You need Taiwanese, aren't you? You're Taiwanese baiting, and it's called oh, what's that called? There's a term for it. You're Taiwanese baiting for sure. You can't even read Chinese.
Yeah,
It's like a
good.
Please
at
I'm the
tell
least
me
best.
what
she
the
knows
word
a
is.
bit of Filipino.
That's the Western's favorite type of Asian. The people who only look Asian but are Western in every other way.
It's called a banana.
But
Oh,
is
yeah.
that really what it's called?
Yeah,
No
I've heard that
joke?
before.
It's called a banana. You
Have you not heard
banana.
that before?
I'm-
Because it's yellow on the outside and white on the inside.
That's the kind of joke you make when you're in middle school and you're just having fun with your friends. I didn't think it was an actual thing. That's hilarious.
I have heard it before. I'm not sure how widespread it is, but I've heard the term banana before. Yeah,
Banana.
banana.
You banana.
Oh,
Yeah,
monkey, what
exactly.
banana?
I've got all the hotness of somebody from Asia mixed with all the dumb
Alcohol
culture stuff
tolerance that is.
comes from the whiteness. Yeah, the alcohol tolerance
Banana.
that comes from Germans. It's funny because I guess it really is a genetic thing, right?
That's what.
The
Yeah.
Germans have like a faster metabolism, or at least it's like generations of drinking beer have caused this to occur, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But like I noticed like maybe it's just that I'm not around the right people. I can't outdrink a German, that's for sure, but I can outdrink everybody who is not from a drinker country, you know.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
couldn't outdrink an Irish person, I don't think, and I couldn't outdrink a German person, but the average Asian, the average Indian, the average somebody from Sweden, something like that, I could drink more than them. Maybe
I
not
could take
Finland.
you. I could.
The Finnish people, they like their alcohol.
You sound like an alcoholic, my dear. Are you
Yeah.
alright?
Well,
That's to be seen, but for very different
Yeah,
reasons.
exactly. Actually, I haven't drunk that much since I stopped being depressed. You know, go figure.
Wow.
That these two are linked. No, I just want to, because even when I was in school, my reasoning for drinking wasn't at parties and stuff wasn't, oh hey, let's get wasted. It was existence is suffering. Let me douse my pain in alcohol. You know, it was never for fun. I never drank alcohol for fun. You know,
Yeah, only
'Cause
did
it's
it for fun and around college, and then I think
Right.
only once afterwards.
Did it stop being fun, or
Oh, it
what?
stops
Is it
being
just
fun if you're stupid and do it to the point of projectile vomiting. Because then alcohol used to actually have a pleasant taste to it, but ever since the projectile vomiting, it tastes like vomit.
do you have a fun projectile vomiting story that you would like to tell?
Schnapps is really good.
Schnapps, like German schnapps?
Yes, of course.
Yeah. Well, what does this have to do with it? What have
Well,
you done?
that's how projectile vomiting happened.
Oh god. How about you, Budgie? Have you ever had a moment where you were so drunk that you did you ever drink to an excessive amount?
I'm not a banana like you, so I have inferior Asian genes. They don't allow me to drink till I projectile vomit.
See, I don't see it as inferior. I see it as a money-saving gene.
It is! No, that's what I say too! It's like, ha ha, I need less than you. $5 and I'm done.
Yeah, because it's very annoying. I'm getting buzzed over here, and everybody else is passing out. I'm like, huh? You know.
It's
I get
inferior because I get drunk really quick. Like I just take 2 sips and I'm gone. And then
that's
after
great
that,
though.
half an hour later, I wake up. I'm like, okay, I'm back. I'm
You know-
sober again.
You don't have to buy as many drinks.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
cool
trick
part.
they do during Carnival in Germany. They say, don't eat a breakfast so you can get drunk faster.
Bro,
It's tradition there in Cologne. I
It's
went to my friend.
tradition.
Oh, it's true.
Let's
I went to-
destroy my stomach lining.
I went to my friend Christoph's house during Carnival. We used to do it every year because he used to drag me along, you know. And they give you a good example of how miserable I was for years for letting myself get dragged along to a festival that's just about drinking, right? But
Bro.
he essentially said like his family was like, don't eat. Alcohol's expensive, you know. Just skip out on breakfast, have something for lunch, and get a good buzz on, and then try and ride that for the rest of the day, you know.
Bro, why? But the
They
thing is,
yeah.
don't you get hangover?
I
Huh?
have gotten I get hungover, not to the point where I feel super sick, but from occasion on occasion. I think it's more so to do with the kind of alcohol I consume rather than the amount, you know. Because
Bro.
I've had nights where I consume like fantastic amounts of alcohol and I feel fine afterwards, but different nights where I drink a fraction and it just ends badly because it's some cheap crap from Aldi, you know.
Bro, you develop a genetic body expellent. Like, oh,
Yeah,
this alcohol,
Uh-huh.
headache. Oh, this good alcohol can drink more.
I have gained a sort of like a quality control within my body for
Uh-huh.
It's
the
like a
alcohol I
sommelier,
drink.
but delayed. You know what's a sommelier?
What is that?
Oh, Benji used to work in an alcohol company, intern
Yeah.
there. So they're like those like crazy people that swirl the stupid wine glass like some
Ah,
rich
yeah,
kid, and then they
Right.
smell and then they taste, and then they give it some rating and some tasting notes, and be like, "Ooh, this alcohol very good, fine vintage."
I want to do that just one time and go to one of those fancy tasting places and label every alcohol as very good.
No, but it's disgusting. So
Yeah.
they taste it, they spit it out, and then there's a spittoon for it. And I used to have to clean that. So after that, I couldn't I don't want anything to do with wine because you know it's not that fun watching people drink wine and then spit it out, and then
Yeah.
you have to pour it out yourself.
I think don't they do that to not get drunk because the amount of wine they would drink would definitely get them drunk if they were to keep
Yes,
drinking it. Yeah. So
but
they
you
just
imagine
yeah.
50 people taste wine, puke out the wine. You have to clean that thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would
I,
suck.
I would I would imagine that would spoil my wine appetite. My wappetite. Wappetite
Appetite.
sounds like the wet ass pussy appetite, which is also what it is. But also
Uh-huh.
my wine appetite is spoiled.
Anyway, most of them could so if your wine sucks, they could see it and smell it and then they won't even drink it and they will just write down how it tastes like without drinking it because it sucks. So that will be
Right.
your body. If
I
like
wanna
have headache, bad
God.
wine.
It's funny how snobby people get over alcohol specifically. Because it's low it is just poison, right? Like scientifically speaking, it's just poison. It's just poison and you're poisoning yourself and it's more harmful than cigarettes. And then people are just like, ah yes, very good. Very smoky. This poison has a delicate aftertaste, you know.
I like
Uh,
death.
yeah. I mean, gosh, I think the worst hangover for me was where I was going on a hike the next day with my school, and my friends at the time, not now. Now they're no longer my friends because they're scum. Let's call them friends by necessity, right? The people I was with on that night, you know, for some reason they brought some alcohol, or I asked them to, and then they were staying over at my place, and then we just had a good old time drinking a lot. And obviously, the next day, aka in like 6 hours after we're passed out and drunk, you know, we have to get up, drive to like some remote like forest so we can start hiking.
Yeah.
And that was probably one of the worst ones because I was not feeling well and I had to hike like 8 kilometers or something with like a heavy tent on my back so that I could set it up and eat some canned noodles for dinner before crawling onto the thin sheet of plastic that was separating the cold hard ground from me.
I wonder
That
why
was a
you
fun
don't like
experience.
camping.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I wonder as well. It's a mystery to be sure.
Yep.
I don't know, Borscht. Would you like to go camping sometime? Me, you, and Schmudgy?
Well, I love camping, so
Yeah, you're a nerd like that, and we
yep, yep.
established that.
Well, like,
But
how else are you gonna use your camping and survival gear if you don't know how to use it? And the best place to use it is camping.
maybe it'll be more fun when I'm not under the thumb of an oppressive regime.
You're not
AKA
surrounded
my
by bad
school.
influences. You're not heavily
Yeah.
depressed. You're not drunk and overhung. And you're
Those things may or may not have a factor on my ability to camp successfully. I will neither confirm nor deny. Yeah, it will be fun. We can have a grand old orgy. Me, you, Budgie, a few other people. Get Ollie in there. What the hell? You know. We'll have a grand old time. All of us. Get Bong in there as well. Bong is a person, not drugs, by the way. You know what? Get drugs in there as well. Drugs is not a person. It's drugs.
But I'm not too sure about camping. Last time I camped, I'm very good at following instructions
Right.
until I have to start a fire.
Starting a fire is the best part. It's the where you let your carnage loose.
Yeah, you pyromaniac.
It's like it's the one time in your life where you're allowed to wreak havoc. You know, that's my favorite part. The only issue is I never had a proper campfire before. Only thing they wanted at school was they gave us those crappy little like campfire lighters. That's like a little stainless steel thing with one of those you know the ones, right,
Solid
Jory?
fuel.
Yeah,
Solid
yeah.
fuel. Yeah,
Huh?
yeah. That white cube that they give you, right? Not for eating.
Yeah, it's like some alcohol cube or blah, and you set it on fire and it burns just enough for you to boil some water so you can have noodles. It's like, wow, this taught me a lot, school. Thank you. It taught me the depressing reality of being a homeless man.
Well, you wouldn't even have
Um,
that as a homeless man.
Yeah, well, I now know what it's like to be a few steps above homeless. You know, what a grandiose experience.
Damn, without this white stuff, I would have been in the cold.
Yeah, without white stuff, I'm always in the cold. Now, if I'm talking about semen or cocaine, that's up to the audience.
Do I have to create a poll for it? I can. Wait, I have the powers. It's quite amazing. I'm having
Yeah, you
fun.
do have the powers.
Yeah,
Somehow
semen or
you have
cocaine.
the power.
Yeah, none of our regular viewers are here. You know, Kitten is always asleep during this time because he's in the Philippines. Unlike you, you goddamn traitor. You freaking abandoner. If you lived in the Philippines, you could make a living wage with the money you're making right now. How do you feel about that?
That's correct.
You.
But also, I like this as much as people were complaining about it during the pandemic. I like having the access to food and not having to go into the mountains to get it.
You fool. You fool. You could have been
as much as
raising
I like
goats
camping
and milking them every day and then realizing they're male goats after a few days.
Is
and
this
then
a story that you that's
and then
near and true
shrugging
to
and
your
saying, "Oh,
heart?
it doesn't make a difference now, does it?" And then your partner shrugging and saying, "Oh, it's all protein." Anyways, you
Zero
disgust me.
votes.
And this has nothing to do with any possible story that I may have.
Did you milk a male cow? A
No.
male goat?
A male cow is a bull, right?
I don't really know what
last
your
time I
term is.
checked. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think male cows exist. I think it's just called a bull, as far as I'm aware, right?
So, did you milk them or did you not?
Did
No,
you
I
or
didn't.
did you not do
But
the milking?
there's a huge cock and ball swinging from one, and the other has udders. So I feel like that's a hard one to mistake, you know?
Bro, it's still something round and something that is poking out. I do not know whether you think that maybe this cow only have one nipple. That's it.
Maybe this cow just has one huge nipple. One huge dripping nipple. This is completely within the realm of possibility.
Bro, I don't know how survival or like how knowledge you have, you know. So I have to ask you. So did you or did you not?
No, I didn't. There's no cows around here that are even there that are free for me to milk. You know, it's funny because when I was in Germany, my therapist suggested I go work on a farm to get some life perspective, and I was like, I would die because of the pollen allergy, and he was like, oh, okay, never mind then, because
Bro, this
yeah.
why is he sending you to the farm?
He was
He
like,
wants
you
you to go to the
know,
farm.
yeah,
For
that
reals.
was like Dr. Phil. Doesn't Dr. Phil send people to the farm?
The ranch.
The ranch, right? Well, yeah, he was
Ranch.
like, I guess the way he saw it was I had like a skewed worldview because I never really, because I grew up in such an isolated bubble. I don't think he meant to say that I was arrogant or spoiled or anything. I think
Hmm.
it was more kind than that, you know? I feel like if a therapist goes up to you and says you arrogant, spoiled little shit, I feel like their qualifications maybe questionable. No, I think he wanted me to do it because it's like, here, go. Maybe he thought it would be therapeutic, you know, because farms are nice. Peaceful places.
I'm not just smelling cow and horse and maybe goat and chicken poo all day. Smells nice.
Super therapeutic. I don't know what you're
Right.
talking about.
You need to go to the toilet bowl and be like,
Yeah, you're like, finally, some fresh
I'm
air.
done.
You fart really hard so you can smell something else.
At least this one came from me.
Yeah. Yeah, you go up to the animals, you fart in their faces. How do you like it? How do you like it? Oh boy.
I
My
cannot
God.
imagine, you know, I'm no offense to anybody, like if you're not born a farmer.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not saying that you're born with like a plow on your hand and just
Yeah.
like, all right, I can farm instantly. I'm just
I
saying if
I
you
can confirm I was born with a hoe in my hands.
Yeah.
But yeah, go on.
it's not gonna be any easy work. I'm quite sure you will break down in physical exhaustion.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure whether it's a good idea to, be like, to the farm you go, you little
Yeah. Who
spoiled
knows
brat.
what his reasoning was? This guy was definitely, he was licensed, but he was definitely like an alternative kind of guy.
Was
You
it the
know, I mean,
fun
Maybe
guy?
alternative.
yeah, it was the guy who wore a open shirt with like a V-neck with a gold chain.
Okay, then maybe
Uh,
he wasn't speaking about like the actual farm work. He's talking more like go volunteer at your local animal shelter.
maybe that's what he meant. But yeah, he had a gold chain and a V-neck shirt at all times, and he wouldn't sit behind a desk. He would sit behind a piano, and his entire office was just his living room, but filled with plants. And his bunnies would run around the entire. He would close the door,
Yeah, I
and the
don't think he
bunnies
was
live.
talking about a real farm. Like
Yeah,
you're not
possibly.
Huck and Bale. You're becoming one with nature and also getting a little work experience.
That might just be it.
Yeah, he
Because
does not sound like the person to go do hard labor now.
do hard labor. Yeah, he was a fun guy. I kind of feel bad about not being able to see him, but also, I mean, I moved away, so there's that, you know.
Bro, is
But
he Asian?
no, he is a German. He's just a German dude who is super chill with life, I suppose. You know, it's like, yep, this is life. You know, he had bunnies running around in his office, just freely running around. It'd be therapy. He would stop therapy sometimes to. He would interrupt like the session or be like, "Hey, give me a second," and then he would walk outside to his garden and then just start feeding the animals, the squirrels and such. And that was all very fun. He what else?
Did he ask you
He
to sit under a waterfall?
I mean, I'm sure he would have.
Yeah, waterfall.
But he
That
was
would have been
definitely,
a cute like parting gift. You give him one of those fog fountains.
yeah.
Oh my god. Love the fog fountain.
Fuck.
You fuck, go fuck.
He definitely would have been that type of guy. He what else did he do? He um
Did he ask you go to the top of a stone mountain?
he asked me to climb a high place and scream at the top of my lungs that
Take well water
yeah,
up and down stairs.
yeah. It's like carry this to the master's feet every morning and wash them for him. And in time you will learn the nature of this world.
Did he ask you to go to the furthest?
What is that?
Bro, he's checking all of the in Chinese martial art,
Yeah.
they like to send disciples to do this kind of stuff, like sit under
Yeah.
a waterfall, go to the farm, go to the mountains, go to the forest.
Oh yeah, the impossible tasks as well. The like, here's a water bucket with a hole in it. Go fill it with water and come back to me when the water bucket is full.
Or like, so you can be one with nature. You absorb the ultimate chi from the mountains, the water.
Yeah. I
Is
get
that
you. I
is
get
that
you. I
what
get
he's
you.
teaching you?
I guess it was similar to that. I mean, he was like I said, he believed a lot in like meditation and like hypnotherapy. In fact, he believed so much in hypnotherapy that he did not ever have a regular session with me. Every time I went to go see him, it was because of like hypnosis. Obviously, we would chat in between, but like for the most part, everything he would do would be based around like hypnotism. He was a neat dude, and he was the kind of person who was like, well, I don't have anything to do after this, would you like to stay another hour?
Yeah, Buddy barely sticks with the psychology as a subject, and he just threw hypnotherapy in there, and she's gone. She's
Oh,
flown out the window.
I mean, it's fine if people don't, if Budgie doesn't believe it, if you don't believe it, Budgie. I mean, it's to each their own, right? I mean, it just functions on the idea that when you're hypnotized, it's like super concentration. It's the same when you're meditating. It's like, here's therapy, but you're high on drugs, but the drug you're high on is your own brain. I mean, that's essentially what hypnotherapy
It
is
needs a new word,
all
is what
about.
it needs.
Yeah, it does, because it's because of charlatans that people associate freaking hypnosis with such negative things, right? It's because hypnosis, the way you see it, is like, oh, look, this guy on stage is pretending to be a pig. Oh, that's crazy. It's like, I never want to do something where I can't control what I'm doing or thinking. It's like, all right, Megan, it's like, that's not what it is it now? Like, hypnotherapy just means that you concentrate really hard, and it's just way easier to
I
concentrate.
think I call that hyper focus.
Yeah, you're in more of a elusive state, but never in your life is it like, I snap my fingers and now now you're a cow or something like that. It's like
we
it's
save
not.
that for parties.
Yeah, that's not what. I wish hypnosis were like that, and it's definitely not one of those things where, like, people make you believe that you have no control via TV, but that's not what it is. You have full control. There's never anything that you do that you do not want to do. That would be ridiculous. That would be illegal, and that would be so useful. Why wouldn't the police use it in every interrogation ever? It's like, I hypnotize you and now you will confess. It's like all of that stuff. You can't get involuntarily hypnotized, is the point.
I got a question for you. Do you have a brick?
I can get a brick.
Yeah, what do you want me to do with the brick, Budgie? Please tell me.
Go on. What's the brick for?
Can you break the brick with your bare feet now? Like, are you in a martial art like school or something? Do you sign up for the wrong shit?
Oh my god.
Yeah, I go in there and he's like, you have now completed therapy. Now break this board in half.
This is actually just a facade for a whole new army.
Yeah, it's like, you've done it. You've completed the course. Here's your gun.
Bro,
I
you sound
wish.
like a Shaolin master kind of train, go to the mountains, meditate, come, let me hypnotize you, unlock your chi, and now you can bare feet and crack a brick.
Oh yeah.
Is that what you can do now?
I wanted to do that for a long time. I'll let you speak first, Jory.
Look, it's like I'm definitely the person who doesn't mind if media is unrealistic because, you know, I didn't grow up in an unhealthy household that didn't teach me how to separate fiction from
Right.
reality. And so I totally enjoy those stupid movies where they have the wrong kind of hypnotism, you know, like
Yeah, yeah.
the one where magic is used to steal things out of vaults. That was a highly entertaining movie.
Right, right, right.
Like the
I
hypnotist gets hypnotized, everyone gets hypnotized. Magic
that's
doves are
yeah.
everywhere.
Well, it just means
Water's
you have that
floating.
ability to separate fiction from reality. You know, like if you saw a movie, you wouldn't think this is real life. You know, unless it's a documentary, I suppose. But even then, it's biased. But I guess a lot of people don't really take it that way. They just look at it and they go, "This is exactly the way it is. I saw it on Dateline." You know.
Oh,
Uh,
that reminds me. Discovery Channel did a series where they
yeah.
took fantasy stuff and then they're like, okay, if this was real, we could probably, with all our wells of knowledge, figure out how it was made. Like they did Dragons Made Real, and they also did a mermaid one. They didn't tell anybody they were doing this kind of. I mean, maybe they
Yeah.
advertised, but like they just showed it that the military captured a mermaid and were studying it, and people got so upset. But I don't know. The Navy had to make a statement. No, we do not have mermaids.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Because Discovery Channel
That's
made
pretty
it
funny.
a funny, you know, just a cute, creative
Yeah, yeah.
documentary on fucking mermaids.
That's pretty funny.
Lies. Area 51. We know she's there.
Yeah,
We're
Area
rating it
51.
right now.
Oh boy, that's pretty funny. I'm pretty proud that a lot of people turned out to rate it. Even if
Uh-huh.
nobody got shot, it was still pretty funny. uh yeah,
So
I
you're
guess
a
some
Shaolin
people
master now.
I like when
yeah.
the elderly, because the young, you know, it's I can't ever take it nicely. But when the
Right.
elderly just waddles up, it's like, they wouldn't notice me. I'm going to go walk to the sundown.
I'm entering Area 51. Yeah.
That's the funniest shit.
Yeah.
What can you do to me? I'm gonna die anyway. I might as well die knowing the truth,
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, they're right. You know, Area 51, they couldn't possibly stop everybody. You know, if there was like
Mm,
60,000 people rushing, a lot of people would die,
mm.
but I'm sure somebody would get through.
No. Do you know there's a gun that can it's a machine gun, but I'm not too sure what's the accuracy of it. But I'm quite sure it can fire 10,000 rounds
Yeah,
per,
but
Right. Then if it
you
can
know.
fire 10,000 rounds per minute, then we need 15,000 people per
you've been
minute.
hanging around a certain
Yeah.
Olympian far too much.
Oh god.
Mm.
But yeah, I
I'm with you,
considered
Shil.
I considered giving up my life and going to become a Shaolin
Me
monk
too.
at some point. It was after I was done with high school and I was doing art, but I really wasn't super committed to it. You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I didn't really have a lot going for me in life. You know, I didn't have I had no really big friendships because I cut ties with everybody I was in school with, right?
Why?
Uh, why? Because they sucked as people, and
You do know
yeah,
why he's such the messed up person because he was
the
surrounded by messed up people.
yeah, they just weren't good people. So I was like, I'm gonna cut ties with all of them, and I did. And I was just, and my parents moved, so I wasn't even living in my old home anymore that I lived in while I was in school. So I was like in a new location with, I didn't know anybody from my past or my future or anybody around me, you know. And I just thought, well, I have nothing to do. Life kind of sucks. So I was like, it was my way of escapism. You know what I mean? It was my way to kind of escape the world, was to become a Shaolin monk. You know, like I was going to do that. I was going to say, all right, since there's nothing left for me, I might as well go up into the mountains and spend every day training kung fu. You know, I'll get really fit and I'll get really healthy because, you know, I'll just be meditating all day.
And
And
you get
then,
really bald.
and I get really what? Oh yeah, really
Bald.
bald. Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah.
exactly.
As you do.
I'll get really bald, I'll get really trained, I'll just spend the rest of my life like meditating and being at peace. Like I know that it's an unhealthy attitude now that I can reflect on it, because it has nothing to do with wanting to be a Shaolin monk. It has everything to do with me just wanting to change my life and escape like whatever bad feelings are in the present, right? Like that's what it was really about. But at the time I was seriously considering it. I was like looking up places where I can just like go seclude myself in the mountains and do fucking kung fu all day and meditate all day, have some old fart. And I was looking up like research, and like there's this one video of a guy that was really informative. How he said he's also Asian, but he's not like fully Asian, and he talks about how he became a Shaolin monk, and he talks about how he went to train and they took it super easy on him, because even though he is Asian, he's not fully Asian, so they still treated him like a foreigner, until the day where he was like, no, I want to become a warrior monk. And they're like, you want to be a warrior monk? Okay, if you really want to. And then they started treating him like everybody else, where they like whooped his ass with canes, like beat him if he did something wrong, shit like that. It's like, okay, you're going to be up at 6 and you're going to be working fucking kung fu until like 12 at night, and then you go to sleep. Jesus Christ again. Hey, Jakey, the trash can, I'm being raided. This noise is too loud every time.
Adjust your volume.
I don't know how. It scares the crap out of me every time I hear it, because I'm like, I never expect it. I just have to change it to something like a fart sound or something. That would be nice. Oh god. Hey, Jakey. It scared the crap out of me. We're talking about how I almost became a Shaolin monk. It would have been fun, right? I would definitely never have become the artist that I am now, but hell, I would have been able to kick ass with kung fu.
And also
probably have really good Chinese skills at this point, because they probably forced me to learn that stuff.
And the trauma of living uncomfortably in Seoul all the time, that you would have never lie down.
I think ultimately that's what convinced me, is the amenities of modern life that I didn't want to give up.
Yeah.
It's like this guy was on YouTube. The guy that I watched to kind of get a feel for how it would be to become a Shaolin monk. He was talking about what was he talking about? He was talking about how there was no insulation or something like in the place he was at. So oftentimes like he would just be, it's the mountains. It would be freezing cold. It'd be 6 a.m. and then they would just be like, all right, get to doing push-ups for the next 6 hours. He would have to do that in the freezing cold, and he was like, they wouldn't care if you passed out or threw up. It's like they just whoop your ass with a cane, until you do it right. But obviously he took the hardest path, right? He chose this, he wanted to become a warrior monk, and that's very much different than, I guess, just being a standard Shaolin monk.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, but yeah, Budgie, I considered being a Shaolin monk at a time, Budgie. Is Budgie still there?
Yeah.
Budgie has fallen asleep.
Budgie's like, this story is boring.
No.
I
was just considering what led you to think that you are all alone, and just basically what led to your your back then thought process. That was why I was quiet. I was just processing, because I think, I mean, no offense to you, that I think that there are good people in this world. It's just
you
that
fool, Jory, eliminator. yeah, go ahead.
It's just that I think how sometimes we misunderstand people.
Yeah.
Like sometimes I think that you're shitty, but then Jory will come, nice. This is his thought process. Perhaps like people are not very good at expressing themselves.
Yeah, like communication.
Mm-hmm.
We're just like,
hold on, you two sassy mongrels. Every day my harem increases with the amount of people talking in my stream. Jakey the trash can says, I would throw away everything and live in the woods or live on the sea. I would love to live on a houseboat and just sail the seas. But once again, it's like all of those things are things I would have to give up art for to do, you know? I feel like living in the woods I wouldn't do because the fucking spooky ass woods, the hell, get me out of here. But like living on a boat in the sea, that would be fucking fantastic. But I would have to throw away the life I have now, which I just now it's fine. I wouldn't want to do that. But yeah, go on, Shmudgy, keep going. You think people are good
You think
inherently?
people are
No. Now we need to ask the question. If you live on the boat, when you
Yeah.
go on land to get supplies, do you walk like Captain Jack Sparrow?
It's like the drunken like teetering, just like the
I mean,
I
there's this movie called Waterworld where, it's this post-apocalyptic scenario where the world just suddenly becomes covered completely with water and there's no like islands anymore. So everyone's on floating apparatuses and there's someone who is like part fishy and then he goes on land and he's like, "Oh, I feel sick." It's fun.
I heard of that. It's called land sickness, right? Also, my mother came in to give me fries and a burger, so
Oh, nice.
if I eat during this, it's your fault.
Oh, okay. It's my fault for
Anyways.
inviting you.
Yeah. Well, technically, this is also my stream, so I'm the king of this world.
Yeah, you're the
Alright,
king of that
Jakey,
stream.
If you're wondering,
Uh-huh.
we're also streaming on YouTube at the same time. I stream on YouTube on the weekends with Jory. And because I'm not a Twitch affiliate, there's no laws that can bind me.
You're also not supposed to have VODs on YouTube until after 24 hours.
Yeah, there we go. So they're all what's it called? I'm not bound by the laws of this world.
Oh, it's
Rebel
okay.
without
You
a
just have to accept that when you can't monetize anything, you know why.
Yeah.
Like
hold
if
on,
you're okay with struggling like that, then that's one thing.
I'm perfectly fine. Keep talking about the stuff. I'm gonna turn the fan
Yeah.
towards me and then eat some fries while
But if
weighing in.
if you complain once about not getting any money, then I will yeet you off into the space. That's what.
Ah, yes.
Because
Alright,
there's
what's
two
up?
paths, right? There's the one where you play the game to the best of your ability and try to really stick with the algorithm and content and treat this like a job. And then there's the other one where you're doing this more for you and some sort of goal or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you don't complain about not succeeding.
Oh, I totally complain about not succeeding. I mean, Jakey, you agree, right? I should be absolutely famous by now. Just hordes and
What
hordes
does
of
Jakey?
people.
What does Jakey say?
Oh, Jakey is saying, I forget you can't see the chat.
I can barely
Jake-
see it on your screen, but I'm not opening it up on mine.
Jakey says he loves that movie. And then he says, yet them. And I think he means yeet them.
Oh yeah, so he agrees I should eat. Yay, Jakey!
Look,
I like your new follower.
I complain because of my excessive amounts of arrogance, right?
Sure,
Which is
yeah.
what will carry me forward very
Uh-huh.
far in life. Because the best people who succeed are people with massive egos who know how to channel that into something positive. I just haven't figured out the channel it into something positive part. So I've got the ego though.
I'm stuck on the
halfway there.
positivity. I don't know what this is. What do I even do?
Did Budgie ever get to finich what she was saying, or did
Oh,
you
I'm so
and
sorry. I don't know.
keep interrupting? Budgie, I'm sorry. You're
Yeah,
saying people are
Budgie.
good.
Sorry, yeah. Well, I think, yeah, there are just good people in this world. It's just that you have been very unlucky. Maybe it's
Oh,
because
yeah.
you didn't reply me.
Oh yeah, sorry, Budgie. We're just
You got
talking.
cursed.
See, I had an issue where I was talking over Jory, and now Jory and I are talking over you.
Yeah.
Uh,
It doesn't help that I'm tired,
alright.
so I'm worse. I'm like 100% worse. So I'm talking over people. I'm tired.
Jakey, you're so nice. He says that he would pay me money for my art. That's very nice, Jakey. Would you pay me more than Marsh gets paid? Because in that case, I would accept immediately to rub it into Marsh's wounds. Rub the poverty right in her face. The glory. All right, Jakey, I'm going to ask you a question. I'm going to continue talking to Budgie. How much would you pay for a comic page like this? Oh, God. Fuck me. Here you go.
That's not in the package. That's not in the package deal.
Yeah, I'm not selling anything right now, but this is just a fun comic I'm doing for myself. How much would you pay for this? Anyways, I'll read your answer in a second. Budgie. Yeah, I get it. You know, some people, it's just about your, what does my mother always say? In Chinese, she says,
Math, be Chinese,
it's
be
your,
Asian.
what's
You're a
fate but in
failure.
Chinese? I always forget the word.
命运.
Yeah, 你的命. She always says it's your 你的命. Yeah, 命.
Your life.
Yeah,
It
it's
means
your
your
life.
life, yes.
It's your destiny. You know, some people have shit destinies. I guess what she's saying is just like live with it. You know, it's like you're right. I was at the time I was very, very suspicious and hurt, because I met terrible people, and that's why I wanted to run away and become a Shaolin monk, right? But now, you know, I don't really feel like I want to be a Shaolin monk anymore. I think it'd be hella cool, but also it'd be hella cool in the sense that it would be hella cool to be a theoretical physicist, you know, which is also what I wanted to do at one point. But you know, you give up too much. At least in my opinion, I give up too much when I'm a theoretical physicist, you know, or a Shaolin monk or anything like that. You know, it's like I would have to give up being a comic artist, just like being a musician. You know, I can't be a comic artist and a musician, at least not to the degree that I want. You know, but all of this stuff is I would have loved to do, or a chef. You know, professional chef.
Actually,
What
I would
about?
like to ask you something
Yeah, go
further.
ahead.
Okay, given your current situation,
Okay, I have to turn up your
sure.
volume. Hold on, Budgie. I'm gonna turn up your volume because I can't hear you over the fan now. Where's the thing? Haha, use your volume.
Wow.
Keep going.
Wow. Like I'm quite sure like probably Marsh will also face the same situation, which is like don't you guys find some comfort in your online friends?
I think at the time me and Marsh weren't really that close yet, right?
Because I know I was at the tail end of you realizing that you surrounded yourself with a bunch of bad people and you were slowly eating them out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was because you know that was around the time where people were starting to complain that you didn't talk. Like you would just respond with an emote and not like engage in conversation, because you used to be the
Right.
person where, you know, we swap life stories, we would tell funny events that happened. There was a full breadth of conversation. All of a sudden there was no conversation. There was only emoji after emoji after emoji.
Right.
And then people start getting annoyed with you.
Right. I got you. Before I reply, I'm gonna reply to Jakey, who says that the art piece I'm doing right now gives Over the Garden Wall vibes. I love Over the Garden Wall. I watch it every October as like a tradition.
Cute.
And you know that series Over the Garden Wall, Marsh, the one I told you to watch like 2 or 3 years ago, you son of a bitch.
It was on my wish list for Amazon, and I just don't have. I can't have the
wish list where I offered. I was like, I'll buy it for you, so you watch it, and you were like, oh, it's okay, it's fine, I don't need it.
Yeah, that's
Goddamn. Yeah, good show, Jakey. Yeah, that's right, Jakey. It is good show. Fucking hell. Marsh, you gotta watch the. It's an art piece. It's not even a
It is.
series.
You don't
It's
have
an
to
art
convince
piece.
me.
It's about art style, and yeah,
I
the music is
know.
good. That's right, Shaky. The music is fantastic.
I know it's good. It's just that I'm not allowing myself to buy anything until I can support
I'll
myself.
buy it for you.
Yeah, but you know what you bought me? You bought me a board game and you sent it to me.
Yeah, I also bought Marsh an assortment of porn games on hentai games on Steam because they were on sale. They were like 16 games for $5. I was like, that's worth it to me. Oh boy, did you play them yet?
No, I just downloaded.
Anyways, Jakey said he would pay me $90 or higher for this.
That's a
Marsh,
good price.
Is that the money you get, or is it slightly more?
Give or take, the black and white commissions.
Right.
Oh wait, it's more than it's more than oh wait, because yours is colored. Okay. It's about on par because I'm doing black and white comics. And so that's 50 for black and white, but for color I would pump it up to close to 100, you're right.
Nice, Jakey. You have appeased the Marsh and you have appeased me by offering to pay me more than Marsh. You could have said 100,000. I would have still been like, yeah, as long as it's more than what Marsh gets. Even though I have no need for the money whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, you do. You just have to establish yourself.
I suppose I have a need for the money eventually, in the sense that eventually my parents will rip away the support they're currently giving me and force me to work.
Yeah.
So it's good that at least my skill is high enough to have somebody think, that is good. Anyways, I'm gonna pee and I'm gonna come back and eat this burger, and you can keep talking.
Oh, okay.
While I do that. All right, it'll be like 2 minutes. All right, keep talking.
Yep.
Remember to wash your hands.
Yeah, don't forget to do that.
Bijinut Bandet.
Oh, so you've been pretty busy lately. Is it anything casual enough?
I've been sort of promoted, so I got quite busy, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's good though.
Yeah. It's good, but I sometimes work on the weekend. And hence why I haven't been appearing.
That's okay.
So I do still want to show my support for you guys, to be honest. So I'll try to work hard.
No, it's alright. I feel the support even if you're busy.
Like I try to say hi when I can, like especially before work and after work. Like that's the only time I'm available. Yeah, I'm like quite overwhelmed by work now. It's like many things stack on me, like, okay, you do this now, I give you more money, but that also means more work.
Right. Yeah, I've been overwhelmed as well. I've just started like putting myself back together. So, you know, it's all colliding.
Yeah, I could tell because like sometimes when like I do like bother you guys, like send you a funny message like, you there, you streaming, hello. So I could tell like if you're busy, I'll just be like, okay, did you wash your hand?
No, I washed my hand.
I was eating while in the toilets. I didn't need to wash my hands.
Bro.
I just chose to take my pants off and pee myself. That way my hands touch nothing.
Totally clean.
Anyways, what did I miss? No, I didn't close the door. Give me a second. I gotta close the door.
I'm still in the toilet, by the way. I'm at the toilet.
Shush you. Alright, give me a second.
And then next thing you hear is like a water like dripping noises. And then you'll be like, Yeah, but so I'm trying my best to look into how to make you guys better.
Oh. Good luck.
What's up?
I feel like the problem's internal. I don't know if you can help with Budgie, but I give you consent to try.
Oh.
I think The first way is to start posting videos. So I have to try harder.
You're putting a lot of work on yourself, unfortunately. Like, like there's one thing if you want to do it as a creative endeavor, like more power to that.
Oh.
But you know, it's also you're so busy.
That was a good burger.
Yep, good. Choke on it.
I get it.
Anyways,
Budgie
I will
is
ask.
yeah.
Oh, sorry. You can go continue first.
Yeah, Budgie, you stress yourself so much. Don't you have like a full-time job as well as editing our videos? By the way, Budgie is editing some of our videos on the YouTube channel that this is also streaming on while I'm streaming this to Twitch. Don't tell Twitch. Hee hee hoo hoo. But yeah, you have like a full-time job, so it's that's why we always say don't stress yourself too much, because we know you work hard already. Oh.
Sometimes your best just isn't enough.
Sometimes you can spread yourself too thin. Like, I would love to create my dream eco-friendly live-in bus, with a little bed and a little spot just for my computer, and it doesn't have condensation ever. and learn how to fix biodiesel trucks so then, it's self-sufficient. I can fix it myself when it breaks down, because that's what you have to do, or else you're, shit out of luck. But no, I can only learn one thing. I'm barely absorbing enough anatomy to, get by on commissions. I'm not even getting by on commissions because, the sketch keeps getting sent back because of the bad anatomy.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. That's exactly how I feel when choosing a life path, I guess, because you can't do art is so much more demanding than people realize, and even more than I realized still, when I started art.
Right.
Because it seems like so much fun, but you have to sacrifice a lot of your time to art.
You have to know life it.
Yeah, when you do, you kind of have to give up other aspects, like especially for us, because we're modern digital artists, right? So the breadth of, and we both want to be comic artists, right?
Yeah.
So the breadth
Right?
of things that we have to learn is far exceeding what a regular artist should have to learn. It's like if you were a landscape artist, you learn landscapes, and you can dabble in other stuff. But comic artists, it's like you need to learn everything. It's like you need to know how to draw a car, a sword, a guy, a woman, a child, an old man, a monster, a demon, a tree, the floor, the ground, the sky, the sun, clouds. It's like anything you can imagine, we have to draw,
Yeah.
Because the comics are like movies, except here, it's you're doing the entire movie by yourself. You have to know where to move the camera. You have to know how high to move the camera, what camera angles are what, and it's like all of these things are things that people usually specialize in. You have camera people who specialize just in what shots to take. I guess those people are called directors.
What? Good job.
You have directors who specialize entirely on that, and yeah, they have to know what objects they want in the scene, but hell, they don't have to draw it. They don't have to understand how it freaking works to recreate it from nothing. And just like an abstract artist doesn't have to concern themselves with all of these things. A hyper realistic artist doesn't have to concern themselves with dialogue or camera angles, like blah blah blah. It's like it's comic artists are unique in that sense that we have to do everything by ourselves.
Yeah, I heard, as much as I agree with that, the scary thing that I heard was that more and more people are requesting you to have multiple skills, like even in the industry. And it's probably because, it's like caveman go unga bunga, can only hunt. Oh, now we delegate stuff and technology gets better so we can, do more and more with little time we have. Technology has gotten so good that we're like, okay, we got this. Now you can put more tasks on your plate, learn more things so you can do more things, and we can hire less people.
Yeah. That's why the modern art dream is to be independent while making your story.
I mean, hey, even when I was younger and my uncle with his gallery is like, oh yeah, people have what's that thing where someone promotes you or they learn how to
A promoter?
No. It's like a contact, but it's not contact. It's a agent or
Recommendation.
something. No.
An
It's like an
agent?
agent. Yeah, like you have your agent talk to galleries, get your stuff out to magazines. They basically take care of all the PR and promotion stuff. And
It's a
Right.
he's like, "Oh,
manager.
you could just do it yourself."
Yeah.
So now
Well,
my
it's
question for
yeah.
both of you is, do you regret going onto this path?
Well, do you, Jory?
I regret it every day of my life. I'm gonna do it.
Um, no, but genuinely, would you be something besides an artist if you could choose right now?
I'd be a better artist because it's not that I don't like art. It's just that I'm so lacking in everything that it means to be a functioning
Right.
person of society and an artist, let alone an artist. I just wish I was a better person. Because
Hmm.
man, I could get so much done if I were, decent.
Well, I feel like you'd get more done if you had the money for therapy.
I mean, it's becoming this like halo of if I fix my mental issues, I'll be good. But it's gonna be really depressing when I get therapy. And it's like, well, I'm still fucked.
That's true. Well, at least if you get therapy and you get stuck, you won't feel as bad about it. I think that's the point, right?
Oh, yeah, that's
Like you'll
fair.
still get stuck, but at least you won't be beating yourself up to this degree, you know?
Well, the only reason why I'm beating myself up is because
You hate yourself?
no, because there's and eventually savings runs out, and then suddenly you don't get to live in your apartment anymore. That's really it. If there wasn't an idea of trying to be independent, then this pace that I'm going at, who gives a damn? I'm it's like I'll get my comic done when I get my comic done. The
Right, exactly.
problem is
It's the living wage.
sustainability. Yeah.
Yeah, so Jory doesn't regret being an artist. She regrets not having money. Which is how I'm gonna feel in a year. But right now, I don't regret becoming an artist.
But for now, it's okay.
For now, maybe when I run out of money, I will regret it heavily. But it's funny, right? Because art
Yeah.
is, if all human beings had all their like needs for living taken care of for the rest of their life, then I feel like a lot of people would just pursue creative endeavors, right?
Well, that's actually what Scott McCloud was talking about. Like when
The clown.
okay, I forgot his name. Is it McCloud? Scott McCloud? I thought it was
Oh,
Scott
Scott
McCloud.
McCloud.
Yeah, because
So,
and even
I
in
just
his
heard the
book.
clown.
No, you bitch!
Like,
It's McCloud. It's just the
he should still be
idea.
alive,
He's
right?
like fucking Oonga Boonga caveman. Oh, we figured out what fire was and now we can survive. We have extra time on our hands and idleness
Yeah.
it creates, chaos and boredom. And so, oh, we're gonna do creative stuff. And, since that time when people have a little extra after getting their shit done, they've been craving, the creative expressiveness.
Yeah. I wonder if monkeys feel that, or it's just humans.
Oh, that would be an interesting difference between. Oh yeah, this was thrown about a lot during college, but I've forgotten about it probably because too many people said it and I stopped, heeding it any mind. But the difference between animals and humans is that humans make art.
Hmm. It is funny. It is funny in that sense that we still don't really have a society that values art to the degree where everybody can do what they want, you know? I mean, because as much as there are people who want to be artists, I'm sure there are people who don't care about this stuff, you know, and would rather just enjoy it than make it themselves. Um, it's funny that we still kind of shit on art, you know, because I know this from my home, right? Like my parents, for the longest time, crapped on art a lot, you know, because they don't understand that. You know how art is to old people. Art to old people is a landscape portrait, you know, and maybe some guy who sells a cube for 20 million, you know? It's like that's what art is to them. But art is so varied, and it always has been that way. Even comic artists have existed like for thousands of years, except back then you didn't call it comics, right? Back then you called it like murals, you know? But what's the difference between like a mural and a comic? That's what Scott McCloud talks about as well, right? It's still a series of like sequential images that tells a story, you know? And like the Egyptian murals, for example. You know?
I think it's ego and categorization, because it's like it reminds me of this one time when someone just graduated from nursing school, and then they were trying to tell me that itchiness is only dryness of the skin, and that there's no other cause for this went on for an unreasonable amount of time, because this person had just learned something and they put value in the effort they put in, aka see, I wrote my reasoning out, and because I wrote it out, I'm gonna hold on to this point of view a lot harder, that the hives don't exist and allergies don't exist at all. And until it took looking up something in some book for them to be like, oh right, it does exist, I guess. And I think that's what it is with art, because of course the wood carvings is, I think, the most prominent example, because it is such a intense work of art that both sculpture and painters respect, and it's still sequential art. And then it takes something like that for people to even remotely think about sequential art as fine art.
I have finished eating.
You have, good job.
It is true, but it's funny because, I mean, what you're saying is true. I don't understand why people value fine art so much. What are you gonna enjoy more, a comic story or some dumbass painting? It's like you could walk past that painting every day and think, "Huh, that's neat." But a good story that grips you, you're gonna read it again and again and again, and even more than that, you're gonna share it and like teach your kids about it, even, and be like, "This is a story I read when I was a kid and I loved it, and so now I want you to read it." That's what my dad did with me with Asterix comics, and it's funny because this medium is consumed so much more easily and so much more widely by everybody, and for some reason that becomes like a reason to look down on it. It's like, why are comics looked down upon just because they're consumed more by the general public? Why does fine art, why does something of such value have to be some dumbass piece of crap that nobody really understands or cares about? It's like there's a certain fun. That's what the art movements were all about, is they were challenging the previous art movements. It's like, this is this and this is that and this is the opposite of that. And then it becomes really fun, because if you're already in the field, it's like, yes, I can understand why this is a brilliant art piece, because it defies what the previous generation did. But it's gone too far, and now nobody understands. And even the people who don't understand pretend to understand, and it creates these like hyper snobs who, just like you said, they believe so fervently in something that it's almost impossible to change their mind, even if you are correct.
Well, when people are told that something is prestigious and that you can hold it high above something else, people just kind of want that. They desire it. It's kind of a theme in Pun Pun as well, where like life is such an empty experience, and it's so logical and cold and callous that you just kind of make up something to believe in. And for some people, that is like, oh, this thing is super super important, super super elegant, is basically like the most important thing, and anything that contradicts it is now attacking my sense of living.
Right, gotcha.
I think I can answer your question.
Go ahead, Budgie. Everybody put their hands together for Budgie. I never even introduced Budgie. Budgie, like, officially, Budgie is
Wah.
Budgie is a bird.
Wah.
And she's our friend.
Wah.
And she edits and helps with all the logistical stuff in the YouTubes and the YouTubes. The Twitch is my thing.
Wow.
But Budgie is very good, Budgie, very good. Go
Wow.
on,
Wow.
Budgie.
It's like I think you should understand this since you stay in Switzerland. Like
Right.
watch is like a very huge economy there, isn't it?
Oh, the Swiss watches, yeah.
It's like the more rare it is and the craftsmanship of the watch, even though you don't need a fucking watch because you already have a phone
Yeah.
that can tell you the time very accurately. You don't
Yeah.
need to worry about resetting your watch every 10 years or so.
Yeah.
But people still desire it. It's just that there's this rarity involved in it. Whereas in comic, because it's so widely available, there's no rarity to it. So it's not something that you can physically own. You cannot take away the aspect of like, people
Oh, because
wanting to
everybody can have the
physically.
comic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it could be that, I
I,
mean,
I
or there's something fundamental about like owning a book versus owning an ebook that we cannot comprehend the difference, and we definitely value owning a physical book. That could be that,
perhaps, yeah, it's true. As much as people crap on NFTs, I think it's a good step in the right direction, because it's gone too crazy because it's assigned like a insanely high amount of value to digital art, which is colossally stupid, right? But at least it has assigned value to digital art, and made some people excessively rich. I don't understand what everybody's problem is with NFTs. If you don't like it, don't buy them. Don't tell everybody not to buy them, you dumbass. I want to make a living.
I think it's environmental
Is
as well.
it?
I mean, not like all of it is environmental, but I think that like if we were to remove society from the equation right now,
Just
and
remove
the
it.
monkeys, like the
Yeah.
whole monkey scenario about if this critique is on anything that makes a ton of money for what people see as little effort, like even you voiced that kind of thing on if you watch something that you don't think deserves the money and you're struggling and you need the money, of course you're gonna like take it out on
Yeah,
something.
of course.
But if we
yeah.
remove that from the equation, what's wrong with NFTs is the lack of organization, the lack of accountability, and its impact on industry environment and all that stuff.
Right.
Because it's taking like a country's worth of power to do a tiny thing, and I don't think the blockchains is for art, because this is technology that should be used for something entirely different. Like this is for
Yeah.
security stuff. This isn't for art that is a Google link. Like so NFT as a project with blockchains, I don't think those two are related. I don't think they should be one and the same. Should people be selling art? Yeah. Should we be thinking about different ways we can sell art? Sure. But as a blockchain, those two hardly even connect.
Yeah.
As an entity.
I get what you're saying.
It's like using a quantum computer to do Excel, PowerPoint.
It's pretty funny. Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you need that because okay, Adobe stuff is not optimized.
Yeah. I get what
no
both of you say.
Apple. No Apple.
Yeah, first of all, Apple is at fault for everything bad in the world.
Uh-huh.
It's funny what you're saying. I always have a hard time taking like environmental concerns that are a direct result of the people's will as something overly serious, because like even though there might be environmental concerns, this is still just some dude or some team of like 4 people like doing this NFT stuff, whereas like you have huge corporations. Like that's why I dislike Apple so much, which because every year they make their products more consumer unfriendly, and you hear more and more talk about people who can't repair iPhones or this and or that because they have specific anti-repair like ways of building, to make it more difficult to replace stuff, because they don't want you to replace it or fix your phone. They want you to buy a new one when it comes out, which just imagine the amount of like crap trash you get just like with one new phone box when you buy it. You've got like all the packaging and then all the shit, and then all the screen covers that they stick on there so you get it in pristine condition, and then multiply that by like hundreds of millions, and you see where all the trash comes from. Not to mention like all the fucking crap it takes to build these things, the emissions from the factories. It's like, if there are environmental concerns nowadays, they are most definitely just a result of like these hyper corporations not giving a crap, and the government not giving a crap, because, well, the hyper corporations say you could give a shit or we could give you a lot of money, and the government's like,
Yeah.
and I can get the environmental concerns, but I don't really think that's like something that really, like, that's not the one we should be too bothered about. The people who are crazy about NFTs, if they're so bothered by this environmental stuff, they should be far more bothered by everybody else doing the same thing, just to a much higher degree. And
well, yeah, that's
what's your other point?
why
Yeah.
the point was, if we remove the monkey, like what is actually wrong with
Yeah, okay.
NFTs, then it would be that they're unrelated, and the environment. That's technically what is wrong. Like, yes, the other corporations do create situations where they're just using resources willy-nilly, and I also don't like those. So technically is
shit.
also what's wrong with that
Yeah.
as well. But like, can people utilize a sort of hype train based inflation of art prices? Sure, it's fine. Yeah. But like, yeah, so that's the point I wanted to make with, if you remove the ego from it, then what's technically wrong with it is just environment and a not ideal application. But if you want to talk monkey now, then it's once again, there's so many reasons to dislike it. It's not accessible to everybody. It's easy money that people don't think is like deserved. And it's also like a technology that looks kind of funny. And of course people love to hate things.
Yeah.
In general. And so, yeah, that's also why the monkey is happening.
I will say the one thing that is valid about these complaints is the part you mentioned earlier about the stealing, because you can't, there is no regulation for it, so anybody can take any piece of art and upload it, and as long as they know how to use the technology, they can say, this is my NFT and I'm selling it, and that the art doesn't have to be made by them at all. So while, yeah, it's greatly beneficial towards digital artists, it's also, I get what you're saying. It's a thievery is going on, and then it's unmonitored. Nobody can control it. What laws are there against it? It's like, can you even get these people in front of a court, or are they already changing the IP address and you can never track them down ever? It's all the only way to get them would be to figure out the fact that they suddenly have a lot more money than they should, and then maybe you can arrest them for tax evasion. That's what the American government did, which is pretty funny, which is they made it so that you have to report all your income, even through illegal means, like if you got your income illegally, you still have to report it, which obviously nobody is going to do. But now, because they aren't doing it, when you have a suspicious sum of money, they can say, how did you get it? They said, I don't know. And then they said, did you report on your taxes? They said no. And then they're like, cool, we're arresting you for tax evasion, and then bada bing, bada boom, that's how they got Al Capone, for example, right? Because Capone was too smart for them. They couldn't pin any of his crimes on them. But then they enacted that law, and Al Capone, they were like, he had tons of money, so they're like, where'd the money come from, Capone? And he's like, well, I don't know, dry cleaning, And then they were like, well, we don't believe that, and then they arrested him.
And then he was gone.
Yep. But yeah, that's how they get criminals. That's why before you put the copious amounts of money into your account, you have to put it into something else first, like a dumbass charity.
Yeah, I guess that's another thing, is that like, which things are money laundering and which is not.
Yeah, a lot of people suspect
fine art,
modern art to be money laundering because you're like, I'm buying this painting is worth 50 million. Please
Oh,
take this 50 million, you know?
I thought of something.
Yeah, go ahead.
This conversation is reminding me of when I had a long time ago, where we're talking about how artistic geniuses go from hyper realistic,
Yeah.
uncanny, and then they just gradually go to the more symbolic and abstract until it creates this completely unrecognizable piece of art. There's this child painter who, at 9 years old, had this kind of insane understanding of like blending and shades and shapes, and would do
It always
alien
happens that way.
landscapes. Yeah,
Yeah,
and then they're hyper realistic, and then gradually as they go on, it goes more abstract until even abstract artists are like,
What the hell's going on? What the fuck? I didn't sign up for it. Yeah,
Yeah,
sure.
and there was even a mangaka that did similar. This because this one guy was so distraught about it. He like looks up to this mangaka, and they can do sketches, and it looks like finished work already because of how clean their strokes are. And then they just go more and
Yeah.
more abstract. Suddenly, it's just a circle and a square, and he's like tearing his hair out. Like, what happened to you?
What is going on?
Yeah.
I assume those people have an innate understanding about art that we just don't have, I guess, you know? Like they've worked up to the degree of mastery where it's like, I see everything. It's like third eye bullshit.
Uh-huh.
You know? I wonder what it would be like to see the world in those terms, you know?
Mm.
Because it's not like they don't understand. It's one thing if somebody does it and they have no idea what the fuck they're doing, which most modern artists probably are doing, you know? It's another thing if it's like, I am so beyond seeing physical form, you know? It's like, I see everything. Like, that's different, you know? And I would love to, pick somebody's brain like that. I would love to hear an explanation, you know? Or even if they can explain, you know, maybe they're, people who have that sort of innate ability at that young age, probably it comes with some sort of caveat, you know,
Mm.
and then maybe they won't have the communication skills to relay why the fuck what they're doing is what they're doing. It's just like, why is this a circle? It's like, well, can't you see it? I'm like, no. The fuck.
It's
uh,
fascinating because
yeah.
there's potential for something to be there, but then we'll never know because it's shrouded in money laundering and
Oh
egos and
yeah.
monkeys and shit.
It is a shame when I don't understand people who don't explain art because perhaps they believe it devalues it, right? But
Yeah.
isn't the value in all things that, there's a lot of beauty in the unexplainable, like a wonderful sunset or blah, 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 100,000 years ago where they didn't know what the fuck was happening. They're like, oh, glowing orb lower,
Going to die on the
uh,
book.
Ooga booga, you know it's like, yeah, sure, back then, that was unexplainable and that's beautiful, but there's also just as much beauty in knowing that it's a huge star, and that there's billions of other stars in the universe and such and such. Like there's like it feels like it's demystifying it, but in reality, isn't it far more mystifying? It's like, okay, you can choose to say, oh, it's no longer special because now I know it's just a big ball of gas, but there always was a big ball of gas, and now there's billions of huge balls of gas floating around infinitely. And how did they start? You can read up exactly how they were created and all that stuff. I mean, I don't know. To me, that's more fascinating. It's
Mm.
like Coolio. It's like this stuff is real. It sounds like science fiction if you were to read it. It's like, and then there was enough mass and it condensed, and then there was the big explosion, and then suddenly life. And there's so much stuff we don't know. We don't even have close to even a fraction of the answers. So, like, even now, people are figuring out, it's like, oh, that thing we thought was correct for hundreds of years, we were so wrong. It's like, why is it demystifying if it's probably incorrect anyways? And the
Well,
reality is far more, can just be, well, it's not more, but it can be just as gripping as not knowing, you know?
I mean, I think that's just a type of person, because you and I think similarly in this regard, but we already
Yeah.
seen live examples where
Come.
seeing something logically just takes the magic out of it. And maybe it goes back to Pun Pun, where they make this thing to believe in, and even if you're
Pun Pun
justifying
is a
what they
manga, by
believe
the way.
in, oh yeah, it is. In reality, like let's say that there's someone who's learning to be a witch, and they're like, I can make this super potion that's been passed down from generation to generation, and it has all
Yeah.
these things in it. I'm like, that one ingredient there is technically poisonous enough to be a poison by itself, and the other things are excess, and you don't need them to make your cool potion. Isn't that cool?
Yeah.
Look, we simplify. Sure, you could have other effects with these other plans, but technically in science, this is real. This is actually real. You would go to jail,
Yeah.
but it's
Yeah.
and that is enough for people to lose magic. It's like, it's not magical anymore. You can explain it. It is science. It's like how maybe you don't like sci-fi actually when it comes to machines, because that's not magical to you. And it's probably the same thing, even though a laser shooting out of anything is just akin to magic missile. It's not when it's a laser gun, and there's just little points where your suspension of magic just crashes down to the ground.
Yeah, that is true. I also don't like sci-fi because it's spooky as hell. You ever thought about sci-fi? I'm like, hell no, get that shit away from me.
Why spoopy?
It's just like I like stories based on Earth or based on planets because I think, well, at least nobody can break a window and we all get sucked off into the oblivion. That's what gets me. It's like in all those space stories, they're just one broken window away from like
death.
Yeah,
that's a submarine too.
Yeah, exactly. I don't like submarine. But at least in submarines, I guess the idea of submarines is more comforting because you're surrounded by water and not nothingness, It's more like, oh, there is that lie I can tell myself of like, I could just swim up,
When you this is why you need to look up on deep sea monsters, and then you see what you'll get eaten by.
Yeah, there you go. But that's still human. It bleeds. That's like it's a being. You know what I mean?
But if there was an alien, then it would just be another being. Your magical lens, rosy lens of the unknown, which is space, is what's making it an alien, and an underwater sea creature, an underwater sea creature. But if you logicified that sensation would be gone. It would be another animal.
Yeah, well, I'm not too afraid of aliens. I think the biggest part is just the deep nothingness of space. That's what gets me.
But nothingness is still hypothetically something. Like, sure, you can have the technical definition that it is absolute nothingness, but also it is still something. It's just you can't breathe in it, just like water.
Yeah, but I mean, water is different. At least fish live in water, I think maybe it'd be more comforting to me if there were like space whales or something. I think I'd be fine then. I'd be like, yeah.
Whales.
Whales. I think then I would be more okay with it. I think it's just the overwhelming nothingness that gets me.
Let me give you depression.
No,
we do not know most of the deep sea. It might as well be nothingness down there.
Yeah.
So you will sink to the nothingness.
I think I think it's the fact that oh god, there's no naturally occurring vacuums on Earth that stay a vacuum for enough time for you to fall into it and die.
Right.
Instant. I don't yeah. And also the pressure difference between like your space shuttle and the space is not just it's not just going to suck out all the oxygen from you. It's also going to blow your head up. I think that's it, right? Unless you're in a pressurized suit, your head explodes. So not pleasant.
Well, the blobfish. Okay, you go first, please. Give him depression.
Yeah, go ahead. More depression, please. I haven't had enough yet.
You sink to the bottom. Let's say you bought on a submarine. You went to the most bottom of the sea as possible by the current technology of the
Why
submarine.
would I do that?
And then
Yeah.
you think that, you know what, since the submarine is gonna crash, I might as well swim out, right? And maybe I'll reach the surface. The moment you swim out, you will be imploded too.
Yeah, because of the pressure difference.
And
Uh-huh.
your
And
whole flesh will sink into nothingness, and nobody can find you ever again because nobody knows what's underneath.
ocean. Yeah, I was
Could
gonna do
potentially
that
sink
too.
to infinity, you know?
Oh god.
Cause you know the blobfish. Everyone thinks the blobfish is so ugly. It's because a fish that's supposed to be how deep under the water was pulled up to the fucking surface. Of course,
Yeah.
its flesh has imploded within itself, and it looks like me after a bad hive day. You know, yes, that's the fish.
That's a shame that it looks so cute while it's mutilated. Christ almighty. I wonder, did anybody ever take a picture of a blobfish in water?
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
Just look it up.
Well,
It looks like a fish. That's funnily
in
enough. It looks like a
water.
fish.
Right. Oh, it's just a fish. What the
I
hell?
told you, it's just a fish. Yeah, that's just, what happens when you take something out of its natural habitat.
It's spiky as well.
Yeah, like half the other fish that exist.
Yeah, it's spiky. It looks like a regular fish, and then and fuck me, when it gets taken out, it just looks like a fish. God damn.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen to you.
That's gonna happen to me when it dig me up. It's like, what is this grotesque creature?
Aliens kind of beam you up and they're like, aha, human look funny.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Intestines inside out, lol.
Man.
Cringe.
I honestly, all I want in life is to have that money, to be able to support myself and have all of you guys here. Like, Budgie, you want to move to Switzerland yet?
Psst.
No.
What the fuck is wrong with you? If you're not with us, you're against us. Jory, eliminator. Okay, fine.
No matter how much money you have, you will always not have enough.
I isn't that disproven? Like, they say if you have 100,000 a year, that's enough or like, it was less than that. It was like 70,000.
Yeah,
or
like
something.
we're misconstruing a wealthy lifestyle with self-sustainability, because like
Yeah.
he may look like a punchable fuck, but he's only a punchable fuck because he knows the impending doom of what's gonna happen when he stops getting funded. And so
Yeah.
when he talks about money, he's actually just talking about the future of just being able to live normally. So I actually believe him when he says that there is an amount of money that he'll be happy with.
Yeah. And
As much as it looks otherwise. I can understand why it would look otherwise.
The money I need is upwards of 70,000 per year, and that's good. I don't, because like, I'm not like my parents, right? My parents, I don't know. It's funny to talk about my parents because for years they've told me that I don't know what real life is like, because they're old. That's like their go-to phrase, It's like, you don't know what life really is like,
Well, there was
It's like huh?
There was there was a tiny bit of it, not to the extent that they were suggesting, but when you tried to live on your, when you moved out, you got to see the world a lot more, and then you realize how much crap they were.
Yeah, I did. So I did learn a lot. That's true, and I didn't know what life really was like. Well, they even say it's still now, and I'm like, all right, that's not true, because I hate to say this, but they're the ones who don't really understand what life is like because they've lived a sheltered. I have enough money to sustain myself life for the past like 50 years or something, however long, It's like 30 years. Okay, let's say my age, right? 20 years at least. Which means they go out, like they give me 800 a month for living expenses, right? Which is fine. That's more than enough. but they go out every weekend to go for dinner, right? And then they pay like restaurant prices. I'm like, I would die if I lived like you guys. I would starve to death because I wouldn't be able to afford this kind of stuff. And it's just funny because now the divide is becoming more evident. They're a little more loosey goosey with their money than I am, because I've been given. I gave myself that budget, by the way, because they kept saying like, oh, just it's fine, just take as much money as you need. And then when I was away, they'd be like, he's taking so much money. you know, they complain about it. But so I was like, all right, you guys are constantly complaining, so I'm just gonna set myself a limit if you guys aren't gonna set a limit, right? I was like, all right, 800 is probably enough, for a month worth of like everything I need, like food and like blah, and like anything that might pop up, like my laptop breaks, I can still fix it, kind of dealio. And I save a lot of money every month. It's not like I spend it all, right? So I really am just I taught myself how to kind of deal with money in that way. And then I come back, and now now the extravagant spending that I thought was normal before is way more like, what are you doing? To me, it's like, stop it, stop it, you're going to starve. Obviously they aren't, because they have the money, right? But if they were me and I was them, things would look a lot different. But yeah, just give me my money. Give me enough money to go on like nice vacations. That's all I need. And enough money to live,
Well, the real reason why he needs upwards of that is so he can pay people to make games.
Yeah, I need it for my excessive gremlin spending. There's a gremlin fund in the amount of money I need just for fucking around with people. Like at least like 50 times in my life, I want to have full body makeup and surprise one of you guys on the street. Like that's one of my all-time dreams. You have no idea how often I dream of putting on like an old-timey like fisherman outfit and standing outside of Jory's apartment so I can grab her violently and tell her that the end times are coming.
Yep. So
it's
happy.
like that's what I want to spend my money on, and it costs money to hire somebody to do that for you.
You're right.
Then I wanted to harass Jory for like a week or something until she calls the cops, and then I reveal it's me.
Yeah.
I need money to pay off the police so that they leave me alone. And it'll be fun. I mean, can you imagine going to like a restaurant and then there I am in my full fisherman outfit holding a spear, being like with one eye patch, imitating Odin, being like, oh, the Valhalla is waiting for you. The end times are coming. Oh my, what was it? Ragnarok is on the horizon. The 3-year-long winter is about to begin. Prepare yourself. Warrior. I will call upon your strength one day, You're telling me you don't want that? You don't want to experience that?
This is reminding me of extreme pranks again.
And also, I would pay off everybody in the restaurant to pretend like they can't see me.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that would be more. That would be really fun.
It would be one of those like everybody was an actor kind of dealio. So you would be the only one seeing me, and I would be standing right across from you behind the counter. I'd make it so that when you look away, I appear.
Yeah.
And then I screech at you. The end times, warrior. You're telling me that wouldn't be fun?
No, it'd be fun. It'd be fun.
Yeah. But unfortunately, it costs a lot of money to pay off a restaurant full of actors, and also be a full body makeup in Odin and other various things. I don't know. Maybe what's a creature from Nordic folklore? The fucking they all
good.
The Fenrir, fine. Let's just go for Fenrir. It costs money to hire a giant wolf to bite you.
Yeah. You're gonna buy me a puppy.
That's money I am more than willing to spend just to fuck with you. And
I'm creating a job market.
Yeah. I'm like the poor actors who wouldn't have been hired unless I paid them to fuck fuck with my friend. You know?
I'm inspiring young artists to continue their
Yeah,
careers.
exactly.
I think money is like I think perhaps that I have a full-time job. I think at some point you will wonder, like, let's say, okay, let's say right now I have this amount of money. What can I do with it?
Yeah.
Then now that I earn more money, what can I do with the more money?
Save it.
Yeah, save it. No, but the only
Just
reason
save
why
it.
I'm doing okay right now is because I never ate out, except maybe like once a month. And then, yeah, and by eating out, I mean I got a burger.
Yeah.
And
Just save the money.
that's the only reason why I'm okay right now.
Actually buy gold so that you don't get fucked over by inflation. There you go.
Wait, isn't gold like also doing weird shit nowadays? I think
It's
even gold is
possible.
insecure.
But gold is still gold, right?
I
At
mean,
the end of the day.
gold can be warped and rewarped forever, so gold is cool, but like the market in gold, isn't it just funky? Like doesn't it also doesn't gold also depreciate and kind of like
I don't know. I wouldn't know. Just
Yes, they
pull
do.
just pull a diamond market and buy all the gold in the world. And
Yes,
then
they do.
start marketing it for super high.
The answer is yes, they do. They do follow the stock market. Like Bitcoin follows the stock market. If Bitcoin crashes, the stock market is also going to crash. It's the same thing. It follows
Right.
it. Because if the stock market also affects your buying power.
I mean, we're waiting for something like that. Aren't we overdue for like a horrible stock market crash?
yeah.
Yeah, I
Maybe
think
this
we're
is one
overdue.
big slow crash.
Yeah, because everybody keeps talking about the housing bubble. I don't know what they're talking about. I guess from what I understand, it's that shit's been getting more expensive for a while, so it's about to fall. And the higher it goes, the more it's gonna fall, or something like that. You know?
I think the
But you
housing.
also have the concept
You go
that
first.
people are trying to stop it. Yeah. Stock market, man. The moment I was about to doze off, and then like, stock market, yes, money.
Yes, money. Coin, coin, coin. Million.
It's funny because nobody can survive on the wages we have now. And as time goes on, it becomes more and more apparent, you know. So definitely within our lifetime, something is going to majorly crash and change, you know, because it's just impossible to go on. Like we make the same amount of money that people did 50 years ago, except 50 years ago everything was cheaper. Now somebody works 5 jobs, can't afford an apartment. 50 years ago some guy worked one job and could finance his whole family. You know, it's fun like that. So something is going to happen, and it's going to be terrible, and everyone's going to die, and when they do, you're all free to come to Switzerland. You know, it'll be fun. We can all chill here and eat the beans that I've been stockpiling. Beans don't depreciate in value because they're beans. The value is inherent to how much you can eat them.
I have all the beans.
We got beans. What more do you want, you know?
I like how the talk about like market and stockpiling and everything is just led up to I have a whole bunker filled with beans and they'll never depreciate
Beans.
because you'll always need to eat.
Well, it's true, right? I mean, like that's the one thing that you can count on keeping its value. You know, it's like beans is gonna be beans. You know, you're always gonna need beans.
It's funny. Beans. It really it brings back. It's 4 a.m. Me and the boys looking for beans.
Yeah, I remember that meme. Oh boy.
It's my
I
favorite
disagree.
Gen Z meme. Yeah. What do you want millets instead of beans, Budgie?
Rice. You're all
Oh, rice
Asian.
for sure.
Disappointment.
My God,
Beans
my
are
favorite.
funnier.
Let me pull up my favorite Gen Z meme.
Beans.
Anyways, I'm gonna go sleep, but before I sleep, I should ask you guys one last question.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you guys want to live during the apocalypse?
Oh, that
what?
was a question he asked earlier.
Yes, you didn't quite answer it too. I'm waiting.
What was the question?
Where to live in the apocalypse?
Oh, I live in Switzerland or America. America's my second choice,
I don't have a
depending on
choice.
the apocalypse. Because America would be guns, you know.
I got
If it's
it.
a violent apocalypse, like with war kind of apocalypse, I think America would be a good place to pew pew it up.
I got it.
As a second choice.
Floating trash island.
Floating trash. I would like to be in Narnia, far, far away.
Well, there's two examples of this already. One is the mega trash conglomerate in the ocean right now. And then the second
Right.
example is this dude who was unreal, believe it or not, or something, just bagged and tied a bunch of plastic bottles filled with air and milk jugs, and then put sand on top of it and dragged a chicken or two onto the island. And then he just got a permit that said he's a boat and not an island.
Yeah.
And I don't know how he's faring or how he fared, but that happened.
I
trees
think that's
and everything.
fun until the Somalian invaders come.
Yeah, till the Fire Nation attacks.
Yeah, exactly. Here, take a look at my screen. This is my favorite Gen Z meme.
Give me a second. Fucking yeah, here. Oh my god.
It's so stupid and nonsensical. My god, there's a better version of it that I couldn't find. The better version just has the dog going pee pee.
Beep, beep.
Pee pee. Oh yeah. Good night, Budgie. Are you going to sleep now?
Night night.
Sleep well, Budgie.
You sound dead.
Don't eat too many dicks. Few is okay.
There's a limit to everything.
There's a limit to everybody's enjoyment, you know?
Like human souls.
Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
sure.
Exactly.
Oh boy. Marsh, I'm gonna be honest to you. I don't know if I can finish this tonight.
Well, okay, you know what you can do? You can simplify.
No.
Well, okay, well then you dug your own grave.
Christ almighty.
I've been spending my time thumbnailing, so.
Yeah, that's nice. Why did I have to do that homework with pages and pages and pages of freaking Kung Fu Panda? Why, Marsh?
That's what this goes on. It's not, why did I have to overcomplicate a scenery where I could have generalized and thus made less work for myself?
This would have been fine if I didn't spend that much time on Kung Fu Panda for my homework.
Oh, maybe if you did your homework sooner, you could have worked on this.
Yeah, maybe if you sucked the dick, you wouldn't be not sucking dick, huh? You ever consider that? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you could have even started on this on those days where you were like,
think before you speak. The dick sucking. It's fine. It's just an insanely physical task that I have to labor on for the next 8 hours until I'm done. Time-wise, there should be enough time.
Yeah,
energy-wise is a question, you know?
Is a question. It is an interesting question. How much energy and attention span does a human have?
Yeah, if you want, we can keep streaming for the whole night. You know,
can
12-hour
we
stream.
Can do that.
Because I have to finish this, you know? There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I have to destroy Ayo Bimbo. That's what I say on the weekend.
Yep.
When I'm picking
after
up
I leave a really big tip. That's what I say. If we can rein in our demonetization, I would like to start advertising our streams to the community. Because it would
to
be
the
so funny.
community?
Yes, because I haven't so far because one, our content is sus as fuck. But secondly,
Yeah.
so there's a ongoing mystery as to like, who could be the fairy knight.
Who
And
could be
then,
the fairy knight?
eventually people are gonna get curious enough to at least click on it to be like, who the fuck is this
Yeah. That is,
That'd be
depending on
funny.
whether or not Jimbo bans me or not. In which case, I would just create a second account and harass him some more.
That's not something you want to say. That's okay. I'm here to tell you when it's weird.
Yeah, of course.
I'll never let
Legal
you hear the end of
disclaimer.
it.
Legal disclaimer. I would never harass a person. This is all just humor and hypothetical. Now
Uh-huh.
that that's aside, I would
Uh-huh.
totally harass Ayo Jimbo.
Uh-huh.
And I would do it to the extent where he cries and he wishes that I wasn't there.
I didn't get to see it yesterday, but there was a stream and it started with his avatar with a Bob Ross wig. With a jacket just like superimposed on top, and he talked in a very soft voice for as long as he could while explaining like the book about color and lighting.
That's cute. I haven't read it at all. You're gonna have to coach me on that. I hope you're gonna stay online. I'm gonna need all the help I can get on that.
Look, today is not about learning. Today is about getting it done. And so
Right.
we're just gonna steamroll it. You're looking for enlightenment. Too bad you only have instruction.
It's exactly how I felt with the Kung Fu Panda thing. You remember you asked me like, why don't I plan more form in it? Because that's the style I want. And I was like, there's no time. Speed is of the essence,
I have to shit post soon. There is no time.
Yeah, exactly. It's funny how easy it was for me to pick up the pen for this kind of stuff. Usually there's like no motivation for me to pick up the pen to work on my own projects, but
yeah,
for shit posting, I will gladly
yeah.
I'll go through hell and back for a shit post.
Wow. See, I went into this community because it helped me grow and it gave me a sense of accountability and belonging. Right. And you're like, oh, great!
Something to destroy.
We get the same value for very different reasons.
I mean, I guess it's true. It forces me to draw, and the reasoning is, I feel like mine is slightly more valid than you nerd. I've got the cool jock motivation. You've got the sniveling like classes library motivation.
I'm going to better myself.
And here I am, Chad mentality. I'm going to wreak as much havoc as humanly possible. It also adds to the fact that nobody else is putting in so much effort.
Why would you assume that though?
Oh,
you didn't even look at any of the other entries as well, so you have no right to assume that. Have you seen one? Sure. It is actually a nipple ring shield. It is a bondage weapon set, and its flavor text is "Sorry, mommy. Sorry, mommy. Sorry." And the pommel is a butt plug. But if you just glance at it, you wouldn't be able to see any of this. But the longer you stare, the more sex toys you see.
I think I might have just left because of too much.
Yeah, because you only want to get responses for your work, and you don't care about participating in the community.
That
you
is
want.
The fairy knight.
No, give. Only take.
That is the way of the fairy knight. I guess that's true. I don't really feel like interacting in the community right now.
It's
maybe
fine.
After a few more posts.
Like I know why. It's okay, but you can't say shit like that. Like putting it in
Fine. I'll take it back. I'll say this though: nobody is as good as me or as beautiful. People would do best to worship my giant cock and balls. Anyways, please monetize this video.
I like the bling gnome.
Yeah, I based it off of that stupid meme emoji, you know?
No.
You know the one that has the same facial expression, they're like, yes,
Oh,
you
I
know,
don't
with
know.
the teeth. No, I thought they would capture the energy pretty
I'm just,
effectively.
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know anything.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
get you.
Remember, I
You're a
keep
dirty mongrel.
the
No,
yes
I
no
understand.
meme with the guy with
Say
the
no
orange
more.
sweatshirt. It's how I identify it. Like,
I think I'm forgetting to make this stuff more dirty.
you can dirty it in
In what?
color.
You okay there? Is that a genuine cough or haha cough?
No, that was genuine.
Oh gosh, alright.
But no, you can dirty it in a color. The only thing you're going to be lacking is the decrepitation of the form.
Oh, I have some of it here. Like this bonk in the side here.
I need a legal gay.
You good there?
Yeah, I'm okay. I'm okay.
You know, I feel like we would make pretty good voice actors. When I listen to you cough, I'm like, I could imagine this in an anime.
Well, there's this Irish guy who, sells. I can do Irish voice. My qualifications, I'm Irish. And I've been for 27 years.
Yeah.
So,
That's
if
pretty
that's
cool.
the level of voice acting you're talking about, then yeah, there's some merit to it because
That is the level I'm talking about.
well, then you're right.
I don't think we could do what real, like, professional standard voice actors could do, which is like, here's my 50 voices that I can do in one reel. Please pick one of the 50 for the character you want me to voice. And if you need me to voice anybody else, here are the rest of the 50 voices. Like I definitely don't think I could do that, or throw my voice or anything like that. As I don't know. But talk like this, I can talk like this. Just pay me for it.
Yeah, everyone needs a gremlin voice. And I'm not even talking about you. I have a pretty good gremlin voice. That's just me.
Yeah, you sound like a midget. Like a midget toddler.
You
a
sound
modular.
like someone who's gonna get defenestrated.
What is that again?
Zura told me it the other day. I think I knew about this word before, I just forgotten about it, and so I can credit him for bringing the joy back into my life, which is, it means to throw someone out the window.
Oh boy.
I like this. You can meld it into the title. Defenifart.
Defenifart. We've been streaming for a while. Let me change the title because I haven't caught any new fish with my title. So let's see. I'll change it every once in a while. What can we call it? Does art make you political? There you go. Does art make you political? Gone sexual? Here we go. Fantastic. Let's see if that catches any fish. It's always being, it almost doesn't matter. That's the funny part, how clickbaity you're being. Because if the people come and watch, they don't care what the title is, they keep watching because of what the hell you're saying.
They keep watching with what you're saying, but there's already science behind thumbnails, book covers.
That's for sure. Yeah.
But you don't have to change your title every hour. That's neurotic.
I'm changing my title every hour.
That looks unhealthy. That looks like it might be signs of an unhealthy obsession.
Mental degradation? No, I just think because it's marketing, right? I leave it up long enough to think is this working or not, and if it's not, I'm like, all right, I'll change it.
Yeah, but you're basing it on such a small sample. Like, you could stream for 2 times, and then you're like, this isn't working. Like, that's the level of
that's
shit that you
always
do.
going to be the case for a while because I have had so little experience with the thing. Like Moon Baboon is doing just fine, that whore. I mean, that lovely person. We know each other in real life, Twitch. Calm down, don't ban me. Don't do it. Yeah, they seem to be doing just fine, except for like the thing everybody has to deal with on any sort of platform
Uh-huh.
where you are public and speaking, which is weirdos on the internet. Like apparently, if you speak in the just talking category, you get a lot more of those creeps who are like, "I've killed 14 animals today," and it's kind of like, "Haha, why?" you know?
Well, I don't know if it's that or if it's just like, they think that they can do that because someone is mature and particularly
Oh,
lovely
I
looking.
can.
Because I've
Gotcha.
actually seen those kinds of people before in chats where people are very hot takey and like to rant. I've seen that behavior as well.
Right.
And so I wouldn't say it's just chatting. I think that people look for places where they have, they can expel the stuff inside of them.
That
Because
is
if I start doing life talks in mine, the more people are more likely to start to also, what's it, trauma dumping? Yeah. So if you
yeah, yeah.
begin trauma dumping, it encourages more trauma dumping. And then if you put mature in your thing, they think that they can say whatever the hell they want.
That's
It's
yeah.
gaming, art, just chatting. I've seen it in all of them.
Okay, that's probably what it is. It's just interesting to me, like why people do this, Because there's obviously always people, but like for the most part, I'm pretty sure it's not somebody who's actually killed 14 animals. It's just some fucking 13-year-old on their mommy's laptop. And it's like, what do you have to gain from this, child? Like, what is so wrong with your life that you have to pretend to be an animal murderer on on like some public stream? Is it because you don't get attention from your parents, so you want to get a rise out of strangers?
I mean, it
Is that
must
what it
be
is?
attention too, because you could kind of compare it to kind of I would say it's attention because we see degrees of that in something as simple as light-hearted trolling.
Yeah,
Because there's definitely people who pick the most sensitive topic and then say it when they're just meeting someone just for the sake of like, oh, this is a funny haha shock value thing. I'm gonna just say it.
yeah,
And it's not even about reading the room. It's just that I desperately need attention. Like who
yeah,
comes in and insults people for no reason and expects a positive response out of it, except someone who's incredibly starved for positive reinforcement.
yeah. It's funny
Cough.
that for a second I was like, is she talking about me? And I was like, nah, I don't think so. Look,
No.
what I'm doing is for my own self-satisfaction. The worship is just a bonus. It's not a requirement. It's a lovely add-on. But yeah. Uh it's funny, right, that people resort to that kind
Yeah,
of action. Uh but what's more surprising is the nice guys. Like I thought they'd all but died out, but I guess they're still as prevalent today as ever, you know?
of course.
Like just people who feel like that's one thing that um I was told you hear very often on stream is the like from different sources, right? Is that I won't name any just in case. Um is the whole like oh, this is just who I am, if you can't deal with it, blah 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 blah. Like it happens very frequently in real life, but I guess just it's the people I'm around have encountered it online more so. And it's
Right.
the whole idea of like, yeah, just because you have that opinion doesn't mean that you're entitled to being a jackass about it as well. And people, it's such an easy excuse to get out of any sort of responsibility. It's like, this is just my opinion. If you're offended by it, that's your problem. It removes any semblance of like guilt. It's like it's like acting like you're not responsible for the things you say or things you think. And that, as soon as it becomes a subjective piece, there's no real right and wrong. And what these people use that for is to say that, like, well, that's just me. I do me, you do you. If you don't like it, then why don't you just like like not listen to what I have to say. It's just the truth. That's another one. It's like it's just the truth. It's like, no, motherfucker, it's not. It's you being a little whiny shit. There's a huge difference. One is people being like, oh, I don't like global warming because the people who perpetuate the idea that global warming is this and that are the massive corporations causing it in the first place, and they're just guilt tripping the average person. That's a opinion. But saying like, well, global warming, the government conspiracy, everybody is a Trump supporter. Sorry, that's just my opinion. That's just you being a dumbass. You know, it has nothing to do with your opinion. You're just stupid. And I'm sorry to be the one to have to tell you this. It's like you're not smart. It's not the truth. You're not being controversial, and that's why people hate you. People hate you because you're a dumbass. Kill yourself.
Yeah, let's just make it so we can never grow ourselves or even dream about being self-independent with online personality. Yeah, let's just chuck it all into the fire. Why the fuck not? Why wouldn't we chuck it into the fire?
I'm sorry. When I say keel yourself, I meant tie yourself to the keel of a boat so you can die by suicide.
Uh-huh.
All right, fine. I take it back.
Yes. We're never gonna become. We're never gonna grow. We're just doing this for our own self-satisfaction. This is no longer a business model.
It'll be fine.
It will die. If this was on Twitch, you'd already be gone. Actually, wait,
on YouTube. On Twitch.
On YouTube, I bet. Like, if this was a video and we were monetized, it would be gone.
Okay, I'm sorry. I forget that was on the list. It's just such a passionate moment. Yeah. I take it. I don't want anybody
it's like it really is
themselves.
A decision. Like, what kind of content do you actually want to try and make money, or is this like trying to make a podcast where people can start speaking more openly about serious topics and life talks? What do you want? Because if you actually want a business model, this is not it. This is the opposite.
I guess I am treating it like the first thing you said, where I treat it much more of a like, oh, come in and have a discussion and whatever kind of dealio. And I guess the reason I'm treating it that way is just because it's so hard to think of it as a business right now because there's no business.
Yeah, but there's never going to be one if you just chuck it out the window just because you look at it for 5 seconds and also, put these impressions onto it.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I guess it's just because the algorithm screws you over in unforeseen ways anyways. So it's hard to take it seriously. Like if I don't do this, we might still get screwed over by the other 50 things that we say,
Yeah, but is that a reason to not
No, of course not. I'm sorry. You're right. I should be more responsible with the fact that this is a business. It's so easy to forget because we're just two friends chatting.
Yeah, I mean, we could seriously consider, if we want a free, conversational philosophical thing, we could make an outlet for that and then save this for dumb, casual entertainment stuff. We could do that. Because it's not what is happening is necessarily bad. It's that it's in the wrong place.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I guess I would think about the business part more so when we do our actual FR challenges.
Oh, I'm gonna take it seriously when I want to.
When we do it that way, there's always that sense of like I'm gonna go back and watch it and edit out all the parts, that are bad, and I'm going to work on it, make it presentable, But for this, it's so free form that it's so hard for me to understand. But yeah, look, no, you're right. I was in the wrong to say that, and I apologize.
I appreciate.
Apologize.
I'm appalled
with a paw.
that I've made these life choices.
And yeah, no, you're right. I can do better, and I shall. But what was I gonna say?
Yeah, actually, in the beginning we were like, we will only record and make videos because we can't trust anybody.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
we thought the problem was going to be was
We knew from the start exactly what our issue was. Yeah. Oh well.
Oh well.
Whatever. What's some positive buzzwords that we can say to balance it out?
Don't
Joe
think it
Biden.
works that way. But whatever.
Cupcakes.
Shmap
Life hacks.
Ugh. I don't know, that might make it worse. The life hacks
Life
don't work.
Yeah, I thought Life Hacks was like the most popular show. The Conan show.
Okay.
Saturday Night Live.
I guess it's those like 30-second life hack videos. It's like 5 minutes
Yeah.
reels of, I don't know, 20 life hacks, and half of them are made up and just rigged to look like they work.
Yeah. I know the ones.
Yeah.
Man, did you catch that drama between some anti-life hack channel and Game Theory?
No, what happened?
Oh, it was like this is like I used to like this YouTuber, which is a shame, but the way she like kind of the way she handled the drama was kind of like to me, it makes me enjoy her content less because it shows more of her character outside of YouTube, which is it was like some like MatPat released a food theory video being like the milk is bad for you. Granted, I haven't seen any of these videos besides the two that are about the drama, but essentially we all know that milk is bad, you and I, because we're lactose intolerant in the first place, right? So we've done the research ourselves, and we know that like the lactose is just not digestible. You can digest it as a baby, and then you stop making that stuff, and only
you're
a very
not
small
you're not even it's not even like that when you're a baby. I know because my game group had a child, and the babies are barely tolerant. Like they're all constantly throwing up milk, and they're even given some stuff sometimes if it gets really bad to try to reduce the reaction.
Oh, that's pretty funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
well, the point is
babies
you're
hardly.
supposed to be able to digest breast milk, right? That's the point.
Barely.
Yeah. And as you grow older, only a very small fraction of people, like I think 25% of the world is what I knew last time. Maybe that's wrong, maybe that's right. Who knows how wide the survey even goes and how many people are unaware that they're lactose intolerant, right? Because not everybody has like crazy reactions like closer to what we have,
Yeah.
But like, so MatPat, I guess MatPat was doing an expose where he's like, "Oh, milk is bad for you. If you want calcium, you could choose this and that other source. Was it calcium, vitamin D? Which one do you get from milk?
It's
whatever you get from milk.
Yeah.
Whatever you get from milk, he was
Calcium.
like, there are other sources for you to get it from, and like, you don't have to get it from milk because you can't digest it anyways, blah, 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 blah. And then this YouTuber was like, oh my God, MatPat is so wrong. And she made like a huge clickbaity video where she is like, the food theory is wrong. Way, And then I clicked on her video and she spends like 90% of the video talking about something that is not to do with like the original video at all, which is already bad practice in my opinion, And then she spends 2 minutes talking about the video, in wherein she mostly agrees, but then also disagrees, being like, but you can't get as much calcium. Look at how much you have to eat if you want to get the same amount of calcium as from a glass of milk, It's funny how both sides forget that you could probably just get calcium supplements. But anyways, and then obviously there was like a lot of hate and backlash, where it's like, oh my God, MatPat, fucking misinformation, what the fuck are you doing? And then he came out with a video. He was very respectful about it, which I was surprised by because I would have been more pissed, But he was like, you guys are stupid, and let me explain to you why. And then he was like, don't hate on this person, they're right in a way, but also, this is probably more so what I meant, and she might have just misunderstood, It was like one of those things. It was very professionally handled, I must say. And
Well, he's
and
been in the business for a while. He's
yeah,
probably used to this.
that's the thing, right? The more professional you are about backlash, the less professional the other person looks, you know? And it definitely was one of those cases where I was like, well, now that person looks like a fucking clown to me. Because they clearly didn't do any research, or the research they did was very like surface level. And more than that, they didn't just attack the video. They talked about like, I think there was some sort of accusation that game theory, film theory, food theory doesn't do enough research, you know, and that's, I think that's the part that got the guy MatPat really riled up, you know. It's like, yeah, we do fucking hours and hours of days of research, you know. It's like, and everything and then he went back to double down on his points and prove that they were supported, you know. Just to clown the woman a little bit more. But yeah, it seems so stupid. Like, fucking, it is true. More people need to be informed about the fact. I guess it's also because it's a topic that's more dear to my heart. More people need to be informed that milk is bad, so that we can have more lactose-free alternatives. You know, because they are there. They're just not funded as much because fuck me, nobody really needs it. You know. Like in Finland, they have a great amount of lactose-free products because for some reason their milk there makes you lactose intolerant.
That's so.
If you drink the milk in Finland for too long, you will become lactose intolerant, even if you previously were not.
That's so funny.
So there's so they have like amazing lactose-free alternatives. They have like lactose-free blue cheese, lactose-free parmesan, and it's like it's been stamped by the official people who govern Parmesan or whatever, you know, the people who are allowed to give out that little stamp that says Parmigiano Reggiano, you know. They gave their little stamp to whatever freaking cheese they're making in Finland, and no other country has it. I don't see this here in Switzerland that much. Granted, I don't really go shopping here very much, but I definitely don't see it in Ireland, you know, or Germany that much, or at least when I lived in Germany. And it's just a shame, you know, because people think lactose is fine, there's nothing wrong with it, and we can keep consuming it as normal. And it frames lactose intolerance as this weird esoteric veganism thing, when in reality it's something that affects probably the majority of us, right? And if we just had more options, you know, then people who are extremely, you know, intolerant to it can suffer less. And hey, maybe you'll have less of a stomach ache after eating tons and tons of cheese, you fucking idiot. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just encouraging, like, because people don't want to solve things unless it pertains to them.
Oh yeah, that's definitely it. It's like me, I don't care about your skin issues one bit.
Yeah.
You could die for all I care right now. Go ahead.
Do it on stream so
do
we
it
can
on stream.
monetize.
Get us the views. Let me change the stream name real quick. Martian Tired Dies IRL.
Eats cheese till passes out.
But yeah, you know, that's the way it is. Doodoo, doodoo, doodoo. What was I gonna say? Right, the cheese. You know, a lot of people don't know they have lactose intolerance. They're like, I always have a tummy ache after I drink hot chocolate. It's like, maybe you're allergic. They're like, what? You know? So it would benefit us all. So I don't see why it's not being done. I guess just because of misinformation. And then MatPat comes along and goes, hey, here's the information. And some bimbo goes, yeah, the technicalities, you know? It's like, congratulations, you have made yourself a fool in front of everybody. You know, and I'm not watching any of her videos anymore because I don't think what she did was very respectable. There you go. Which is a shame because she was one of those people who was like, 30-second life hacks, let me try them in real life and explain to you how it would kill you. You know? And now I'm just not going to watch those videos, you know? Just like I'm not going to go see Aquaman 2, regardless of Amber, if Amber Heard is in it or not. I'm going to wait a few months.
Like another reason,
and then I'm
another
going
way to
find
be
an alternative to
demonetized.
watching it. Huh? Sorry?
Oh, just another YouTube's.
it?
Yeah, look, so you see this it's not it never had anything to do with people. It always has to do about the algorithm. That's why people say AB instead of that word because it's trending so much that all this information stuff is going on and this is like a corona all over again where if you say the word suddenly you're demonetized. That's why they say AH instead of Amber Heard is because they can tell when you say it, and then they'll just be like, "Boop, no more money for you."
That's so strange because those are the videos that I get recommended all the time.
Yeah,
You
but do
know,
you
it's like
notice that they start saying AH, AB, GD, or just
no, I mean
JD?
just the videos of the actual trial get recommended to me all the time.
Yeah, because it's super trendy, but then imagine if like when the pandemic set out, there was a bunch of misinformation and then they were like,
Right.
YouTube, you should be responsible because, you know, if you see a
Okay,
problem, you go
gotcha.
hardy chardy, fix it, you dumb
Yep.
thing. Who cares about free anything? You take care of all the misinformation. And then, you
Right,
know,
right, right.
freedom equals chaos and
So once upon a
control and
time
peace
there
equals
was
subjugation.
So you're saying once upon a time there was a very small group of specific people who had a very specific problem, and instead of being fucking intelligent enough to realize that, hey, maybe maybe this is a me issue instead of an people issue on YouTube, YouTube decided to just change their entire system and strike down anybody with any semblance of trying to make themselves a little bit better, even though misinformation is still being spread because these people maybe don't even care about money. They just love spreading misinformation, you know? It's like, congratulations, YouTube. You have fucking screwed us all over for no reason.
Well, here's the thing. The YouTube is still a business model, and so who cares if no names that are trending aren't getting money? The advertisers are only paying for squeaky clean content, and the advertisers are still gonna find their squeaky clean content, and YouTube
Yeah.
is still gonna get money. The
From
only
a
thing
business
we're
standpoint, it
doing
makes
is
sense.
we're taking
Yeah.
advantage of something that we can use just like YouTube is. And so, you know, we're not, they don't owe us jack crap even though we're making like content because the
Oh,
true
no, of
content
course
is
not.
elsewhere and we're actually just the raccoons trying to get out of trying to get a job in this horrible, you know, other market.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because it's true, but it also you can't help but not be you can't help but be mad at it, you know?
Yeah, but
Because even though
also
everything
leads to
you're
weird
saying,
mentalities.
huh?
It also just leads to weird mentalities, though.
Oh, that's for sure. But it also feels like it feels excessive, you know? Because most of the time the people being struck down uh aren't even trying to spread misinformation, you know?
Mm.
Like I can agree that there is probably something that they should be doing about spreading misinformation, but should it be striking down everybody in existence? You know, uh, like I think they can't distinguish between robots and humans as well as they should. You know what I mean? Because I'm sure this anti monetization thing isn't there to strike down people who are actually making videos, you know, unless they actually are actively being malicious, of which I assume would be the minority. But I'm assuming it's probably there to strike down like the one bot that's creating 50 YouTube accounts at 1 second, you know,
Yeah.
and posting the same video 50 times saying that COVID is not real, you know. It's like that's what they're striking down, you know. And so I get that there is a greater good, but like, come on, billion-dollar corporation, can you maybe refine your algorithm to be a little bit sharper, you know? And like, that's one aspect, right? The rampant demonetization, the rampant
Monetization.
demonetization based on the algorithm. Like that's one issue. I think people wouldn't be as mad about that if YouTube hadn't already shown their sheer incompetence for everything else before. You know, I
Mm.
think that's where it really gets people. That's where it gets me. You know, like the whole like did Disappoint send you that video on YouTube's removal of the like button, a dislike button.
Well, I just heard about it.
Oh
Like, I
god,
don't
it's
know
like
if
this
it was a
short
particular
animatic.
one. Oh.
No, it's like this short skit. I'll send it to you because it's right in the. I don't text with him at all, so it's right at the front. Uh, There you go. Yeah,
Oh, I
it's just
can't
a
watch
small
it.
skit. No, it's fine. You can watch it. I'll fill the. No, I'm kidding. It's just it's a short video that pretty much goes on. Oh, Budgie's so sweet. She sent me like a small encouraging text.
Oh.
Oh, that's very nice of her. I'll respond after the stream. And oh god, my shoulders are so stiff right now. Do you know why one would wake up with stiff shoulders? Because I keep waking up with stiff shoulders nowadays, and I'm pretty sure it has to do with the way I'm sleeping. And I've tried like all kinds of different positions in like the last few days, trying to fucking like fix it, but I can't seem
Oh,
to
is
find
your
like.
pillow too high?
Yeah, I think it might be something like that. For some reason, I'm scrunching up my shoulders in my sleep somehow,
Oh, also, it could be because of heavy pressure on your shoulder for long periods of
Yeah.
time.
Oh, you mean just during the day?
No.
Do you mean me jerking off violently?
Sure, let's go with that.
Okay. Who's to say? I'll try a different position again tonight. Maybe I'll try like doing some stretches before I sleep. I've been doing some stretches, just very mild ones to try and alleviate it, but it's not really been doing much. And now I can really feel it. I think it's also because this chair sucks. Like it's too low. You know why it's too low? Because the mechanism broke, so I can't move it any higher.
Let's say, like, if you have a pet, like a pet raccoon, and you sleep with your pet raccoon, and your pet raccoon rests on your chest or your shoulder for like, even a fourth of the night. That's probably enough, combined with a bunch of other things, to cause you shoulder problems.
Right. Luckily, there's no pet raccoon in the vicinity right now.
Yeah.
If you catch my drift.
Yeah.
I have run out of money to pay for the prostate. For everybody uninitiated.
This was funny.
But yeah, I'll see. I'll see if somebody's sneaking at night and lying on my shoulders. That would be the weirdest way to take revenge. Just at night.
Oh, those petty revenge things, like they put their, I don't know, something, those wet orbs that soak up water and then expand, they put those in your sock drawer, yeah.
Oh boy. Alright, where the frick was I? Amber Heard.
Yeah, demonetization, yeah.
Yeah. Like the removal of the dislike button was probably because YouTube's advertisers were being disliked too much. Because YouTube it's funny because it's like it's big corporations come seeking it out, being like, hey, we advertise your site, people like our stuff, yay, but they don't seem to grasp that people can dislike their stuff. And where's the best place for thousands of millions of people to voice their displeasure but a social media site, and they can just they can freely do that online. They're just like, hey, this is trash. Like YouTube's Rewind, how it was super corporate-y and like it just fed into like, look at us, we're such a safe and friendly brand. We're just here to goof off. There's nothing bad to see here. Please ignore the hundreds of people who have used this platform for evil, and the other people who are constantly telling us that we're doing a terrible job, because quite frankly we are. Don't listen. It's fine. It's funny why do corporations, do you think, get swayed so easily by public opinion that is like the loud how do you call it, like negativity speaks louder than positivity, right?
Yeah, that is fascinating.
And they like, corporations are so quick to adhere to like, oh look, it's Pride Month, for example, and all the corporations are like, oh my god, we support gay people, haha, LMAO. They don't do that because they actually do. Who knows how homophobic they are behind closed walls, right? They do that because they know they have to appease the zeitgeist, of our current time period. It's like, if they don't do that, then it'll be like, oh, Oh, you hate the gays. You don't have gay pride. Hello, where is a rainbow colored logo? Hmm? Oh, it's not there. Cancel them. You know? It's like it makes it really difficult to separate genuine people from not genuine people. You know, who's to say if these people are supporting gays because they are, or because it's demanded of them? And who's to say, you know, like that if these people aren't supporting gays, it's like, what does this say? It's like, even if they don't do the pride flag thing, that doesn't mean they don't support gay people either, you know? I could quietly support gay people. I fucking like I've been on dates with fucking dudes before, you know? And I never get into this side because I hate using your orientations and your sexualities as like any sort of conversation coin piece to throw out, you know? But it's like nobody can fucking tell me that I don't support this shit because I'm part of it, right?
Yeah.
And but I also won't be the person who's gonna cave to people being like, "Hey, yo, like, ooh, where's your gay pride rainbow logo for Gay Pride Month?" I'm like, I like my logo dark and sinister as it is. Thank you very much. You know,
I wanted to match the color of my social shit.
It's like, I'm not, why should I bend over backwards just because a tiny group of minority, some of which probably aren't even part of like any sort of LGBTQ community, are going to lynch me because they think I don't support this because I don't have a little dumb filter. It's like the filter doesn't even show support. It shows that I have succumbed to peer pressure, you know?
I think that's why advertisers are afraid of it, is because mob mentalities are a thing. People just like excuses to rage and to be, you know, there's the rule, there's things that we kind of understand are hallmarks of bad people. But
or
then
the minority?
it is the minority. Like there's a bunch of people who, you know, understand and they're quiet and in the back watching the fires burn. But because of all the mob mentality and how easy it is to just like, you know, when you get justification for something, people do anything they want. It's like, oh yeah, I can't be a bad person unless it's justified. Then I can do whatever the hell I want.
Yeah.
And I wonder if it's that, because, you know, people who aren't even part of it will jump on it because, you know, like the riots that came out, people rioted for real, and then other people were like, oh, I'm gonna go take a TV.
It's definitely something like that. It's funny because it's brought up in a different study, a study of how environmentally friendly really are like things like paper straws, you know?
Yeah.
And they found that people who use these things like paper straws are actually more prone to being detrimental to the environment, you know, because they have this false image of like, oh, I did something for the environment, so even if I slack off a little bit in other aspects, it doesn't matter, you know, like they waste more on average when they believe they're already doing good, and in the end they actually do more harm than they did when they use something like plastic straws, for example. And it's funny because it's exactly what you're describing. Also got strawberries here now.
But yeah, it is actually, regardless of like anything we brought up so far, we still don't really know why the mob mentality has power. Because even if most people do understand, and sure there is a mob,
Yeah.
how does that affect sales? It must, because, you know, people put so much money into advertisement and stuff like that, so the numbers must still work out. I guess people who are impulsive spend money. The most impulsive.
I guess it's because we have a generation of like, I mean, it's just like that woman with the video I just talked about, right? And game theory, how I'm not going to watch the rest of her videos because she pissed me off in one, you know, even though the rest of her content I'm sure would still be perfectly enjoyable if I just didn't care, you know, but to me it's a matter of principle. And I guess that's also kind of what a lot of people want to follow, you know.
Yep.
Where if some corporation fucks up and you don't know most of the details of it, but you still hear like Nestle has slave trade and steals water from Africa or something, right? It's like, how many people are actually going to go research to see if that's true? And how many people are just going to say, okay, cool, next time I go to the store, I won't buy Nestle, I'll buy a different competitor. So that's probably what it is. It's not that the mob is the problem, but maybe the mob is loud enough for people, and people are just complacent enough right now to just kind of be like, okay, and then just do what it says.
Yeah, I would say that is part of it.
Yeah.
How do you, if you recognize that kind of mechanic existing, don't you want to erase it from yourself when you realize it's like part of the reason why the world goes to hell?
Hmm. Hmm. I mean, that would probably be the best option, right?
But
The
it's not the
healthiest one.
emotional one.
Yeah. I mean, if we take the GT like game theory example, it's just more of a, I don't know. I've so checked out from politics and everything else. I do just work on, like you said, like emotion, where it's like, I want to do this, so I'm gonna do this, and obviously I do that also because I bet a lot of people do what I do. A lot of people just don't want to deal with the politics, so they stay out of them, and we're all part of the problem. But what can you ask? What else can you expect of us? It's like, we're not billionaires, we're not rich beyond measure. We don't have all the free time in the world to care about this. I have to make comics. Not even I have to. I want to make comics. That's what I want to spend my time on. I don't have time to sit there and think about how to be more sustainable, because then I don't have enough time to practice my comics. My life is only so long, and I want to be successful by an age where I can still enjoy the money I make. It's like, if anybody has to care about this, it's the governments. That's why you elect people to take on more responsibility, and that becomes their job, and they get paid for that. Because somebody has to care about these issues, and it can't be the average person.
Well, I don't
and
think
they
it's
don't.
that's a government thing. This is a philosophical thing.
Oh,
Like,
there's a
it's like
butterfly
how
outside.
government it can't
Yeah.
like, the school shouldn't take responsibility for a child not being taught like basics. It's like how the parents come up to the school and is like, you can't teach my child this, or
Yeah.
and then it's like, this is something that you should be teaching the child. This is not something that is part of school. This is a more, yeah, I wasn't talking about the corporation and changing the world. I'm talking about changing oneself to
Right.
reflect
Okay.
one's ideals. Like, I'm speaking of, if I notice that the idea of throwing out the baby with the bathwater, God forbid me using that, but like, if that's that's
Yeah.
part of the problem, I would find it in myself to try and pick out where I'm doing it and just work against it on mere principle. Like, that's a
Yeah, okay.
natural thing that I do out of like guilt and shame.
I forgot that you're such a healthy person, and you like for me to be healthy as well.
Yeah, you'll never hear the end of it. And when I die, instead of a ghost coming over your shoulder talking about shadows and form, it's gonna be a better person.
All right, I get what you mean. Sorry, there's people coming in again.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget you're such a healthy person and want me to grow as a human being. You son of a bitch. How dare you?
I like being a grappling.
I guess it's true. It's just well, what was the point again? It was that if I can recognize that maybe I shouldn't cancel something just because of one thing. Maybe I shouldn't do it. Well, that's what it was, right?
Yeah. Like, to what degree do you? It kind of segues into the question of, at what extent do you enjoy or can enjoy content based on morals? Like, there's people who won't take a job in a place that looks sketchy. There's people who will or not work for Nestle, and then there's a
Right.
softer example where, like, music, you don't know who makes that, and then suddenly something weird comes out, and a song you like is now made by someone who did something really, really bad.
Yeah.
And people are like, no, you shouldn't listen to that song anymore. But it's like, it's bopping.
Yeah, I get what you mean. So it's like, where do you draw the line,
Yeah.
essentially? It's a good question. I guess I don't let myself be affected a lot by the stuff in the media. You know, if something's really bothering me, I will go and research it myself instead of listening to some clickbait. But other than that, I guess it's just one of those like it passes me by, you know. And with stuff like this YouTube thing where I will not watch somebody else's videos anymore, I guess it's more of a personality thing. You know, it's like, no, I've seen more of your personality and I've decided I don't like it. Goodbye. You know. You understand what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't
this
know if
could
that
be
makes any
this could
sense.
be a personal taste more than a boycott. Is the comparison? Is there anything you boycotted?
Anything I've what?
Boycotted.
Boycotted. That's a hard question because I can't really think of things like I don't really think in terms of like I'm boycotting this. I can't even say I don't buy Nestle products because Nestle makes some good shit. You know, it's like I like their chocolate. It's good. Why should I, the consumer, care about what they're doing? If it's so bad, why doesn't you know, some greater law enforcement do something about it?
I mean, there's also things of like people do try and do something about it. They're just not as powerful as something that can throw money at their problems and watch them go away.
Well, then the world is doomed.
The world is pretty much doomed. No,
yeah, there you go.
That's fair.
See, it always ends up there, and it's fine. Now where was I? Whoa, did I ever boycott anything? Condoms. I hate how they feel. I fathered 14 children in 12 countries. Yeah, that's right. I went back for a few. It doesn't break down how you think.
I guess you're yeah, because I remember Nutella was also another thing, but man, Nutella is so good.
I just don't like the taste that much.
Well, I guess you're lucky you avoid the drama.
Moon Baboon just sent me a picture of a cat with 3 legs, but you can't see that she only has 3 legs. That was the caption. This cat only has 3 legs. I just demanded a picture from her where you can see the cat only has 3 legs. What's the point of telling me a cat only has 3 legs if you're not going to show me a picture of it?
Making fun of monkey brain?
Yo. Look at this. In an emergency, I can just do this, right? Darkify all of it and pretend like it's the line art.
Yeah. You might as well just do that.
No, that's the cheap way out.
And you are gonna have no time. It's already
sweet.
You have like 9 hours.
Okay, wait. Let me look at my calendar. All right, what do we have here? Today is the 21st, right? Right? Should be.
Yeah.
And tomorrow is the 22nd, Sunday, which has nothing. Which means if I power through, I can sleep the whole day tomorrow. That's how I break. Maybe that's why my shoulders hurt at night. Oh well. All right. What do you want to talk about next? What's your favorite fast food place?
Is Red Robin count? It has burgers.
I don't know.
Okay.
Red Robin. Is it a chain?
Yeah.
Do they make their food relatively fast?
Relatively, yeah. I guess.
Yeah, there you go. Fast food.
It's technically fast, so it's just less fast.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Well, what is it?
Burger. Lots of burger. Milkshake. Burger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What else, Himbo?
I applied for a job there and they didn't take me.
Look, I'm telling you, you can apply and I will be your reference. We've worked together long enough. You can say you were my art consultant or my secretary. You know, one of the other. Why don't you? That would be fun.
I don't even know if it'll look believable. Because I'm sure people put friends on their resumes all the time. An artist putting a random person that's not even part of a company on a reference sheet is probably just like
You're
a
not part of a
black
company. I'm
flag of
CEO
like
of 1310
this
Incorporated.
yeah.
CEO, shareholder, and general office lackey. And so are you. You know, the 1310 CEO, vice CEO, co-CEO. You know, like fucking CEO position, and you're straight up to applying to
I hired
other places.
myself. Fuck you, Baskin. Red Rock, I don't need your job. I am already a CEO. Yeah.
Well, are you still currently waiting on any applications to come back or something?
No, I guess not. It's already been a few weeks, so.
Right. Okay. Well, how long are you gonna wait before you start applying again?
Well, I could do it now. It's just it's like I'd probably need a certification, but a lot of the good ones, the ones that I'm sure I will be able to find employment, are like 6 month long
Courses?
yes, that are also like a few thousand, not thousand, a few hundred to a few thousand in price. And, by the time it was like, oh, I should get a certification, it was already like they wouldn't make it in time. There's no way I would last that long. And so now it's like, oh, I'm already in art and you don't need a certification to sell art. I might as well get good at art. This is like my only path. That's why I keep trying to tell myself, because the other option is hiring my education, so people will be like, oh, she's certified, she just took it, it's fresh, she trained, we can hire her, she has technically a tiny itty bitty bitty bit of experience. That's my only option. Other than
that sucks,
this.
booty.
Well, what sucks is that I have all the tools in front of me. I am a good artist. I'm just stupid. I can do this.
You need to do the Johnny Depp thing. Get hired by a excessively rich man and live in their mansion. And just do art for them all day, and then call me up so me and you and this famous unnamed rich person can do drugs together. Not to say that I do drugs, but
in the court, I partake. What are you talking about? I did.
I wonder, with the court trial that is going on right now, is it illegal to take drugs, or is it illegal to buy them, or is it illegal to sell them? Which one is it?
It depends in the state. It's like there's government approved and then there's not government approved, and then it changes per state. And I think they're in a place where it's legal, but their angle is not the legality of having it, it's the abuse factor. Because even we know for sure that Johnny was so indisposed and so under the influence that he had to be fed his own lines for a movie. Like we have proof that he was dysfunctional, but we don't have any proof that he was a bad person while under the influence. And so what they're trying to do is go, he was so under the influence that
he doesn't even know he was a bad person, or what?
He did all the bad things, and so people who can say he's not a bad person can't say that he under the influence he did or did not do these things. That's what they're trying to do, I think.
Well, they're failing at it because they're making it sound hilarious. And he had a mega pint of wine. Like, shit, Johnny, where the hell are you getting a mega pint of wine? I want to go to that store.
Yeah, but we're also not the jury. We are getting fed this through this echo tube of, we already know who's innocent and who's guilty. It's very obvious. And so the jury might not be getting that. I wonder what it looks like without the filter. It's not about who cares or not. It's that it changes perception. We are monkeys, and so
I meant who cares, as in who cares if he wins or loses.
Oh,
it's like the boycotting thing that I talked about, right? Or that we talked about just a second ago. It's like nobody in the existence of ever is ever going to go see a movie with Amber Heard anymore.
Yeah, win or lose, he won, basically.
Yeah, her career is finished. It's nobody in their right mind is going to go support a woman like that, And she might still fill theaters, but hiring her has now become a huge liability for anybody who wants to hire her, because now it means if I hire her, I'm going to have to deal with swaths and swaths and swaths of people who detest this woman with a burning, firing passion, you know? And, you know, it's obviously up to the corporations if they want to do this or not, but it seems like an unnecessary risk factor, you know? It's like, why would you hire this woman who is may or may not be talented? I don't know. You know, I've only seen one movie of hers, which was Aquaman, which was Aquaman. You know,
Mm-hmm.
but gosh darn, you know, I won't ever go see a second one with her in it, and I won't pay money to see her. So you know, that's my opinion. And if you multiply that by 1 million, then that's 1 million people who are never going to go see your movie again. And in the Western world, that breaks down to a lot of money. What's 1 million times $15 for a movie ticket? That's 15 million bucks of loss just because you hired this one actress instead of, I don't know, XYZ actress who can do just as good of a job.
I guess so. In this case, it is absolutely a large part of you know, media consumers that are on Johnny's side.
Yeah.
And then but a lot of these people kind of knew, like Budgie a long time ago when this happened. She was like, gosh darn, how did this happen?
Gosh darn Southern accent.
Yeah, you know Budgie to have.
Yeah, I know Budgie and her Southern manners. Yeah, I do.
But yeah, like people kind of knew about this, and it still happened. Johnny lost his roles, and you know, there were people who supported this lady, and it wasn't like these pictures that are being shown as evidence of there's no marks on her. These were in tabloids. They're using paparazzi photos, and minus
Right.
the most compelling one that got people on his side immediately. Anyone who was in doubtful was the recording where she admitted to, you know, that.
Hitting him.
And
Yeah.
so the
Sorry,
people
did you
who
not want to
already
say it?
oh, of course, like I treat all of our streams like practice, and so I'm
Right,
practicing being
I just thought you were
good
looking
for
the
the
word. And I
algorithm.
was like, let me help you find the words.
I know the word. I use it all the time.
Ich call the boo. Yeah. I
Yeah.
got
So
you.
yeah, it's just like
I think it's different though, in the sense that like I wasn't as aware of this as people say people were, you know, because I remember when he was framed as an abuser, and the only thing I heard about was like he was framed as an abuser. I'm like, oh no, not Johnny. I would never expect Johnny to be an abuser, you know. And then I kind of zoned out from it, you know. And I'm guessing if I did, a lot of people also did the same thing, you know, just kind of listened to it and then zoned out afterwards. But now it's different in the sense that it's so in everybody's face, you know. It's something that you cannot escape even if you chose to, whereas before it was like he's an abuser and everyone's like gasps, moving on, you know. And now it's like breaking news, you know, not only is he not an abuser, but the woman he was with was an abuser. And look at all these things, and then there's like swabs and swabs and swabs of videos of Amber Heard acting completely antisocial, like just like even for an actress, you have to question how skilled she is with the terrible way she's acting in front of like the court. It's like, are you stupid? Like, you are an actress, no? Could you not lie if you really had to? Why would you present yourself in such a negative light? I mean, I'm sure it's the truth, and this is actually your personality, but if you want to look favorably, didn't your lawyers coach you?
Oh, you know, actors get character bibles. You know, if no one's telling her how to be, maybe she never picked up those skills. You know.
Yeah, possibly. Well, the point is that now it's in everybody's face far more than it was like when people were like Johnny wasn't abusive, you know. And now everybody is, you've got like even the people who aren't usually involved are still gonna get ripped along by the excitement of people who are like, look, he's innocent, I knew it all along, you know. And it's like, look, she's the abuser, you know. And then like couple that with all the videos of her being unlikable. It's kind of like what happened to Brie Larson, the woman who played Wonder Woman. No, Captain Marvel.
I didn't
Was it
hear
Captain Marvel?
about anything like that.
The movie, the actress, Brie Larson. She was very unlikable because people didn't like the movie, and
Uh-huh.
that was the first part, right? People didn't like the movie because I think it framed her as like this, like, oh my god, look at how powerful I am. Oh, I'm so powerful. I'm more powerful than any Avenger, even though I just got established in this movie, you know. And obviously nobody's going to like that if you have an arrogant character. Like, remove the actress and the anything from it. If you have a character that's just constantly arrogant and constantly powerful, and their explanation for why they're powerful is fuck you, and when you say, hey, why is this character so stupid, and the response is, oh, you just don't like her because she's a woman, you know, then it becomes the sort of like, now I hate her even more, you know. And also couple that with, like, you know, just like with Amber Heard right now, where she's making herself, Brie Larson made herself look very unfavorable in interviews, where she would like kind of argue a little bit with her co-stars, and their co-stars would look like they were so sick of her already. You know how in interviews all these Avenger people, they laugh together and they smile, but everybody who was in an interview with her looked like they wanted to die. You know. And then, like, I don't know, I watched a psychological breakdown of the way she talked, and it seems like a lot of the times she was offended, quote unquote. She was just being sarcastic, but she is very, very bad at sarcasm, I'll tell you that. And it just sounds like she's being genuine. And then obviously when people are like, oh, I don't like the character, and she's like, oh my god, is that a personal attack? And then people are like, you whore, now it is. You know, now it is. So yeah, I think that's kind of what's happening right now with Amber Schmurd.
Amber
Or should I call her
Schmurd.
AH? Ah. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
It's like, it's funny because you can pinpoint exactly what it is psychologically, which is that you do not want to admit fault. This is different because it's a lawsuit, right? But even with the did you see the news clip that was from a few days ago where it came to light that she did not donate this and this amount of money to charity or whatever?
Oh yeah, that was a thing like how many weeks ago?
Yeah. The point is that in the clip she denies it, and she keeps denying it. She keeps trying to go around the question, even though the evidence is accessible to everybody in that goddamn courtroom, you know? And it's like, if she had from the start said, I had not donated yet, then that would have been it, you know. It's like that would have been it. And then the lawyer has to try and like squeeze a narrative out that she did not do it because she did not care, or she's greedy, or yada yada yada. But it'd be a lot more difficult to make her look bad than when she's constantly denying it and trying to be like, no, I'm a good person, you believe me, right? Oh whoa. You know, it makes it a lot harder to see the good in her when she's presenting herself like so not aggressively, but like, so like, I'm not the one that's wrong. I could, they could see it in her facial expressions. It's like, how is anybody going to like somebody like that, right? It's excessively difficult, and yet she chose to present herself that way. And if she had just admitted guilt from the beginning and said, sorry, I did not donate it yet, then it would have been like, okay, how are you going to spin this, Mrs. Lawyer, to make her look bad? Because you're going to have to do it. That's the point of this, right? And
That's your job.
exactly, yeah. And what they were hoping for is probably exactly what happened, which is that she goes crazy and tries to like fucking like twist it and be like, no, I'm innocent. It was Johnny. He sued me. 6 months later, after I said I would donate it, you know, that really messed with my schedule. You know, it's like, come on. It would have been better for everybody if it had just been like, hey, it was my bad, you know. But if she had been that kind of person, there would have never been this lawsuit, you know. So I guess all is well.
Goes around, comes around.
Yeah.
That's yeah, weird.
I don't know.
I mean, because it works, doesn't it? Because the people who believe you will still believe you no matter what happens. That's basically one of the major things that's happening here, right? Is that people who are caught in a lie can just say, "Oh no, that's not right," and then you have fanatic enough people who made this to be what they believe in because life is so cold and callous that it doesn't really matter what appears. There's still people who support her.
Of course,
and,
yeah.
For whatever reason, I don't know.
I guess it's I mean, that's true, but I feel like the more cases like this pop up, the harder it is to be somebody like that,
Mm-hmm.
Not just because of the way she's acting, but because of social pressure,
I guess this comes down to population again, where if we think the vocal minority of minority groups, the ones that are toxic with it, are enough for advertisers to change their mind.
Yeah.
At what point is this small minority of people who still support people who've been disproven? When is it a problem? Like, it still must be a problem if like it's still doing things. If a minority of loud toxic people are enough to sway these powerful companies,
yeah.
how we guess we have a bigger army, but we're still getting affected by it.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like hiring Amber Heard is about to get really, really cheap. I'm waiting for the Amber Heard stock market to crash because, like, you're right. Those big corporations, you're thinking in terms of like the huge corporations, right? Because they're the ones who don't really see people as people; they see them as numbers, and that's why like a small minority that's like, oh my god, the numbers are going down. Do what they say, and the numbers go back up again. you know, it's that way, right? I feel like it stops mattering once you're a small studio that cares about craft over profit. Because these movies, despite appearances, aren't made to be pieces of art. They're made to sell, and they're made to sell not just like whatever movie tickets they have, but also merchandise. It's like, I love Marvel. Let me get a Marvel lunchbox. Let me get a Marvel plushie. Let me get a Marvel like water bottle. It's like this stuff gets sold because there's movies that are cool about Marvel stuff. Which is commendable because before that, Marvel was a huge nerd thing and nobody would care about it. But that's what those movies are for. But there's small indie studios that are just like, I want to make a good movie. And it's about like sending my story and my message out there into the world so it can be free and die at the hands of somebody else. So the people who won't care are the people who aren't part of those huge corporations. That's why I'm saying, like, hey, why don't we hire Amber Heard? It's about to get real cheap because no big corporation's gonna hire her, right? So she's gonna lower those prices, and we're gonna be like, hey, Amber, I've got $5.
I guess
start my movie. It's got 16 topless scenes and
it's an interesting point. I was thinking more like how who cares about this minority that's still supporting her? But also something that could be considered even more of a minority, which is the loud, toxic individuals of any community are enough to sway advertisers. So like, yeah, I guess we shouldn't worry about them because, the majority is kind of on Johnny's side, but at a certain point, that minority still has so much loud power.
Yeah, I get what you mean. I don't know. I think I've exhausted my extensive knowledge, on this particular subject. I just think it's funny that she shit in Johnny's bed. I mean, come on. How did the fucking lawsuit not just end right there? It's like she pooped in his bed. It's like, okay, one of you two is clearly the child here, and it's definitely the one who pooped in the bed.
Some people are really, really enjoying the trials. What's your favorite anime of the season? This trial.
Yeah, it's fun. It's weird.
Certainly weird.
Apparently, funny thing about anime, my art teacher refuses to watch in Kimetsu no Yabai, aka Demon Slayer.
Oh, how come?
Apparently, according to him, he can't deal with the swabs and swabs of like exposition. Apparently, I was not aware that there was so much exposition
It's very
in.
badly paced.
Okay, that might be it. He said he just can't watch it because he can't deal with all the like la, 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 in between the action. I just told him to read the manga. He's like, I can't do it. I can't. Because I had no such issue reading the manga. I thought the manga was great. You know,
Like
when the first season of Demon Slayer came out, the manga was wrapping up, so that was a good time to get into it. Yeah.
But yeah, it has very little like good pacing. I don't know if it was the same in the manga, so I'll go say it. But what's it? Oh yeah, the subliminal messaging trick on the sister. Like
which one?
They the first one, the very first one that I don't know the teacher did. They didn't allude to it until it was done, right? And so it's as if the storytelling was like the and then kind of fan fiction like, where sure, yes, this happened, but there weren't any hints, there was no foreshadowing. It was just like, oh yeah, this is a very crucial point, and this happened and it was there all along. It was as convincing as reading someone's like first story that they've ever written.
That's disappointing. That's strange because maybe I'm just unaware. Maybe it did happen in the manga as well, but I don't remember such a scene in the manga. Correct me if I'm wrong, anybody who's watching this in post, right? If there really was such a scene where it happened in post, but I never got that feeling with the manga. That's strange. It's disappointing because I know the studio working on it is Ufotable, and they're renowned for their fantastic animation. And I would love for that fantastic animation to be merged with a fantastic story, you know?
Well, there's just some things that don't matter depending on what your interests are. Like the Sherlock thing, where it was entertaining when you watched it, and it was only disappointing in post when it was explained to you. But the experience was so monkey brain that it really didn't fucking matter. And then it's the same for Solo Leveling for me, where I recognize the one-dimensional characters, but also it looked amazing, and it was just a thrill ride of just seeing childish glee. Destruction unfolds.
You know what I've been thinking about lately?
What?
With that childish glee of destruction, I've been thinking about Biscuit Hammer. You know?
I'm so glad.
Yeah, because I think that scene is so sweet where, you know, the main character, I think you can call him the main character. He's off to see his grandpa again for the first time, right?
Yeah.
And he's talking to the prince. You sent me a screenshot of this exact moment, so I think you must have liked it too, right? Where he's talking about like, what am I going to do if like I can't face this trauma, you know? And then the freaking princess just replied like, then I'll just destroy it all and you'll be fine, you know? And I was like, yeah, that's that would be comforting to hear.
It's such a you mentality too. Like there were times where you came with that solution, like it's okay, we'll just kill him.
Yeah, because it is. I think they did it very well. It's kind of romanticized in a way.
Hell yeah, but
right where you get that like it's like a parent's comfort almost. Because it's like, you don't have to worry about anything bad happening because I will destroy all evil in the world, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, and that was, I thought that was a great moment, especially with the way they framed the picture of her hand just clenching up and leaving like a giant crater in the town he was going to visit. Yeah. I was like, yep, that's very, very nice. It fits the tone of the entire manga so well because it is just a weird, it's kind of like dreamlike, you know. It's a lot about philosophy. Don't apply too much logic to it, you know. Kind of dealio, like Evangelion. It really is like those old school, like, oh yeah, and then the future and the destiny of humanity and the blah 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 blah. You know, don't poke holes into this because it makes no sense that the angels descend one after another.
Only think about the philosophy. No
don't think
logic.
about how the main character did not want to cure their disease at all, even though they had multiple chances, and in the end they cured anyways in a far more convoluted and time-consuming way, and their entire motivation is tied to having the disease that they did not need, and it feels like an afterthought where the mangaka was like, oh shit, she could have healed it this entire time, and has to write in like a little explanation being like, no, she doesn't want to.
The only thing I can think of is spite. Like, I was destined to die, and this weird magical thing that may or may not have, this may not have been in my cards. Maybe this never would have happened to me. I would have just died anyway, and the world was gonna let me die. Fuck them.
Yeah.
That's the only
I
thing
can...
that I can see. But it's not, like, prevailed enough in her personality for it to be a good anchor. Like, if that was the case, they could have really built that up way more.
Yeah, I feel like if that had been the case, I would have been far more accepting of this entire ordeal. Because I'm like, okay, I get it. You still hate the world. Just because you're no longer sick doesn't mean you're not going to still hate the world for making you sick, especially if you already blame the world.
Yeah, and then they could have taken her wasting her wish as like a lock hold on. She was a child. She wasted it on Disneyland like any other child would. Like, I mean,
that would have been a little cop out, though, I feel.
But it's good if it was handled badly. But this is already like in real life. Like, there's people who were in Make-A-Wish Foundation. They're like, I wasted it on something that this was not worth it. I could have done something, much more personalized and meaningful.
Would you
and
like
probably
to meet Dwayne The Rock Johnson?
Cost
okay.
a lot less.
Hold on a second. I fucked up. I hate Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
But yeah, so that's a thing that already happens. I mean, she was approached when she was like, I don't know, 9, less than
there's
that.
There's a lot of stuff they could have done.
Yeah.
They could have, if they really wanted to, they could have made the sister sick as well, and had both of them be sick, and then she just cures her sister instead. It would be a very easy way to use up her wish, cure the disease, and also still have her hate the world for making her sick in the first place. It's a one flaw. Maybe it's just a flaw in English. Who's to say what the original Japanese was like? Maybe the mangaka wrote it out in a nicer way, and the translator was like herder.
It would be more impactful if it was like
yeah. Who's to say, right? But
yeah.
It's very enjoyable. That moment alone justifies me reading the entire thing. The part where, because it's so raw emotionally, it's just like, what else? Because everybody can relate to that.
Yeah, everyone wants that.
I don't know what I'm going to do if I'm going to face something that I hate facing, And the ultimate comfort is like, don't worry, I'll take care of everything, as a response. Especially if it's something hateful and it feeds into like, if somebody hurts you, I will destroy everybody who has contact with that. It's a sort of, it is a power fantasy, because it can never happen in real life. Because then it wouldn't be healthy in the first place, but it feeds into that unhealthy, like, I just wish the world could work like this kind of idea, I mean, me, we talked about my school a bunch of time, It's like, if I had to go back to that school for whatever reason, how comforting would it be to have a princess be like, don't worry, if anybody there hurts you, I'll go there myself and smash it to bits,
Yeah.
Like, it's the ultimate comfort. Yeah. But yeah, I don't know. What do you think? I keep talking over you like I usually do.
Yeah.
It's because I don't value you as a human being.
Yeah, I know. Fucking just clip that.
You can write
Keep that
down
in my
time.
pocket. That's what the sound that will play whenever someone follows me. It's a human being. I
know. Anyway,
I fucking forgot what I was gonna say.
Okay, the princess. What are you gonna say? Go on.
Well, I was probably gonna say what you were saying, where it's like there's no way this could ever. It'll always be an elusive fantasy because whoever even remotely does this in real life will be, branded a psychopath and a killer. Probably because that's what they had to do, and it just feeds like disassociative behaviors. But so it'll always be, even in a world where people are healthy, it'll always be a romanticized kind of like thing.
A solution to a problem that we all wish we could solve by just smashing stuff.
But then again, we live in a very cushy like lifestyle. We don't have to pretend this, like that kind of mentality is very like unga bunga, fight or flight, living in a dystopian world. And we are privileged enough where we don't have to recess into unga bunga to survive, but people who do have to do unga bunga to just eat for a day, do we even have to? Should we even categorize that in the same place? Should we just put that in a thing where their pyramid is nowhere near built? There's no way they have any of their needs in place. They get a very vague sort of excuse.
Right. For the power fantasy stuff or for violence.
I guess for the real life application of this thing that's quote unquote romanticized. For some people it's reality. It's the crutch to survive and kind of justify the horrible crimes they do to get by.
I think in that context it's more so in relation to for those people it's in relation to something else, right? Because for us, like this whole thing is about trauma. Right, that's the point.
Yeah.
Is that it's not about. I think it would be a different story. I get what you mean, right? But I think it would be very different if it was like, oh, we have to do this for food, or we have to do this to survive. I think that would tell a different story, or demonstrate different motivations or something, right? But because it is about it is about problems that we face, right? Like you and I in our cushy lifestyles, but we don't have to worry about food. The worst things we have to deal with are traumas that we have experienced. Right. I will say that I think that scene only works so well because the characters are being so vulnerable in the moment. It's not just like this is something I have to do to survive. It's like it's more of a despair kind of emotion. It's like, what will I do if I'm faced with this thing? It won't kill me, but it'll be like the second worst thing. Yeah. Go on. I don't mean to talk over you again.
Yeah, I don't think I'm rebuilding the scene. It's like we can say it's unhealthy if we did this in real life, but if someone was unga bungaing it out there, could we say it's unhealthy for them to do that?
Unga bunga.
Yeah, because imagine if the cavemen were like, "Oh, Timmy stole a drumstick and now 5 families can't eat." I'm gonna be the better man and let it slide. No, we're gonna ban Timmy into the wilderness and now no one will steal anything ever again. Like, who's to say that didn't need to happen?
I don't know. Law enforcement, maybe.
Yeah, but there's no law enforcement in a small town. Like, a small, not town, fucking, the cave.
Yeah.
A small cave where these are the only people there. And it's just a village, barely even a village of people surviving. Like, at a certain point, can you even let anything slide? Or do you just... it's the safest route. You cut out anything that's a danger because otherwise everyone might just die.
It's an interesting question. I'm not sure.
I bring it up because I really like the idea that we weren't built for enlightenment. Because if we evolved to this state, it was probably because we were emotional. We make up things that we can full-heartedly believe in, despite anything we may see. Because if you go 100% into a direction, you're gonna succeed, and that's probably how we survived.
Yeah.
But then now that if we have the opportunity for enlightenment, it's so difficult because we don't have the faculties for it. It's not natural to us. We're just like, Hive mentality. Screech.
It is funny because if all your other needs are met, enlightenment is the best thing that you can do for yourself, right?
Yeah.
And we don't. I don't think you mean the Buddhist like let me float kind of enlightenment, but rather the like, oh hey, let me learn what I want my life to be about and not be a shitty human being. You know?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it is funny. It almost became its own that we made the need for ourselves to need enlightenment. You know,
Yeah, that's true.
uh, we created that need because we're stupid monkeys, and the hive mentality is something we have to break from at a. It's like leaving the nest at a certain age. You have to break from the hive mentality so that you can be more yourself and succeed in what you want to do and have aspirations. Obviously, this is it's like Maslow's pyramid of needs, hierarchy of needs, right?
Mm-hmm.
Talk about it all the time, but you can
It's a
only
good
go
pyramid.
for the like, huh?
It's a good pyramid.
Yeah, it is a good pyramid, and you know the top is exactly what we're saying, right? The top is enlightenment. um it's just interesting, it's all interesting.
Yeah.
Anyways, that's unga bunga.
Oonga boonga. We
Unga
have to oonga
bunga.
boonga this thing, this prompt. Nothing else matters.
Yeah, look at this trash. How close are you to being done?
Oh, I've been doing thumbnails this entire time. Like, look at this
Oh, you're done already?
nonsense. No, I'm not done. It's just I decided that values and composition and the 1, 2, 3 read of a scene is one of my weaknesses. So I spent the last 3 hours doing thumbnails.
All right, and
I'm
I've
gonna
spent the
take.
last 3 hours working on this crap.
Yeah, we're probably gonna get to color around the same time. I'm going super paintery. I don't give a crap. I put in. I'm just gonna paint suggestion.
Right.
Also, I'm gonna pee. So think about things you're going to say, and I shall
All
urinate.
right. Oh, look, I'm checking out your stuff right now. It's very nice, very nice. All right, welcome to the Heck Only stream. This is the part where I never know what to talk about because, well, you know, this is what it's like on my own streams. I sit here and I talk to myself. It's just very awkward, you know? Oh, God. Because there's no one to laugh at my jokes. Oh. Hey, what's up, bitch? Oh, I don't know if anybody heard Martian Terror. I think she was just whispering to herself about some crap. Anyways, it's difficult to talk by myself because you know, human conversations thrive on reaction. How are you going to do a conversation if the opponent, if the other person you're talking to is just going, yeah, okay. It's like you can't have a conversation like that, and yet that's what I'm doing every time I stream, and that's wherein the difficulty lies. I'm kind of like, cool, you know, Nitorito, I've said this thing. Now there's no response. Let me just keep saying other stuff, you know? Maybe I see it too much as a conversation. Maybe I need to see it more as an easy peasy, whatchamacallit, like a performance. I'm like, oh, look at me, I'm talking about stuff. It's just a skill I have to practice. I think the first part is to get over how uncomfortable I feel streaming, and the second part is to, you know, actually go ahead and practice my people talking skills. Anyways, Abortion Tiger told me to think about something to talk about when she comes back, so let's you and I brainstorm together, right? Let's see, what the hell can we talk about? That's an interesting topic that Borsch would enjoy talking about. You know, Borsch, very short, mild mannered. It's kind of like a monkey. Feed a banana. uh, hmm. What could me and Borsch talk about? My brain is just completely blank right now. I like Harry Potter. We could talk about Harry Potter. How it went downhill. Storytelling, comic book adaptation, there's a lot of stuff. Maybe we can talk in general about some other exciting mangas that we read. or other examples of power fantasies. Maybe Abortion Tire can tell me about the time she jerked off 14 times in 12 seconds. Hmm. What else can we talk about? We can talk about daylight savings, sunflower seeds.
I can see you're degrading if you have to talk about daylight savings time.
I just looked out the window and I was like, the sun's going down, daylight saving time.
Oh, talk about sun? Oh.
It's so difficult to talk to myself. I said this while I was by myself, but you know, like, you ever tried having a conversation with somebody who just answers with K, yep, you know, stuff like that. It feels like that's what streaming
that same
feels
thing,
like.
But answer with a whoa.
Allah. No, I can't. Anyways. That's what makes streaming so difficult to me.
Yeah, that's fair. It is difficult.
Because it's kind of like, cool. I've spoken by myself, and here's the response: nothingness. I'm just expected to keep talking, you know. But yeah, you want to talk about Harry Potter?
Is it because of the Lego game?
That's the best I could come up with. No, what do you mean the Lego game?
I thought you were playing Lego Hogwarts or something.
I'm playing Lego Star Wars, you insufferable twit.
Lego X popular franchise.
It's great. I love that game. There was a small bit of frustration where I thought that there was like a glitch that would prevent me from playing the game. And I looked it up online and I kept retrying the level until I got it.
Nice.
And I kind of brute forced it. But hey, I did it, you know?
Yeah,
and then right after that, my game crashed because they were interrupting everybody's game session to install a glitch fixing update. So I spent hours and hours beating that stupid stage only for them to potentially just fix it like an hour after I was done.
That sounds like what would happen to you.
Yep. Oh boy. Anyways, it's nice to see that they still went through fixing it though. The reason I brute forced it immediately was because I thought for sure they weren't going to fix it. You know, I was like, when the hell are they gonna fix it? This game has been out for like months and they haven't fixed it yet, so there's probably a good chance they're not gonna fix it for a while. So I just went ahead and played.
Yeah.
Little did I know I was the fool. But yeah. What would you like to talk about? Do you want to talk about the your bathroom trip just now?
Oh, yeah,
details?
I thought about how
did you find the camera
defecate is very similar to defenestrate.
Yeah.
And I think that's funny.
Yeah.
Because then you can mix pooping out someone and out the window, so you're pooping someone out the window.
Defenestration, defecation.
Yeah. It's perfect.
Anyways, this is my co-host who is 10 years older than me. Oh gosh. Right. You wanna talk about Sherlock Schmones?
You want to rage? Are you gonna channel your inner rage so you can work on this prompt faster?
Yeah.
Okay, what about Schmerlock Schmomes? Do you want to
I don't like it.
Yeah.
I can't even rage about it because all my rage has been used up in the last few times I talked about this.
Look,
it's just a stupid story that makes no sense, but it's funny.
But you enjoyed it the first time, and you wouldn't have known if no one told you.
Yeah, which is funny. But now that I know, I guess most of the time I get mad because I feel like the story could have been better. Like, it's one of those situations. Like, I never get mad because I think the story is bad. I get mad only because I think the story could have been better. If you show me a bad movie in isolation, I'd be like, okay, that's a bad movie, cool. But if you show me a bad movie and then also it's something like Star Wars, where it's like clearly they had the time and the money to make something better, then I'll be more upset because I'm like, you had the chance to do something better, you did not,
Yeah,
like
that's true.
I would never rage at the Velocipaster,
Well, that
even though it has.
also set out to do something and it did it. Like, it's not supposed to be good. If it was, then it wouldn't be good
Right.
anymore.
Yeah, that's true. But I would never rage at it, even if it was genuinely bad, when they tried to genuinely tell a story. Because, well,
Birds too.
it's some
Sorry.
stupid indie
Birdemic.
artist with Birdemic. Birdemic is hilarious. So stupid. It's like, what if birds were evil and it's all like an environmental message?
Yeah, that's the funniest part, is that it's an
It's like,
environmental
oh
message.
boy. If only we could love more. I'm like, please tell me more. Yeah, that's pretty funny. So stupid. That was the first time I remember. That's the first time I heard Ollie's voice in voice chat. Ollie is one of our Discord friends, and I honestly thought he was 60 years old when I heard him. Did you not? Do you know how old he is?
Yeah, but like, you live in the area where deep voices would be normal. Like, come on.
Well, yeah, sure, but he sounded like he has that tired the demeanor of like, I've lived for too long,
Like, you're just sensing the age of his soul.
Yeah. So I genuinely thought that the oldest person on our server was Ollie, because I was sure that he only had a few months left to live. I was like, any day now I'll get the obituary. Ollie passed away from old age.
You were sensing
which might
something
still happen.
Close, but not the same.
Yeah. I don't know. It was pretty funny. I can't believe I was wrong about that.
I can find it funny.
All right. Well, let's do this. What was the most surprising fact you found out about one of our server people?
Two of them lived in the same country and went to the same school.
Oh, seriously? Who? I don't even know this.
Oh, that's what you said the last time this came out.
Oh, did I? Maybe I just don't care that much.
But it's the two tech people.
Oh, the two tech people in the country that might be invaded next.
I mean, if you want, that is one way to describe the state of their country.
Oh.
See, like, I don't mind these topics if they're like subtly touched upon, because we're dodging. Right. We're just dodging the algorithm. That's the whole entire goal. But isn't it more fun when we do like this?
Yeah, I suppose so. I'll do my best to adhere to this new style a little bit.
Like, we'll only have to do it for games. If you want to move these discussions to another like area where they're segmented for real topics and comedy, if we market that, that's fine. I'm okay with that, because there is a movement even on YouTube where people are like, no, we need to save comedy. Comedy is important. Yeah. And if that's, I'm okay with that. That's entirely different.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
Who is it? Who's the other person? I didn't realize we had two people from that area. Is the other one the one who stopped talking?
I mean, yes, technically.
You mean the one who was like, I can't take your opinion, even though your opinion is the same as mine?
Oh, it's more like two personalities that were very similar, doing the exact same things to each other, just couldn't take. Right.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. So they're the same age. Are they dating? Are they in love now?
I think Lucy's older, but they went to the same school, and maybe even the same class. I'm not sure if they have the same professors.
Right, that is pretty interesting.
Yeah, that's like, what kind of odds are that?
About the same odds as me living in your closet right now.
Yep. I don't have one, so you're right.
God damn, well, where do you store your clothes? Oh, okay.
It's
I live in whatever door is closed right now in your apartment.
the hallway.
There I am.
That is oddly enough more unsettling than the closet.
Oh, boy.
I'm
Why is it
magically
more
there.
unsettling?
I made it seem like, because one is more ridiculous than the other. The other one is just the long con. One is so
Right.
preposterous that it would be impossible. The other one is like the longest, most conniving con that could ever exist.
That would be so funny. Could you imagine if right now we found out I stage everything in our friendship just for the pure excuse of becoming your friend?
See, that's the thing. Because if you were suddenly in my closet, you'd still be you. You'd just be weird and like oddly magical somehow. But if you were in the hallway, suddenly you're a psychopath.
Whoopsie poopsie.
Oopsie poopsie became a psychopath.
Yeah. Well, I mean, would you mind? How much would you mind?
Well, it depends, really, because like, I could see you playing a really elaborate prank, but like, one couldn't say that integrity's really been broken since our locations didn't matter that much.
Right. See, well, the thing is, I always double check. I always make sure to get consent before I prank people. I just do it so many months in advance that you don't know that I'm pranking you later. You know, like with your birthday thing, I was pretty sure I told you that I would just choose a day and make that your new birthday, and you couldn't stop me, and you said, haha, sure. And then months later, I did it because I cannot be stopped. I'm a force of evil, and you can't say I didn't warn you, right?
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. So I'll do that oftentimes with my friends. Like with my friend who I bought the book for that is now signed by the author.
Very cute.
I'm pretty sure I told him beforehand that I was going to do it and asked him if he would like it. And he said yes. And then, eventually he forgot about it. And now I'm just like, I'm just going to give it to him. He's going to enjoy it,
Yeah.
It's just one of those things. Oh, God, I'm burping. I'm burping like crazy. It's like a Pokemon called Burpin.
That could be a fun prompt for our videos. Draw ourselves as Pokemon.
Draw ourselves as Pokemon. Pokemon that exist or like...
No, our own goddamn Pokemon. I don't know enough about Pokemon.
You don't know enough. Well, you need
I never
to.
Played.
It's such a fun game. Oh my god.
Well, it's turn-based. You do the same, like... It's a drop-down menu simulator.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I like there was an MMO that was coming out that evolved the idea of Pokemon-ish stuff, but it kind of died, and the only game I have to compare it to is Folklore, which is this like really give and take, hate it, love it game on the PS3.
Also, my laptop might be about to crash because the screen is all black.
Should we
No.
Okay,
keep talking. I'm just warning you in case I disappear. It's because my laptop crashed.
Gotcha.
I can't even see the stream or anything. Here we go. It miraculously survived, so we're good.
Should I take my stream down? No, like my Discord stream.
No, don't worry.
Okay.
I stopped watching it because it was
I don't need to have it up.
Oh. Did you have it up this entire time?
Yes.
I was not watching it. I was like, oh, fucking, I can't understand fucking abortion die or whatever. But yeah, what were we saying? Pokemon? Oh, you didn't.
Yeah, so Folklore. It's where each attack is like an action that an animal takes. Like, let's say an animal pops out in claws, or an animal pops out in bites, and then you just rotate through your animals, and depending on what kind of attack you want, and you load different ones out. If you want a gun, you just And it was
Oh
very
boy.
fun. It's more actiony level of
Than
Pokemon.
Pokemon.
Yeah, because you still had elements in a way. Because you still had to pay attention to what was stronger against what, and it was more convoluted too. Because it was like, oh yeah, this military one is really great against the Fey one.
Right. I wonder what appeals to Pokemon to me that doesn't appeal to you.
Nostalgia? Because you probably played it when you were younger, and then I
Nostalgia
never
has
got
to
that.
play a part in it, but I also enjoy a lot of the games that came out later. So I wonder if it's maybe it would be weird if it's just nostalgia. I'm pretty sure that I think for me what gets me is the designs in part. You know, like even if it is a drop down menu, I can still it's still that feeling of like, it's me and my friends on an adventure. You know, look at this
Yeah.
guy, stupid face, he's going to kill you.
Well, yeah, that's why I like the Pokemon Minecraft, where I just go around catching animals. That is
Right.
fun, but then I just can't deal with the gameplay, and so
The
so
gameplay of like
the drop down
press
menu.
button.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I do get the appeal of collecting characters. Like that's undetested. I give me something
Right.
to collect, and I'm gonna put it in my pocket. Like it's like yeah,
Yeah.
that's a hoot and holler. I've been waiting for them to change their gameplay so I could get into the franchise.
That is interesting.
Oh yeah. So speaking of that, the recent open world one is as close as it got to, catching me
Legends
in.
Arceus.
Yeah, it just so happens that I'm poor enough where I can't try
Uh,
that.
that's weird though, because it's still turn based in a way.
Is it? Oh. I thought you just walked around collecting it.
You can do that, right? Obviously, but if you engage in combat, it's still like it is different, but it's also still the same.
Well then go fuck me. I guess I'll never
Yeah.
try.
Well, there we go. Uh,
I guess I'll go fuck myself.
it's interesting. I think it's mostly for the design because some people are really into the gameplay, and those are the people who do competitive battling, right, with Pokemon and go to the world tournaments, blah 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 blah. I don't enjoy that per se, but I do enjoy having a fun animal that I can nickname. You know,
Poopy McPoopy pants, yeah.
yeah, like Lur's smiling face.
Uh-huh.
I stole it from a Pokemon because that Pokemon has such a lovely smile,
Uh-huh.
you know, in every scene that it's in. Here, I'll copy and paste it onto my stream, and then you can see.
I like some of the designs. Like
Look at
just
his
as
face.
a base. I used to have a Pokedex when I was younger. Even though I didn't play, people just fucking gave it. Oh yeah, people just just handed it to me, and I was
Right,
like, okay, cool, pretty pictures. And so I like I like things like Cubones, a lot of the ghosts, the fucking key
right.
rings, the. I like the concept of the ones that like being thrown and then they evolve into
Yeah,
things that throw the younger generation. That's adorable. That's adorable
yeah.
as hell.
Dragapult. That's their name.
Yeah.
It's Dragapult. You see how great it is because
Yeah,
of the
so
name.
the stuff I
Yeah.
like are there. And I guess it's, maybe 30% of the designs.
Right. I think maybe it just tickles something in my brain that it doesn't tickle for yours. You know,
Well, I could get
would
this enjoyment from other things.
yeah, for sure. Maybe Pokemon is just not that kind of franchise for you then, I suppose. You know,
Probably.
because that shit is fun to me. The whole like he press button. You know.
Oh yeah, I don't
Uh,
like a turn-based combat. Just in general.
it's funny. That's actually why I bought the Skywalker Saga for my Switch. It's because I had so many games that were RPGs, and it was driving me a little bit crazy. You know, as much as I enjoy turn-based combat with RPGs, it drove me a little bit crazy, and I just needed something where I can run around and smash stuff. You know, and the
Oh,
Skywalker Saga was perfect for that.
Yeah, I can kind of get into why it's like that. Because, I got into games really late. And when people talk about video games, they're all like, oh, it's like living a second life. This is my,
Oh,
entirely new thing.
seriously?
And then,
That's not
it's
what I
like
feel like at all.
it was basically emulating this whole thing where it was a whole experience, and they were describing the world in such vivid details. It's probably because the simpler a game is, the more you imagine things and give
Ah,
context to stuff,
okay.
and your imagination becomes part of the graphic design and the storytelling. And
Right, right, right.
so people were talking about how cool the world is and stuff, and they're talking about like games with a very linear plot, linear story, RPG Maker level
Yeah,
graphics.
yeah.
And if you tell that to someone who's never played games, they're gonna imagine something wildly different. Like the level of articulation and freedom and exploration that I was hearing about was only satisfied by games like Demon Souls and Skyrim because of how people
Right.
talked about games. And now I enjoy all sorts of games, but it's only because I've gotten over this idea that it's very hard to do these things that were built up in my expectations.
Right, 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 right. I understand. It's people who overhype things that ruin it for you. It's an age-old problem. Like you're
Right.
excited about something and you want your friend to be excited about it too. But if you just go jumping right in and being like, this is the greatest thing ever, they will expect it to be the greatest thing ever. And when it's not, then you are fucked. You know? Because now you have to deal with your friend being like, this is good. You know?
Yeah,
I enjoy it.
I can't say they were wrong because it's hard to describe elements of a story or a world without saying these things, but they really just didn't explain it well, I don't think.
Yeah. That's always the case. That's what my friend does with movies. My friend Christoph.
Mm-hmm.
He um he 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 suggested a few movies to me that were not good. I did not enjoy them. And the reason I did not enjoy them was because I was expecting something completely different than what he was describing, you know?
Yeah.
That was the issue. Like, I don't think I would have minded the movies as much if I had seen them in isolation without any sort of input, right? But it was like, oh my god, you have to watch this. It's it's this and or that, you know. And I'm like, cool, I will. And then it turns out to be something else. I'm like, I don't enjoy this at all, and it is trash. You know?
Yeah.
Oh god, is the wind starting again? Man, the nighttime out here in the countryside really is the nighttime. You know what I mean? It is like
It's definitely silent.
it's definitely silent. There's no light outside. I don't have any curtains to close, so I am at the whim of whatever entities are outside, human or not, looking in
Yeah.
on my life, because I can't. Obviously, that's the nastiness of. Oh God, scared the shit out of me. Holy hell! Oh my God, I freaked myself the fuck out. Oh my God, I almost had a heart attack just now because I went to scratch myself, like my
Uh-huh.
neck. And because it's dark outside now, the light is reflecting off of the window that I'm sitting next to, and my hand was just this flesh colored thing moving across my window, and I was like, what hell spawn has arrived,
Mm-hmm.
Oh my god, that's exactly what I'm describing, right? It's a terrifying, terrifying place to be. The countryside. And oh boy. It's spooky, I have trouble sleeping here sometimes because it's a little spooky to me. But yeah, what was I talking about before I almost spooked myself to death?
People building up expectations and being disappointed.
Right, it's a trash movie that he suggested
Yeah.
because he was like, well, it's good. And I'm like, no, it's not. And he's like, he does not have good taste. And I'm like, will smack you upside the head 14 times until you're dead.
As you do, that is the common
Yeah.
courtesy in our culture.
Common courtesy.
Yeah.
But yeah. Sorry, I was just freaked out, scared the crap out of myself.
It was just funny, like trying to figure out if this was part of the story or like something.
Yeah. Oh boy. All right. Anyways, what do you want to talk about next?
Hmm.
We're streaming so much longer because I have to finish this stuff.
Yeah. Well, it's fine. This is, I don't know. It's there's that line where you do stuff for business, and then there's also the line where you do stuff for you. And that's
Right.
the kind of that balancing line thing that I'm dancing with as well, because I acknowledge that watching someone be stuck on anatomy for 5 hours is not good content. And so
Right.
that's something that you would do to change if you wanted to better your channel and grow your audience. But as a person who needs the accountability and is maybe someone would be interested in seeing anatomy anyway. That's highly possible. It won't be as efficient or good or even like wise to do so, but it's still fine. It's not like I can't grow like that.
Yeah.
It's just balancing what's good for me and what's good for how things actually work in the world.
Yeah.
I think I found what I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna go for this one.
Cool. I can't see what you're doing.
Oh right.
You-
What I
yeah.
I definitely wanted an enclosure, because you're drawing an enclosure, like, so it's surrounded by trash. But I also wanted to really emphasize the water and land and trees. And then in the back
Yeah.
of the house, I wanted a pile of trash, just like a overpowering in the distance.
Right. Man, I can't draw this weapon properly. I need to
You did it.
refer
I
to my
think you did it
original
right the
sketch.
first time.
Yeah, I might have done something like that. Let me check the original. The original, it's because it's a gigantic needle, right? So I'm trying to capture that needle S without it just becoming a club, you know?
Mm.
That's the difficulty I'm facing. Let me revert back to the beginning, see what I did. You mean the beginning like here?
Oh, I mean, when it was almost a completely outlined weapon, because I don't think,
Like this?
because what about it is club-like to you? Yeah, I think it's fine. Because it is kind of big, but what you define as a club is very warped now that you've learned about weapons. Anything that's heavy to you is now a club. But to anyone else, they're gonna see, oh, big staff, weird thing, pointy.
Yeah. I think it's because in the original I capture it looks so much more needle-like. You know what I mean? But I think I've lost that in a sense because I've focused too much on the shape design rather than the overall design. You know, especially with the handle. I'm gonna try and correct that just a little bit. Maybe it's because yeah, this already helps a little bit. I think it's because I made the width of the handle different than the width of the actual blade. You know what I mean?
One of those things where you should draw the general shape, like from far away, and then detail it afterwards.
Yeah, I think that's one of my weaknesses. But I think something like that might have happened here. My God, I can't believe the amount of effort I'm putting in for Himbo. He better appreciate this.
It is funny what motivates people.
Rage, pure
I guess
anger.
So. It's just funny.
Yeah, it is. It is funny. That is the best way to describe it.
But I totally acknowledge that it's a thing, because I'm a very strangely
You're watching it unfold right now.
No. I mean, I'm a very logic based, and that's how I make myself do anything, is with logic. Because if I listen to anything emotional, that means I'll just stop moving. So,
Right.
I've now pigeonholed myself into something that is kind of funky, a little funky, and so
funky. Yeah.
it's like there is probably. What if my problem is that I ignored the goblin, and I need a little bit of Poon Poon, and I need a little bit of biscuit hammer just to get by.
Yeah. I mean, that can definitely be because I feel like even more recently you've neglected your gremlin side because there's less options to gremlin out because there's the constant pressure of I should be working so that I do not starve this month, like interfering with the nature of the gremlin. Like the gremlin is a creature that needs to be fed, and needs to know that there's more food later.
But like
And
I've had tons of shit posting. Like I
no, I
always
mean
shit
fed with
post.
actual food.
I'm fair.
And if you don't have money, it's like, how are you gonna afford that food? The gremlin's like, hello. Talk to me when you have secured a source of food, So until then, it might just be one of those things where it's kind of like it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, because people don't run on logic; they run on emotions.
Yeah, they do. Horniness, especially.
Yeah, that's why all the best anime artists are like total horn dogs. The anatomy of that's funny. Like I was watching someone and they were doing amazing anatomy. Like how long did it take you to learn that? Oh, maybe a year. Like what did you do? I stared at Twitter. I'm like, I hate.
I looked at titties. I get it because there's an artist I know who I spoke to years ago. I wouldn't say we're friends, but we are acquainted, or we used to be acquainted. But I've seen them improve and seen them like pump out drawings on Instagram for like years and years and years, and just every day they're pumping out new stuff. I'm like, how can they draw this much? They're just so horny, Mark. They're so horny because all their art is like just random stuff, but with tits and ass. It's like bowling pin, here it is with tits and ass. Mouse, here it is with tits and ass. It's like, how's this? It's got tits and ass now. It's like, and at first, it didn't look that good, but now it's starting to get. It's probably better than what I can do, and it might be better than what you can do.
Yeah.
Because it's just years and years of concentrated horniness, condensed into just pure anatomical skill. It's like, I'm gonna draw the perfect ass and I'm gonna keep going. I just need ass, and then they just draw ass over and over and over and over again. And it's like, this person is a good artist. Nobody can say they're not a good artist. And god fucking damn, they're horny. And now they're getting into animation as well, because they're like, I want the probably because they wanted to draw that blowjob scene of one of their characters giving his own OC a blowjob.
This ass is not enough, it needs to jiggle.
Yeah, exactly. And now that's happening,
Yeah.
And it's like, well, now he's teaching himself animation for horniness. So horny is not something to be discounted. It is a power to cherish.
Harness the horny energy. You will become more powerful than the rest.
Harness the raw horniness. Oh boy. Now I know what's making it look club-like. It's because it's not foreshortening in perspective. It's supposed to be a needle, but it's not. It's not needling at all. It's just one tube. Gotcha. But yeah, he's a good artist. And that power was granted to him by his massive ding dong, I assume. I can say that now because he's above 18.
Yeah, I'm so glad.
I double checked. They've been doing this long before they were 18, so Oh
yeah, that is hilarious, isn't it? In the age where we can't, proactively check ages, kids and stuff are making content that are completely mature. And what are they gonna do? It's like, oh, you can't do this, this age, but it's like, I'm making it for me. Hello, I'm young. What are they gonna do about it?
Yeah, I guess there's nothing forbidding people from drawing porn at a young age, right? Or maybe there is. Don't quote me on this. I don't know the law.
Oh, you know what's a popular thing that I see in mature channels, that especially like
What?
joking about nakedness and they curse. So like, if you say that you were underage, I'm banning you.
Yeah.
And I
Oh
get it.
boy.
Like, damn, maybe I should implement that one day.
Yeah. It's like you can tell me about all the nasty stories you want, but don't tell me you were underage. That's a secret just between the two of us. Do the math yourselves. I said I was 18 and I said 4 years ago. So oh boy. Man, that was one of the most more traumatizing things as a kid for me.
Huh?
Is being on the internet.
Sure,
Just
yeah.
in general. Because like I was a dumbass kid, right? So I didn't move about in the best circles. The circles I
Yeah.
did move about in, they were all like, "Yep, I'm 14 years old and I have sucked so much dick." And me being 14 at the time as well, I think like, "Am I weird for not having the same experiences?" You know,
Yeah, yeah.
when in reality it's just these poor children, and their broken homes and families, and what the fuck is going on with them?
Yeah, yeah. It's really a cry for
But
help.
yeah, yeah. Now I can cry for them, but as a person of
No,
their
they're
age back
crying for
then,
help.
huh?
It's a cry for help for them. They
Oh,
they
it's a cry
cry.
for
They're
help. Yeah.
crying. The tears are falling.
I don't know. Have you ever had something like that when you were younger? Just like a revelation of like, oh god, this is terrible.
uh, Friendship is magic.
The My Little Pony show.
Just the idea, because you watch all these shows that are like, let's say I read Biscuit Hammer when I was impressionably young and didn't know about healthiness. Of course I'd be upset that they didn't destroy them. Of course I'd be upset that
Yeah,
they didn't wish that his family had perished. Like,
yeah, yeah,
that's
yeah.
it's a I wouldn't have got it. I wouldn't have understood at all, because the unhealthy mentality one against the world is the most romanticized, and when you find a group of people, you would like to do that as well. And that's how manipulative and unhealthy people thought.
Uh-huh.
And so it's like, damn, uh I shouldn't idolize this stuff, because the people that do want something, they just want something completely different than friendship is magic. It's friendship is free labor.
Yeah. Friendship is the gateway to to free labor.
Yeah, yeah. And so that was when I got older and I realized, I'm like, oh,
Yeah,
oh, I get it now.
that's pretty funny.
But otherwise, I would be one of those people romanticizing, Aiko X whatever. No, wait, that's a bad example. You don't know that. Do you? Wait, no, you
Yeah,
wouldn't know
yeah,
that
like
either.
cool example. I don't know. I totally understand.
You don't. Okay, I don't. Well, oh, oh, oh. You know those manga about really bad toxic relationships? And then let's say people, it's a lesson in that they're not good, but people
Uh-huh.
romanticize the unhealthy relationship anyway.
Okay, so it's like you've missed the message completely.
Yes, yes, yes. And this thing that's a parody is now like
And
a
shining
beacon of
example.
yes, of all the bad things that you shouldn't want, but you do, because if you can't have it, what can you even believe in? Can't believe
Right.
in
Like
anything.
Poon Poon.
Yes, yes.
I can't believe Poon Poon hides a message of like, if humans can never truly connect, what is the point?
It's all
uh,
about that. As silly as it looks, it's a very like serious manga. It is so heavy and serious that it's almost unpleasant. It's probably unpleasant for certain levels of people, but
It's
It's
probably
even almost
unpleasant. It's
unpleasant for
only
me.
unpleasant because you feel like it applies, right?
No, it's unpleasant because it's a boring story.
Because of the boring story?
No. Okay, it's not boring. It's like they're so self-aware that they brought this up in the manga, where if you have a mopey, depressed protagonist that does nothing but mope, it's like when people don't like realistic stories, like if the people who don't like Mob Psycho because Mob himself is not interesting, even though he's realistic, it doesn't matter if he's not interesting, and it doesn't matter what message you have if it's not interesting. People don't want to print it because it won't sell. And then
Right.
so Mob Psycho is a success story of that, but the manga was portraying itself in such a way where this wouldn't have been a success story. This is an exact story that people don't like because it's about a mopey, relatable character who just sulks all the time. But it, every bit of the story addresses the sulkiness, and there's development and growth. But
Right.
who matters? Who cares if it's boring?
Right. I guess so. It's like a life lesson that you should learn, but it's too boring to learn.
Yeah, because no one wants to see someone just mope and never do anything
And
but mope.
yeah, gotcha.
And so I think
Okay.
the genius part about it is that they supervented it with this crack addict humor,
Yeah,
which is why it doesn't even look like that kind of manga.
the one that you showed me where with all the faces.
Yep, that's exactly what it is.
Right.
So they
Okay.
were
I
geniuses.
sort of have a grasp on what this is supposed to be.
Yeah.
I'm just not 100% satisfied with this handle. I think it's just a tiny bit too big.
You better hope you don't have any problems with anything else in the picture.
No, I'm fine with having a problem with this. I rationalize it with if I have a problem with it now, I won't have a problem with it at a later date.
That's fine. Yeah, that's good. Like, for the sake of learning and rendering and getting down these weapons you're going to be drawing over and over again, that's good.
Yeah.
But also not good
But
for deadlines. It's
yeah,
another balance thing where
it's true. But I mean, it won't be as fun if I don't hand it in on time. But I mean,
yeah, you have the luxury of being able to fuss
it's
about
also
these things now.
yeah. It's like it's not the end of the world. It's like if I don't make this deadline, I don't lose anything.
Yeah.
I lose pride. Maybe the joke will be a little less funny, but hell, if it won't be funny still, Right. I took the same amount of time as I'm doing this as I did with the cape yesterday and the outfit here. And I'm fine with that because it turned out nice. And the face especially turned out nice. Look at this.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, if nothing else, this is just a, part of our portfolio in a way.
Yeah. And hey, somebody's gonna pay me $90 for it, maybe, possibly, not really.
Uh-huh.
That would pay for almost my backpack minus the shipping cost that I'm looking at now. I've become too much of a sling bag connoisseur,
I like what's it called? Belt bags. That would be if I had the dispensable income. It would be
disposable. You think
yeah, that one. I'll
the
dispose of you.
dispensable income. So the income the income that is specifically there to be exited out of whatever thing it is.
Yeah, just I would get so many utility bags. Belt thing.
Right. Yeah, my tastes are starting to become more expensive than the $15 Amazon things I bought before. The luxury of research and knowledge. You know how it is. It's like, look at this thing. It's so cool. It only costs $80. I'm like, cool. Shipping would be plus another 20, so that's $100. Except, you know what's the most annoying thing? The bag I'm looking at is $100 plus shipping, but it's not $100 plus shipping. It's exactly $98. And you know what they do when you order over $100? They say 10 off, and then they give you $10 off the order. So $2 off,
Yep.
getting $10 off. And it is the most infuriating thing ever. I haven't ordered it because I can't fucking afford it anyways, but my god, if that doesn't piss me off. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, Ayo Himbo is definitely gonna enjoy this.
Yeah, it's on prompt this time.
Oh boy. I mean, last time he started checking at like what, 4 a.m. my time?
He starts stream in something like 8 hours, and then he goes on for maybe 3 hours before getting into the prompts. Unless there's a ton of them, then the entire stream becomes like prompt consumption.
Right. Oh, it should be fine. 8 hours is plenty of time. I just have to sacrifice sleep, which, you know, is of no importance to me, says my heart as it desperately like goes.
Yeah. And today was like my day off in a way. I wasn't gonna be, because normally I try streaming on mine after I'm done with yours. But
Right.
I'm
But
gonna.
now our stream's gonna drag on and on and on.
Yeah, I'm gonna take this opportunity to do a nice environment landscape study.
Where's the cum, Jory? Where is it? you know it's there.
I'm gonna just have a little fairy like jar. You're gonna be, you know, those lamps.
Yeah.
Look at the lamp.
I'm
gonna hang you from a fucking pole.
Let me check what you're up to. Let me go on the YouTubes and then see what you're up to.
Oh, here, I'll just send you screenshots.
No, it's fine. I've committed. I'm commitment, Mr.
I am commitment.
Mr. Commitment. I've never ever schmitted. My shoulders hurt.
Yeah.
Deltarune Chapter 1 full lore playthrough part 1 out of 2. Why? I would like to see the other part. Now I'm gonna have to wait till part 2 gets released because I hate watching part 1 and watching part 2. Just don't announce that it's part 1 out of part 2. You gotta trick me into it, you fool.
So distracted. Yeah, I can't wait for the algorithms to be better. I feel like YouTube will take over, especially since Twitch is doing... Ad rolls are unskippable. It's like 30 minutes to 2-minute ads, and sometimes they can stack up to 10 or more. And so, you know, they're gonna kill their fan base if they don't do that. And YouTube, at least it goes for, you know, how many seconds, and then you have a skip button. Anyone who implies unskippable ads and forces them, even after subscribing, you know, that's gonna kill your site.
Yeah. I totally get what you mean. Also, I saw my art on your stream. And I realized I can make these a lot bigger and more impactful. It helps to zoom out a little bit.
Well, here, I'll turn off the split screen. Yes, do you not zoom out?
I do, but I guess it's not the same. I always make small adjustments after I send something to you, which is why I send stuff to you a lot, because I realize like the moment I send it, I'm like, that can be changed, you know, and then I go and change it.
You're really into duck debugging. Ducky bugging or something. I don't know. It's just something more commonly said in programming, where they tell their problems to a rubber ducky and they instantly realize what the solution is because they were able to articulate it and just like take it out of displacement.
I guess that's what it is in a way, because I take it out of my isolated worldview and I'm like, this is what I want to show you. And I'm like, hold on, no, it's not. Give me a second, you know.
It's really cute because there's some
cute?
tech
I'm
servers.
adorable?
Yeah, you're as
Everybody
adorable
wants to suck my dick?
as the infant I left in the dumpster.
Yeah, sorry.
There's some tech servers that have specifically a duck room for people just like spew out their problems
Yeah.
as if it was a rubber
If
ducky.
only all of life was like that. Rubber ducky.
Rubber
I
ducky,
just
you're the one.
I'm so horny, but I want to coom.
Uh-huh.
What can I do? And then
Rubber
you
ducky.
lift up the ducky and you see the suspicious little hole it has at the bottom, and you're like,
Rubber
is
ducky,
that
I knew
what,
you cared.
is that it? Is
No!
that what you? Oh, okay. I guess I was wrong. Oh, woe is me. Da, 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 da. I don't know how well the branches fit. What do you think?
Um, it reminds me of it's reminiscent of spear designs with tassels at the top. But that has nothing to do with like what the item is. But if you're talking
Yeah.
about if there's things pre-existing that aren't awkward with that kind of shape design, that would be the spear with the tassel.
No, I'm just saying, does it look good? You think it's...
Well, that's how things look good, you know, is they mimic things that we recognize and are familiar with. It's
So
like
are
a
you
baby.
saying no or yes?
It's like a baby who doesn't. Well, I don't think they're all connected. Like if a baby who doesn't
Oh my
recognize
God.
someone who's shaped. Because I think you could make it stronger. Because I'm leading into it. See, this is an entire building a whole house here. The to make it stronger and fit, I think I would concentrate on the shapes or the material and then weave them together, because if you just plop something on top of something else, it looks like, you know, you could split them two apart and then be two separate things entirely. So
Right.
adding a mixture of chaos or a mixture of smooth and angled or a mixture of wood and a mixture of wand would you know, make the design more cohesive, I think.
I got you. I'm gonna steal your technique of making the wood pattern be flower petals and then just weave it into this.
Okay. Flower petals.
I tried to do it for the trees. I don't know if you noticed. I did my best. And then maybe I did slightly less than my best at a few spots, but you know.
Who's keeping track?
Yeah, who really knows how much effort I put in? I do, but I don't after a while. Oh yeah, did I tell you about how my art lesson went with my art teacher?
No.
It was very nice. He was very kind about it. It's like, yeah, it's a very laborious task, you know, and he was well aware of how difficult it was going to be, and he just wanted me to do it anyways.
Yeah.
You know, which was nice, which is different than like dumbass university professors who are like, all right, write me 15 essays. What do you mean? This essay has a slight error in formatting. You are a fool and you should die. You know, it's different than that, because it feels like my time is actually being valued far more, you know?
Yeah.
It's like, I recognize this is difficult and you did a good job purely because you finished, you know, and it was a difficult thing to do. So good job. Now let me talk about like the things you could have done better. And it doesn't feel like, oh, you could have done this better, you're a fool, you know? It's done more respectfully than that.
Yeah, difficult doesn't just have to be degrading. Difficult could be difficult for learning purposes.
Yeah. It's funny how people don't understand for whatever reason. That they don't have to be jackasses.
Who knows? But then it's probably back to the ego and power fantasy and all that. Like,
right.
Gosh.
I like this, but it's a little bit too organic because I still want to keep the. Looks a little bit too much like a. How do you say? It looks
Normal
too much
wand?
like a flesh umbrella. Which I could alleviate, I think.
See, I would probably I would have choked up the wood up to the tip of the thing to make it look like a bud coming out of a pine branch, and then I would have done the variations and make it more self-contained in the staff, kind of like those walking sticks with the cool knots in it. And then you can just like weave the branches around the knots.
I sort of understand. But that might be, it might just be a thing that I don't have the time for
Right now. Yeah, that's
Maybe
exactly the thing you don't have time for right now.
Maybe I just have to give into the make a concession and say
you can do it later.
This is as good as it's going to be. Yeah. I'll just remove these for now.
I think that's my favorite part about inserting, characters and stuff into places they don't belong, is that it's an excuse to draw them, and then I get to see how I feel about them. Like, really, how does this sit well with me? Like, do I like this design? Did I change my mind? Does it look good in motion? It's a great experience that also is painful.
I get. I like that too, except when I don't have the time for it. That's when it gets frustrating, because then it's like, hey, I gotta finish this, and I'm not, because I'm hung up on this one part.
Yeah.
Just like the fucking this thing. No matter how I draw it, I feel like it's always too fat,
There might be a very specific shape you're going for.
Yeah.
And if you knew the silhouette of it, maybe it'd be easier.
It's annoying because that seems to have fixed it a little bit. Maybe it really was just too fat. What's annoying is that it's such a simple shape. It's a simple shape. It's such a simple shape, but that's kind of what makes it complex, That's not English now, is it?
See, this is the part that isn't on stream, which is like at the point of how many hours, and I've made a lot of work for myself as well. Even though I'm going painterly, it's gonna be a lot of rendering if I don't catch myself.
Yeah.
And my brain is going la la
la.
But I need to learn how to paint loosely, because that's my goal. And it's really unintuitive. You'd think that painting messily equals adapting to this means easy, means improvising. Yeah. But what it actually means is that you're so knowledgeable of what you want to do that you can execute it in a few strokes. That's what it means. And it's so painful to realize that, because
I get it.
Between college and now, I've had the misconception that it was the opposite.
It's kind of like a chef who's just like, whatever, and he starts throwing stuff together because he knows what everything he does in broad strokes. And then it turns out delicious, because it's kind of like, I know this does this, and I know that does that, so I'm just gonna skip 10 steps and go straight to that.
Yeah. Disgusting.
I recognize that. Hey, you Jimbo. I hate you for making me do this. This is your fault. You did this to me. Marsh, eliminate. All right, good enough for now. Except I'm running into this is reminiscent of the very early times where I tried practicing here, and stuff would constantly be out of proportion and with the things I want, because I'm just doing something wrong fundamentally, and it's very difficult to see in the moment. Oh god, I burp like crazy. Oh, I burp a machine. Holy shit. Anyways, when do you plan on sleeping?
I'm gonna sleep at a normal time. I'm going to bed by midnight. I've been,
Right.
I think this is the, third day in a row that I've woken up early, and it's because of, I don't know, complete and utter discomfort. But, whatever. I'm gonna take it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I want to have a normal schedule.
So when is midnight for you, you think is?
Oh, it's in like 11 hours.
Oh, gotcha, gotcha.
Yeah, I could do this all day, I don't mind.
I too could come all day if I wanted to. I mean, we can end stream and just hang out and talk. I mean, there's no obligation to be streaming while we're doing this, you know?
Yeah, it's just, it was a why not sort of factor. But if you want to just turn off stream so we can chill. But
Yeah, we
then,
can do that.
like, is it more desirable, or is the vague sense of accountability the only thing holding us together? What is it? What is it?
I guess we can keep streaming for a little bit.
Yeah, I was gonna stream the swamp, but since we're here, it's like I don't mind either way.
Yeah. There's no reason not to do this. And
See,
who knows? Maybe somebody will see us streaming for 6 hours and they'll be like, "Wow, maybe I will take a look."
I
don't want to set the world on fire.
That's a lie.
I just want to start the flame in your heart. Ba, 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 ba.
See, I like the thumbnail I did, or not thumbnail, I like what I have so far, but I've now realized after the fever dream that was drawing what I, drawing what I wanted to draw, was that, I don't know if people will be able to tell it's a similar idea. Like, all I needed is a trashy swamp for them to realize, like, this is, really in relation to what you were talking about inside your comic. And that's all I need. But now it looks so different.
Yeah, I took a look. I didn't know that was what you're going for because I was like, "Wow, that's a nice mansion." My first instinct wasn't like, "Oh, this is the place." Heck is drawing, you know.
Like, I don't mind that the building is different, but
took me a second to come up with the fucking my own name. I'm like, who am I?
I don't know my identity.
Well, the exhaustion is gonna be setting in even more.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't mind if the house is different. It just has to be like a trashy swamp. Because this piles in the background, behind the mansion, is supposed to be just a ginormous pile of trash.
Right. Well, you can do whatever you want and then just have a comical zoom in, and then it's like, here's all the trash,
Oh, I'm fading the trash in.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, it's just hard to tell. Like,
I don't want to paint all the trash in line art. I just want to sleep.
Yeah.
Please. Whose idea was this? Marsh? Did you do this?
Oh, you can't blame it on me.
Well, I can.
You can try.
It's you. You did this to me. In a way, everything that pains me art-wise is your fault. Ever think about that?
That's what happens when you're supportive.
It's because somebody told me to become an artist. Oh boy. I don't want to do this art for longer. I just want to start the flame in your heart. Man, it's nice that all those old songs are getting more popular, you know?
Oh, I thought you were gonna say getting canceled.
Oh boy, are they? I've never heard that they would be, you know?
Oh, there's a ton of just a random spatter of songs that are technically politically incorrect, but then again, they were made in a different time, and it's like, can we really fault them for doing that when we know the context and we're aware of what would be a bad example of it, but they weren't educated back
They
then,
are,
so we
yeah.
could like enjoy the music because it's if they had known, maybe they would have been worded different.
Yeah. Well, thank God most of the nice blues songs I like have been made by black men. And according to PC culture, black men can do no fault. Not in a racist way. Not to say that black men only do fault. Just like you can't say they do. See, I don't want to set the world on fire, Jory.
Yep.
I just want to start a flame.
Yep.
And whoever's house this is.
Sounds about right.
I don't want to set the world on fire.
Except I do.
Oh, I just want to kill a very large number. What's the most mosquitoes or like insects you've killed in one day?
What's a really good thing to bring on camping trips to get rid of bugs? A flamethrower.
Oh. A what?
Or if you don't have one, just a cooking torch.
A cooking? Oh, like a brulee torch.
Yeah. And so you close up your tent. Okay, maybe don't do this in a tent, but
maybe don't close your tent. Yeah.
If you're in a van with metal walls, you can just only do this if you're a trained professional, which I obviously am in the art of blowtorching bugs.
What are you accusing her of? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so that was fun. Any mosquito that came in was instantly blowtorched.
So you're saying you had a blowtorch on the entire night?
No, that they, it's very easy to find them when they died. Because they go towards the light or you, and it's like, okay, goodbye.
Right, so you turned the blowtorch on when they came close to you?
Well, you just find them, and then you just flick it on for a split second, and they just drop.
Right. What about a mosquito zapper? Don't they function the same way and they are dangerous?
Sure.
Fire-based?
But it's not, like, this was maybe 10, 15 years ago, actually.
What? I thought this was yesterday.
But yeah, no, I do have a fly zapper now.
Oh, by the way, I need your help on something.
Yeah, what's up? I'm thinking about my life choices.
No, I ask everybody this, but if I were to spontaneously travel back in time, and I were to find you, what would I have to say to you to convince you that I was a time traveler?
Oh gosh.
Because there has to be something. I asked Moon Baboon this, and then she gave me her answer. I'm not gonna share it, obviously, because that would defeat the point. Then any time traveler could pretend to be from the future and have the knowledge to it's like you can't prove you prove a fake friendship, you manipulator, you. Anyways, no, I guess the same applies to you. You can text it to me if you want, so that nobody can pretend to be your friend.
See, when I get asked this question, I try to find a new one every time, and I've been asked this like multiple times. So now, yeah, this is a fan favorite of shower thoughts,
Oh, is it?
Especially between friends and people who like building intimacy between each other.
Oh, right. Well, I was just thinking that the time is drawing ever closer where I become Momo.
Then I would, if it's specifically to become anatomy guy, it would be like, you used to make afros or something.
I used to make afros.
I did. You know, the
Oh.
anatomy thing, the big head.
Well, I know that doesn't matter. It's like you're
Yeah,
just
but
like,
then
yeah, I
you.
did, and then you move along.
It was like, I never told you that, stranger.
It's like, cool, stranger. Help, police. No, what's something like what would you convince you? What it has to be something that only a time traveler would know, right?
Well, that's a weird fallacy because like a time traveler doesn't mean that you were close enough to fucking know
That's
someone.
true.
And then also, if things happen in the future and you give them something that doesn't align with what the past you knows, then suddenly you gave like, oh yeah, one day you're gonna go to art college. It's like little me's like, oh, I'm a marine biologist. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. God, what could you say to me to convince me that you were from the future? It's hard to think about because I don't. There's my life is so empty from ages like 14 to 16.
Yeah, maybe you're not a time traveler. Maybe you're just psychic. You're
Right.
not a time traveler. You're a schmaikic.
I think you could say so. But if I share it here, then
Well-
everybody could pretend to be you.
Well, yeah, that's why it's fun to have an adjacent thought to it. Like you take the thing that you would say, and then you take something somewhat adjacent to it, or in a similar concept but entirely different, irrelevant venue. Yeah, because we can talk about this later, but for the sake of us pretending to stream professionally,
Yeah.
adjacent.
Oh, all right. I think you could. It has to be cryptic enough to not just be obvious, right? I would ask you to say something cryptic about one of my past relationships. It is the only issue is if you time travel to the point. To be honest, if you time travel to the point before I had any of my terrible relationships, just don't contact me. Why would you want help from like a 13-year-old? You know, it's like, what am I going to do? It's like I could contact Heck. I'm like, okay,
Hello.
what am I to do? How am I supposed to help you? I can't quantum defibrillate anything here. You know? If I'm too young, just wait a few years until the terrible things happen to me and then come contact me. And then if I say something like, why did you prevent this terrible thing with this terrible person? Just be like, it builds character or something.
I'm pretty sure you'd have been pissed with that kind of
Yeah, I'd be so pissed.
You wouldn't
just
help
say,
at all.
just tell me God will reward you with a huge ding dong.
Oh, you're right. That would work on you.
I'd be like, all right, that's fair enough, I suppose. We all must suffer for perfection.
For ding dong. We need the ding dong.
Something to that effect would be fine. Oh yeah, I can specify later what terrible relationship thing. I think that would be sufficient,
Yeah.
to convince me that you're from the future. Because I know, because I never shared with anybody, because I didn't have anybody to share with. So the only way somebody would know at that time period would be if they are from the future from when I actually told you guys,
Yeah. That makes sense.
So yeah, in that way, if you had that knowledge, I would know that you are from the future. And then also, I wouldn't exist right now because I would fade away because you would have influenced my past by giving me more information about the future.
I'm all for
Unless you... Huh?
See, that theory is kind of funny because I don't agree with a lot of logic that Hammer did, but I actually do think about time in the river scenario.
Oh, like if
half river.
You want to mention it again? So
yeah, because
up to speed.
Because like if you had your entire life and then you went into the past, you're still in existence. So, you could say that, you're gonna disappear because you changed the past. But also, like, what if we just don't understand time enough where the existence of going back into the past makes its own timeline? you know.
Right.
I don't think it would actually cancel out because, I mean, and by the way we understand the universe, it, I guess maybe will cancel out. But the idea of going back into time is such a flat out contradiction that it would have to make a pathway for itself to even do the act of going back in time. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It is. Let's just name the river example again because it's fun, right? Like if they said a kappa because the kappa is Japanese folklore, right? It's like the
Mhm.
river monster, right?
Oh, it was
You,
like I see. I took the parts that I liked. It was
oh, okay.
okay, you're going down the river and then you get out of the river, you walk along the land and then go back up. It's technically not the same river, but it is the same place of the river.
The example word for word
I don't know
was
it.
more like if you were born in the river in the river if a kappa was born in the river and then one day he walks up the river and destroys the river by smashing a rock down, does it mean the kappa ceases to exist? It's like no, he doesn't.
Oh,
That's how they explain time travel.
I guess it's like I only remember the fucking river. I don't remember the
Well, I
kappa.
guess you just invented something that was different then. uh, Congratulations. You're wrong.
Congratulations on being right. Exactly.
That was their example. How's the head shape look? Does it look a little weird? Does it look too not rounded?
In your sketch, it didn't look too not rounded. You just used the circle method really weird. But yeah,
Like
it's
this?
supposed to be bigger in the. It's supposed to be bigger in the back because of that's room for your brain or whatever. But yeah, no. Puffy hair plus the face shape there. No, put it back. Put it back. You put your hand on the side of your face. That's how much space you have between your eye and your ear.
I do it. I move you. Move you over here. Hello.
Uh,
Yet.
me to take you and put it up butt.
What? What? Alright, sure. Alright. Fine, I got you. I see the cum that's dripping.
Yeah.
I guess this is fine. It's not the best, but it works, I suppose. It doesn't look scraggly enough, so I'm gonna add a little tooth.
I've changed my mind. I'm gonna make it closer to to the thing we were doing. I'm gonna make it a mushroom hut. That'll make it clear. It'll make it very clear.
Yeah.
Trash. Trash.
I still hate face shapes. It's the
Yeah.
thing that is the most difficult to me.
Yeah, I guess it's one of the hurdles you haven't you just went through line weighting, a little bit of character lineup, some character design. It just scratched the surface of anatomy.
Yeah. Especially with gosh darn, whatchamacallit, with hands. I think I
Oh
got
yeah,
hands
hands,
down
right?
pretty decently.
Yeah, it's because you did a whole study for it for like how long.
Yeah.
That's what you need to do with all the other ones.
I did it for 3 weeks or a little bit like that, yeah.
Mhm.
3 weeks of me drawing like hands and hands and hands, and then going back and the teacher's like, more hands. Like, the hands and hands and hands. He's like, more hands. I'm like, you know.
Yeah.
And it gave me a base understanding. They still can be prettier. I could work on them more for sure, but they are sufficiently pretty.
Yeah, you have the foundation where the rest of it you can teach yourself, but you were having issues just getting the like base down.
Exactly, and now those issues are all but a thing of the past.
Oh, it's fun. I have a theory about anatomy actually, because when you first start, people are headstrong, and it's all about fostering the enjoyment of art, so you are invested in it enough to go through the hardship. So in the beginning, you just draw, and most people become contour artists, and they just draw things that they like. And you can get by through observation, and through that observation process, people learn to identify things that are weird, or they start learning like how to actually look at a reference instead of a symbol of what the reference looks like.
Yeah.
And then eventually they learn, oh, things are really flat because they're contour. I need to add 3D. And so the next step to that is the cylinder and square process, where now things have form, and now you can kind of see the proportions of things. You can kind of see the gesture of it.
I said proportions. I heard porn. I was like, yep.
That too. It's a lot of that as well. And then the final stages, you kind of start getting the form down, the proportions, and you're like, but I'm missing so many pieces. And then your mentality is strong enough to get into anatomy. And there's just a certain type of person who goes through that that journey, and I'm one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't have appreciated an anatomy class until now, I don't think, because the level of understanding.
Because you lack the basic knowledge.
Yeah, because if I was just told to study anatomy, I wouldn't have soaked it up. Because, I looked through books and blogs that I could get a hold of, but it was all just very stale, straightforward anatomy knowledge, and it had nothing to do with, like, functions or practicality or anything that an artist would say. It was all just what an anatomy person would say.
Right.
And having to go through that struggle of figuring stuff out myself gave me the context where now I can learn anatomy way easier than just drawing it and then memorizing it. Because I'm still doing that, but now I can visualize the way each thing kind of like moves. And now it's a 3D object in my head instead of just being this form that I repeat until I get it. Now I get that it's 3D. And I can see that it's 3D. And I can remember it's 3D. I didn't have that before.
Cool. That's the way it is, right? Doo-doo, doo-doo, doo-doo. That's just the way it is.
And it's funny how it's like almost a journey and everything had to happen this way. Oh. I guess I will just, I will talk about mushroom houses. This is the only mushroom house, so I don't know how I feel about this. But I guess it's okay. I want it to be more of a actual marsh, which is just a lot of grass. And then the piles of trash will be around it. So I guess it'll be less trees.
Hold on, sorry. If people came in again.
Yep.
You know how it is.
Yep.
This time it was my sister being like, hello.
Hello.
She's like, aren't you done with streaming? It's been hours. I'm like, nope, I'm probably not gonna be done for today. Dooloo, dooloo, dooloo. That's just the way it is. Now comes the easy part. Thank God. See, this is where pre-planning helps me out. 3 of the same panel. Draw the background in once, and then the character 3 times, and the character gets reduced every time. I'm a genius. And then repeat the whole thing with black line art.
Yay!
Oh boy. All right. All right, Borsch.
Yeah, what's up?
This is a challenge. If you can come right now, you will be blessed with incredible amounts of luck.
I've been so unlucky. I don't believe in luck, so you know.
Well, that's because you never came.
Not once in your life did
Not
you ever.
once in your life.
That is
Can you
why all
believe
your
there are
misfortunes.
people, mostly women. Can you believe there's women out there who've never come properly?
I guess, but like, I mean, is it religious based, or is it just like, just happened to never be in a position where they figured it out? Like,
I think it is mostly religious based because it's like, save yourself till marriage. Here's your husband who's never had sex either. He doesn't understand. You don't understand because you were told that masturbation was a sin, and now you are unsatisfied for the rest of your life. Congratulations, you've unlocked Christianity. You know, that's kind of how I see it. Or, you know, I'm a woman who's never had one proper partner, or even if I did, it's my first relationship, and I don't know about myself enough about myself to know how to properly enjoy the earthly pleasures. And now I'm just gonna assume they aren't there.
Yeah, that's my grandma actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Grandmother, let me show you. This is called a Hitachi wand. How did this conversation pop up with your grandmother?
Oh gosh, I don't know. But it was like, oh, it's overrated. That's what she said. Like,
yeah.
It's completely overrated.
Sex is overrated. I never enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's like, well, I wonder why.
Yeah.
Lady of divorce that never remarried. I wonder
How old is she?
80.
80?
Yeah.
Is she a hard 80 or a soft 80?
Soft.
Alright. Is she hot?
Well, how do you like your grannies, huh?
What? The more wrinkles, the better.
Well, she's a 10 out of 10. Oh, hey, Budgie. Oh no, I'm reading old messages. Oh god.
No, Budgie's back?
No, I'm reading old messages. I saw the bird icon and I instantly went to it, but it's an old message.
Oh, right. I was like, Budgie, why are you here? Man. Alright. Well, I feel like your granny could still get a good plowing. Just has to be more careful.
Yeah, that's how she, ends because right hard.
Yeah, it's too strong. I mean,
I finally see why.
Yes, I see the
and
light.
And then she gets the heart attack.
Oh boy, does she? Is she?
Yeah. Are you just going through a bunch of words?
Is she a widow yet?
Yes.
Okay.
Does that increase your chances or what?
Well, I was gonna say just buy her a Hitachi wand. It might be the last thing she gets to enjoy on this earth, but oh boy, is she going to enjoy it.
Is that's gonna be the fundraiser? You're gonna give people who never had the pleasure of a sexual life one last go at it. So we get a special fundraiser for grandma.
Instead of make a wish, it's make a bang.
Go out with a bang.
Oh boy.
Oh, okay. Let's end stream. I need to eat.
What? What do you mean? Let's end stream.
Okay, is it helping? Is stream helping you? Like, is it helping you focus? Because I will eat on stream for you.
It's helping me in the sense that I am not tempted to browse memes.
Okay. You know? Well, I'll eat while we talk.
Cool. Like
I'm gonna have full screen yours.
All right, abortion tired. Tell me
Yeah.
one thing.
Yeah.
Do you love?
Love what?
I don't know. Or are you just a cold, unfeeling machine?
Which one's more likely?
Well, you're very logic based, but maybe that's why you love more than anyone else, you know?
Yeah, I would say
I was like,
so.
you
It was in
wouldn't
a
say
complete.
so?
No, I would say so because it's a
You would
complete.
say so.
My whole logic thing is made out of causality because of all the bad shit that happened to me because of
Right.
feelings.
Did you did you did you ever do like a love language test?
Mac and cheese.
Is that a yes or a no?
What the hell is a love language?
Oh, you never did it before? Um, it's like one of those tests. It's like, hey,
Cheese.
everybody has their own love language in a way, and it everybody speaks that love language differently. So some people really enjoy spending quality time together. Some people really enjoy when their partner cleans up without them asking to, you know, or like just gets them flowers without, no, not flowers, just like cleans the house without being told to. Because getting flowers is a different love language. It's like, oh, I love getting, my love language is getting gifts or giving gifts, you know, or my love language is acts of service, where I will, if I really like you, you know, I will do stuff for you without telling you that I'm doing it, or I won't like make a big fuss about it. I'll just do it because I care about you, you know. Then there's like spending quality time together, and then I think there's a fifth one as well.
Mine must be affirmation.
Words of
and,
affirmation, right?
No, well, acknowledgement. How about that?
Yeah.
It leads to affirmation, but I wouldn't put it at the same thing because I don't have to be told you're right. We have to be told. I have to be told like I get it.
Yeah.
And then camaraderie. I think like anything that has to do with like tandem work.
So like
stuff.
spending time together.
No, just like working together.
Well, I mean, there's a test online that I feel like it's a good thing to know your own love language. I don't know mine. Don't ask me mine. I
You
forgot.
can just think about it and then figure it out.
Oh, you can do that too. But I mean, it's like it's like a 5-minute test. There's no reason not to do it in a way, you know? It's like bada bing, bada boom. You can think about it or you can answer some stupid questions and out pops your love language, you know? It's just ease of life. You know what I mean? We can do it together, and then I can use your information that you give me to manipulate you and destroy you.
Yeah, let's do it. Sounds fun.
Yeah, I love it. I love destroying. That's my love language.
Destruction.
A wanton destruction. I feel like, funnily enough, that's where the peak of Biscuit Hammer is to me. Is that part where she talks about destruction? Because I'm like, yeah, that encapsulates the entire series very, very well. And in the end, it gets a little bit weird for me, where I'm kind of like, okay, so this is how you choose to end the story. That seems like a big firework that fizzled out with a little, you know.
Well, it's because of the same thing I talked about, where I would be in your shoes if I read this when I was younger. But I've seen that basically.
I've seen it.
That story.
It's like PTSD.
Yeah, now that story is the complete opposite of Poon Poon. Poon Poon is if you got your way.
Right, Poon Poon is if you actually had revenge.
Yeah, it is.
And now I'm empty on the inside.
It's no, it's building up to that because the protagonist, there's very little reason for the protagonists to be the way they are. They just are, and that's, I think, most people. Like, a lot of people don't need trauma, like very blatant, bold trauma, you know, to be sad. The Toast is a different perspective of.
Yeah, I just realized. I was like, "Is this the correct perspective?" I'm like, "No, it is not."
And so you know, taking Poon Poon as your average Joe, and he's such a good character because he does what Scott McCloud talks about, where the character is the most caricature of caricature amongst a sea of people who are well defined and realistic in a way. And so Poon Poon is now everybody. And
Yeah.
his story is also like just an average kid that just went down this pathway. Because it was it was there.
Right.
And so I think it's very accurate because I got to see it firsthand. Is that's what happens when you go all the way with that mentality. It seeps into like every little facet of your life, and then just
It
manifests
seeps
into
into your
really,
bones.
really big ways. You do very big, brash, drastic stuff because you could tell yourself these things to comfort yourself, but if you actually believe it, if you actually go all the way with it, it just leads to destruction.
Yeah.
And
It's
then
like,
you're
why
not even
isn't there a
happy
magical
afterwards.
fairy princess who will
Yeah.
smash my worries away?
And so that's why I think Hammer did well, even though it's not satisfying. It's did well because it's not satisfying, because the truth and, quote unquote enlightenment isn't satisfying. It's just
Yeah.
healthy for you.
It's not yeah, I get what you mean. It's not a big hubbub.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's even the battle at the end was more of a like, all right, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The 12th golem though, there's no excuse for the 12th golem to be so fucking boring.
It
You know,
is. Yeah.
there really is no excuses. I can understand everything else that you're saying, but just
Mm-hmm.
from a pure artistic standpoint, what the fuck was that? It's like you have like the most creative, like 10th, 11th, and like whatever golems, and then the last one is like big. I am big.
Yeah.
I wonder if he ran out of time or motivation. He's like, fuck it, make him big. You know?
Mm.
It's funny. I never hear Biscuit Hammer talked about until you talked about it. Is it not a popular story?
I guess not.
Because I feel like it should be. I feel like it does everything well, even if I personally was left with that little sense of dissatisfaction. It still is a great story, and more people should read it.
Well, maybe this goes back to niche again, where the more specific something is, the less people it'll appeal to overall, and then it'll only have a cult following.
Maybe. I think the idea of there being a giant hammer looming over all of us at all times is pretty relatable, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's like the most relatable part of the story.
Yeah.
And especially all the characters were like, was it always there? You know? Or are you only noticing it now?
It could also be the art.
And then the same, they twisted it with the stupid hope. They were like, and look, there's the defender as well. You just didn't see him, you depressing motherfucker.
Yeah, that's funny.
Oh yeah.
It's an idea
pretty,
you could play with a lot.
Pretty funny rug pull. It's like, you're just you're the issue here. It's what they were saying. It's funny how they never explained why the princess was so fuck you powerful. You know?
Mm-hmm.
She just was.
Oh wait, they did. She was eating. She was eating Alma.
She was eating almonds?
No, what's her name? The actual princess?
Oh, she's like, yeah, but I mean, even if she was that powerful, the actual princess, why didn't she just stop her brother in the first place?
Okay, I guess they didn't explain it.
Yeah, because the whole point was that she needed this stupid game to defeat her brother. And that's the only way she could have done it, because he was too strong. It would make sense for the girl to just be like, yep, and now I'm drawing on the exact same source of strength, and I'm gonna smash this biscuit hammer. Yeah. It was pretty funny though.
Maybe it has something to do with the way their powers work. Like, if the brother is a brute force guy, Alma seems to be a puzzle making wall person. And they only touched on, like, they didn't even explain the psychic powers very much, probably because they would hit a flat wall.
Yeah.
But
I mean, there's something nice about not explaining it on purpose, you know?
But Sammy, I think would be a smashy smash, right? Like the kid is definitely the princess and the sister in this case, where he's the thoughty, planny person. And so he would be more affinity with the sister's powers, whereas Mr. Smashy Smash is definitely a Sammy type. So I can see, like, with her powers, she was able to smashy smash.
Right. I like the little revelation at the end where he was never planning on helping her at all. I mean, it made sense that he would no longer be devoted to all this wanton destruction after he went ahead and healed his own trauma, you know. But I still thought it was pretty surprising, you know. I was like, hee hee, that's pretty funny, especially the flashback where she's like, "So you're still gonna help me smash stuff?" And he's like, "I totally will." And then he knows he's lying, and she knows he's lying too. That's cute. Oh boy. Did I ever tell you yesterday I watched the ending to Your Name?
Oh, I haven't watched that.
Oh, well, do you know how it ends?
Nope.
Okay, I won't spoil it for you. The point is that it's very emotional, so I was like, okay, I know the entire plot, let me just watch the ending, you know? And it was very emotional, and what I thought was well, I thought it was strange because the woman was crying, the female lead. And she was crying like, I'm like, that doesn't sound like Japanese.
Are you sure this is a serious?
Describe it.
Does not make it sound like a serious anime.
Well, that's the thing, right? It turns out I was watching the entire thing in Indian, but I didn't know because right up until the end, the ending was dialogue less, right? It's just like emotional music. And then suddenly the woman starts crying. It's like, I'm like, hold on. You know, look, I may have annoying Indian roommates, right? But I am not. The following thing I'm about to say is not because of India. It's because of poor voice acting. Who the hell voice acts crying as like, no matter what culture you're from? Have you ever heard somebody cry? That is not how they cry. That is not how human crying sounds like. It was the worst voice acting I ever heard. It immediately took me out of the entire scene.
What? I think
because all I could hear was like
like boohoo doesn't even sound like, you know, the that is human crying. Like the most accurate I think human crying is and no one uses that as crying. So, you know, funny. Like meow doesn't even sound like, I mean, you can kind of make it sound like but it's, you know, it's an indescribable sound.
Yeah. But it's definitely not gululululu. No matter how you want to spin this.
Well, gululu is really close to boo-hoo-hoo-hoo, which I also think is equally ridiculous.
Yeah, and guess what the actual Japanese voice actress did? She just cried normally. Or like the soft, silent crying that the Japanese do, you know? But you can tell by the sniffing that it's crying. That's more so what crying sounds like than gululululu. I refuse to watch a show if the crying is gonna be gululululu. No matter what language you're in. God damn. I hear that's one thing people commend One Piece for a lot is the fact that they do a lot of ugly crying. You know, Oda loves to draw his ugly crying people. You ever seen it?
I actually have that ugly crying. That's like one of the most popular things that are passed around.
One Piece ugly crying. Oh yeah, one thing that Oda does so funnily is he'll hype up a character so much, you know, over time and just keep dropping hints about how cool they are, and then in the end they'll look like fucking this. Here, let me post it. Like he's the master of just making ugly ass characters for no reason. Look at this.
Yeah.
What the hell is this?
That's also what I know him for, without even reading it. Like.
Because they hyped up, his name is Raizo, right? And they kept hyping him up like previously. He's like, oh my god, this mysterious man on the inside. Like, he's been a spy for years. It's like, oh my god, he's been doing all these high stakes mission all this time. And there was so much fan art of like this character floating around. I was like, oh my god, this guy is such a badass. And he shows up and he's just like, hey, it's me. And all the hype died down almost immediately. They're just like, well, all right, cool. New character, thanks, Oda. Just take him away, please.
That's the That's the kind of power I want to wield.
Oh,
Is the
gosh.
basically supreme storytelling and trolling.
Yeah, you can't tell me he isn't fully aware of what he's doing because he definitely is. You know, he's just like, I want to fuck with these people for no reason. But yeah, the ugly crying really is ugly in One Piece, huh?
I mean, yeah. Human faces are just kind of funky to begin with. And then you stretch it out a lot in all directions. Suddenly you have really hilarious manga villains.
Yeah, look at this. That's the nice thing, though, is that he never shies away from having characters cry. Here, look at this.
Yep.
Oh boy, that's so ugly.
It's ugly
What the
crying
hell?
plus uncanny valley anatomy.
Yeah, I think that's because it's like that one seems to be like a mid-motion shot, you know.
Also, he
and they
likes
just-
big mouths.
Huh? You lick mouse? That's cool, but that's your own thing.
No, he likes big mouths.
Oh, he loves big mouths.
Mm-hmm.
Got a wife with a big mouth, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, women. The segs. I'm a big fan of the segs. I do it very often. Yes, yes, totally. All right, Borscht.
You have to believe me, guys.
What was the worst?
Mm-hmm.
Nah, I'm done. What was the worst? Do you recall what was the worst? The worst in your life? Hello? What is the worst? Borscht?
I think it's the modern mortal coil. Like, let's say that I am a functional person of society, and I
Which
get a
you are.
job that is like,
Yeah, sorry.
I don't know, 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
And that's, would be my life for like how many years? That would be being tired by job,
Right.
having like a couple hours to relax and maybe a couple hours to clean or something or cook. You buy a house or something that you barely get to spend time in.
Yeah.
And a lot of people can make, happiness and stuff from that, but there's a ton of people who can't.
Yeah. Become a van lifer. There you go. Right? Doesn't that fix things? Van life?
If you can monetize it.
What if you just have enough money to sustain it anyways?
Well, then you're one of the lucky few.
Okay, how about I buy you the van?
It's like,
and you just
how do you where's the point where you justify certain lifestyles? Because on one hand, there was once upon a time where these kind of things would be nothing, back when everyone farmed all day or sewed clothes all day.
Yeah.
What were their mental states like, I wonder?
I think back then, well, they don't know, they are, forgive them for they do not know, like,
Or did they?
it's like, how can they think any differently if their entire life was like that? I bet it's a lot similar to what we have right now, except just with slightly different terms. It's like, what? You want to go to the city to be a weaver? No daughter of mine will be a weaver. We are farmers in this house. Yada yada, rinse repeat for 500 years.
Yeah, because media is just a repetition of itself. And if that's the case, there's the Greek philosophers that wrote books on shit that people self-discover on their own and think that they're the first people that thought it.
Yeah.
So if that's the case, then I wonder what you know. I guess it could be just like I want to be a weaver in the other town.
Yeah.
And I wonder if the sense of fulfillment in like working all the time was such a big problem as well.
I'm not sure. I guess we'll never know, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that this satisfaction occurs no matter where you are, right? And it usually comes from some place within your heart, rather than any external force. I mean, obviously, external forces can have an influence on it, but like, if you're just dealt a lot in life, I think people are, a lot of people would just accept it if they knew they couldn't change it, and then that mentality would change the dissatisfaction to just complacency. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you told me right now, it's like the only thing you can do for the rest of your life is no longer art. It's just screwing the caps onto toothpaste bottles, like that guy from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, right? I would be dissatisfied because I know what the art life is like. But if I never had that comparison, if I was just born into, hey, you do this and you earn a living wage and you can go home and have fun, then why would I ever be dissatisfied? For I do not know. It's just like me. If I was born in like a conservative Christian household, I would never be able to know that I would miss this alternative lifestyle that I have right now, right? Where I can say I'm attracted to men and women and everything in between, Like I can do that because I had the freedom, at least now, after I was done with school, to kind of go find that all out for myself. So, but the dissatisfaction that I felt before that was from knowing that there was something more out there. If I didn't know, then I wouldn't be dissatisfied. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like if I had never known there was a lifestyle like this, then I would never be dissatisfied because I'd be like, this is as good as it gets,
Mm-hmm.
But because I did know, and because the internet is a thing nowadays, and everybody can see everybody's lifestyles, I guess it's so much easier to be dissatisfied because you can be like, but I don't have the 50 bazillion dollars, and I can't use my money to do. Obviously, there's a degree to where that's unhealthy, but there's also a degree to where that's true, which is inflation is screwing us all, and we can't even make a living wage, even with minimum wage, as like the same way our the previous generation could,
Mm-hmm.
So there's a limit to all of this. Bananas. Anyways,
I wonder
does
if
that
there's gonna
answer?
become a day. Oh,
Huh?
bananas reminded me. I
Yeah.
wonder if there's gonna be a day where every word is a slur.
Where every word is a slur.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe. Have you ever heard the song 6969 by Dan Avidan?
Nope.
It's Ninja Sex Party. That should tell you more, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's a song about them traveling to the year 6969 to see what the Earth is like.
Mm-hmm.
Because obviously 6969 is the sexiest year they could be in. And so they travel to that year, and they find out that in year 6969 they outlawed all sex. No, sorry, they outlawed all human touch, even more extreme, right? Everyone wears full-length pants and matching turtlenecks, right? Men and women wave to each other from a respectable distance.
Ah.
What was I bringing this up? Oh, you said I wonder if in the future something What was the bull crap you were spouting a second ago?
Oh, that the all language was a slur in some way or another.
Is my program crashing? It did not crash, thank God. I don't know why this time it has so much trouble rendering. It's not even that big of a file. Like, I can get the previous one because that was a bit excessively large, you know, but this one isn't. So I don't. Oh, is it because I'm streaming at the same time? So more memory is being used up or whatever?
Yeah.
That's what it is.
You wanna, what do you call it?
Come.
Stop stream.
Oh, okay. I guess I can stop streaming. This was one of my least successful streams ever. Not a single random person stopped by, which I'm surprised by. This is the first time this has happened.
Yeah, it's
not
random.
Even a single rando stopped by.
Like it is random, and there's gonna be bouts of inactivity and bouts of activity, and you'll start making like fake theories about different time periods as well.
Right.
All right.
All right. We should stop then, and we can just keep chatting.
Yeah. Thanks for nothing.
All right. Thanks for nothing. Oh, especially you guys on Twitch. Jakey the Trash Can, you are a treasure and you should be cherished. Everybody else who wasn't here today. Marsh, what's a nice way to say die that won't get me demonetized?
Long walk off a short clip.
Long walk off a short clip. All right, have a.
Bye.